Chapter 32:12. The mighty enchantment era began with the Sacred Body Mountain's actions. The enchantment storm swept the entire Saint Spirit domain. Enchantment equipment, which was originally extremely expensive in everyone's eyes, became cheap items from then on. Everyone could own them and arm themselves. Their strength also increased rapidly. To the heavenly gods who were adventuring everywhere, this was the happiest thing in their lives. Everyone wholeheartedly acknowledged sacred leader Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain, and a large amount of prestige was once again contributed. Regardless of whether they liked or disliked Lin Fei, they all contributed their prestige this time, which was a rare sight. Thus, the Saint Spirit domain was filled with all kinds of enchantment equipment. 1 billion, 2 billion, 5 billion, 10 billion. This time, the great enchantment era had truly begun. Prestige flooded into the system like a tidal wave. Lin Fei squinted his eyes every day. He was simply too happy and excited. The commotion was too great. Universal, truly universal enchantment equipment. The factions that were struggling to survive were directly crushed as the enchantment equipment became more widespread. For example, when the Heavenly Feather clan heard that the Imperial Treasure sect had sided with Lin Fei, they were full of disdain and ridicule. Who knew how long it would take for the Sacred Body Mountain to truly influence the various factions? But this time, the Heavenly Feather clan suffered a heavy blow. The entire upper echelon was dumbfounded. They didn't dare to believe that this was true. Universal enchantment equipment? How many pieces of enchantment equipment would that require? That piece of enchantment equipment was not carefully made. It was so comprehensive that it was as if it didn't cost anything. It completely crushed their pride. The Sacred Body Mountain had unknowingly reached the peak that everyone had to look up to. They had been so proud before, but now it seemed like they were the fools. What should we do? The Heavenly Feather clan was gloomy. It was the same for the other factions. Thus, the situation in the Saint Spirit domain started to change. One by one, the factions that controlled a large number of minds started to erupt. This time, they were especially elated and high-spirited. It was time for them to rise. Master, do you want a few prestige divine towers? The little devil was egging them on again. The enchantment great era had begun. In the 100 years that followed, Lin Fei had gained a total of 800 billion prestige points. At this point, the Saint Spirit domain's prestige points had almost been wiped clean. I'm not pretending now. Lin Fei was not a fool. Prestige was something that could only be gained once. If he wanted to gain a second wave, he would need people, a large number of people. Once the enchantment great era had begun, it was equivalent to sweeping through the entire Saint Spirit domain. No matter who it was, no one could resist the temptation of enchantment equipment. They had contributed a huge wave of prestige. With 800 billion reputation points added to his previous reputation points, he now had close to 900 billion reputation points. The first thing Lin Fei did was to spend a large amount of reputation points to upgrade his perfect physical body level 8 to level 9 and finally reach the pinnacle. With his perfect body at the peak, Lin Fei's strength soared. Even though he had spent hundreds of billions of reputation points, it was still a good deal. As for the remaining several hundred billion reputation points, Lin Fei did not use them for the time being. He planned to keep them just in case. In the short term, there was a limit to how much reputation he could gain unless a new continent was opened. 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, time passed year after year. The situation in the Saint Spirit domain was also changing. First of all, the influence brought about by the enchantment equipment had strengthened countless forces. These forces began to unite and break away from the top forces' control to form their own alliance. Ultimate gods? The threat of low-level ultimate gods also began to be ignored. All kinds of enchantment equipment and the enchantment army began to show their prowess and set off a protracted war over the minds in the Saint Spirit domain. Everyone wanted to expand their forces and control more enchantment equipment. The Saint Spirit domain was caught in a chaotic war. Even the top forces could not suppress it. Who asked the enchantment equipment to be so helpful? Other than fighting for minds, there was still more fighting for minds. As the Sacred Body Mountain, it had never expanded its territory, but the enchantment equipment continued to be sold. In the Millennium Era, the Sacred Body Mountain launched a brand new enchantment equipment. It was a set of enchantment equipment that had the combat power of a first-class ultimate god. It was called the First Holy Body Armor. Its reputation was very ordinary, but its power was not to be underestimated. As soon as the set of enchantment equipment was released, the Saint Spirit domain went crazy again. Unfortunately, it did not bring much reputation points to Lin Fei. However, it was a big deal for all the heavenly gods. The ultimate gods had lost their deterrent power from then on. A first holy body armor was enough to make countless heavenly gods fight for it. This time the sacred body mountain took out 1,000 sets. In other words, there would be 1,000 experts who were comparable to ultimate gods. It was enough to change the situation in the Saint Spirit domain. No one thought of fighting for those sets. Everyone went to the auction and brought enough ores with them. The competition for the divine equipment was extremely fierce. All the big forces in the Saint Spirit domain came to fight for the divine equipment. There was an enchantment army, but if there was a set of divine equipment, each of them would be comparable to an ultimate god. Once an ultimate god wore it, their strength would increase by 2 or 3 times. This time everyone went all out. Most of the mines in the Saint Spirit domain had also been swept clean, all for the sake of building up their confidence for the auction. Who had more mines and who had fewer would have to fight over them. That was especially true in the past 1,000 years. Mines had become top-notch items in everyone's eyes. Even an ordinary mine would become priceless. The exchange of enchantment equipment from mines was also very popular. Other things had become useless at the moment. Money? It was difficult to buy a piece of enchantment equipment. That thing was useless. If one wanted to enchant equipment, they needed ores. 1,000 sets of divine equipment were divided up. There were dozens of sets for you, dozens for me, or a few or hundreds of sets. The division was very thorough. The top forces did not have much of an advantage in this auction. They only got a few dozen sets of divine equipment, which was considered a lot. Once the divine equipment appeared, the situation in the Saint Spirit domain changed again. In the next 400 years, the forces in the Saint Spirit domain were divided into 15 groups. The top forces and the alliance forces were all among them. At that time, the Saint Spirit domain was like a warring state. In less than 1,500 years, most of the mines in the Saint Spirit domain had been excavated. There was not much left. Everyone had their eyes on the sealed continent. That was their new target. Only in the unsealed continent could they get more ores and more powerful enchantment equipment. Everyone had guessed that the Sacred Body Mountain had studied the enchantment equipment to a very deep level. There were things that they could not imagine. If they had attacked the Sacred Body Mountain, they would have died. It would have been normal for them to be wiped out. Everyone agreed with that. Chapter 32:13. Saint Spirit Domain. Almost 1,500 years had passed. The sealed continent had almost revealed its true face. Through the thin layer of seal, one could see the boundless scenery of the continent. There were only a few decades left before the seal would completely lose its effectiveness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When there were still a few decades left before the seal lost its effectiveness, beams of light shot out from the thin layer of seal. These beams of light were entirely green. The spies who had been monitoring the area discovered it immediately. Some of the spies caught a green beam of light. It was actually a rich energy that surpassed the heaven and earth energy produced in the Saint Spirit domain. The Saint Spirit domain was in an uproar. All the major factions sent out their enchanted armies and godly venerable experts to fight for the energy. Such rich heaven and earth energy. The Saint Spirit domain was really the smallest continent in the past. Lin Fei hid in the void, holding a beam of green energy in his hand. This energy kept struggling, but it soon became obedient in Lin Fei's hand. This energy is similar to a primordial stone. Does this mean that there will be a large number of primordial stones in this continent? Lin Fei was really looking forward to it. In 1,500 years, the Saint Spirit domain's prestige had almost been taken away. Lin Fei was more eager than anyone else for the appearance of the new continent. The population there would soon provide him with a large amount of prestige. The Saint Spirit domain's local factions were also tempted by the enchanted equipment. After using the enchanted equipment, no one could give up on the speed of improvement. They would fight for more mines. As for the new continent also having enchanted equipment, would there be competition? Lin Fei did not care at all. He did not believe that the people in the new continent could also develop the substance fusion provided by the system. That was a huge difference in technology. Even if there were really enchanted equipment, Lin Fei could still beat them to a pulp. Who was afraid of who in terms of enchanted equipment? Just the price of the enchanted equipment on the Sacred Body Mountain alone would be enough to sweep away all the major and minor factions. With enchanted equipment, who was afraid of the Sacred Body Mountain? Master, we just detected that foreign experts have entered the Saint Spirit domain. They should be from the big cities in the elemental destruction realm. Lin Fei looked into the distance. They're finally here. On this day, Lin Fei was not surprised. From the moment he knew that they would come, they would come. The unsealing of the continents was no secret. In fact, the unsealing of the 4 continents would involve some big secrets. How many are there in total? Currently there are 5 factions. Among them are Yellow Spring City, Tianxia City, and Luofu City that Master is familiar with, the little devil reported. Lin Fei smiled, I'm really fated with them. Keep an eye on their every move. Alright, also the Beast Alliance Holy Land. Father, this is the Saint Spirit domain. The heaven and earth spiritual energy here is too ordinary. A group of people suddenly appeared in the void in the Saint Spirit domain. The leader of this group of people was a middle-aged man, the city lord of Luofu City. He had 3 sons by his side and one of them was Luo Lai. Why are there so many sinkholes in this place? What the hell? What's going on? Why are they everywhere? Everyone was collectively dumbfounded. Not far from them, there was a huge mountain range filled with sinkholes of all sizes. Anyone who saw that would be surprised. City Lord Luofu was not interested in the Saint Spirit domain and usually did not pay much attention to it. If not for the fact that the seal on the continent was unsealing, he would not have come. Interesting, really interesting. Very quickly, the sinkholes in the Saint Spirit domain were everywhere. They could finally see that the Saint Spirit domain was completely different from what they had imagined. The other city lords brought people in and were shocked by the current Saint Spirit domain. Ever since the era of enchanted equipment started, the mines became a place of contention. Hence, sinkholes appeared everywhere, forming a special feature of the Saint Spirit domain. Bury it? No one had the time to do such insignificant things. That was why the scene before him had appeared. How did the Saint Spirit domain become like this? This was the biggest thought that everyone had when they saw the Saint Spirit domain. It had completely changed. The seal on the new continent was about to fail. Wave after wave of forces began to enter the Saint Spirit domain. They were very secretive and did not swagger about. This was out of Lin Fei's expectations. Logically speaking, they should have swaggered in and occupied a place to set up a temporary camp. Lin Fei now had hundreds of billions of reputation points and all kinds of killing techniques. Hence, he was not worried about their appearance at all. Before the new continent appeared, Lin Fei did not want to do anything. There were still 20 years left until the countdown. The mysterious god fiend that had been absorbing the black aura finally formed its 8th pair of wings. The god fiend that had been protected by the black aura also opened its eyes. 2 beams of black light pierced through the Saint Spirit domain and crashed into the seal on the continent. This attack was unbelievably ferocious. A huge amount of heaven and earth energy leaked out from the continent. The god fiend turned and walked into the endless black aura. The huge black domain kept rolling, and a huge palace formed and appeared in the Saint Spirit domain. God Fiend Palace. Once the palace appeared, it shocked everyone. The palace disappeared with a whoosh and no one knew where it went. The place where the black domain was originally located was covered by endless destructive energy. Another top-notch force had appeared. Although that top-notch force only had 1 divine demon, the power of that blow was seen by the ultimate god experts. They secretly shuddered. It was so strong that it was a complete mess. Even if the seal was weak now, an ultimate god might not be able to cause such a huge commotion. Is that a god fiend? The city lords all revealed solemn expressions. It's indeed a god fiend. I didn't expect another god fiend to be born. Moreover, it has 8 pairs of wings and refined a god fiend palace. We're going to be under a lot of pressure. The city lords did not dare to let their guard down. A god fiend had actually appeared. It was an ancient being that had always been thought to have disappeared in the long river of time. The appearance of a god fiend expert was not a good thing for the city lords. The only fortunate thing was that the god fiend only had 8 pairs of wings at the moment. The god fiend with 8 pairs of wings was stronger than them, but it was not a top-notch ultimate god expert. God fiend experts had always been conceited. They would fight the world with their bare hands and would not cooperate with others. This was also one thing that they did not have to worry about. One person was always easier to deal with than a group of people. As soon as the god fiend palace appeared, everyone also figured out the other party's identity from the clues. It was an ancient god fiend clan. The 2 sightings left a deep impression on everyone. If he went all out, which god fiend could resist him? He's really powerful. That attack just now has the combat power of a peak high-level ultimate god. Lin Fei was also paying attention. Is he trying to take us down a notch? Lin Fei could not help but laugh. Chapter 32:14. In a certain mansion in the Saint Spirit domain. It was one of the Luofu city's secret hideouts in the Saint Spirit domain. The Saint Spirit domain has really undergone earth-shattering changes. The Luofu city governor could not remain calm as he listened to the person in charge explain the changes in the Saint Spirit domain. In their eyes, the sacred spirit domain, which did not have any experts, suddenly had a large number of enchantment troops that could threaten the ultimate gods. All of this was brought about by the Sacred Body Mountain, which had started a comprehensive enchantment era. The Luofu city governor was shocked by this. Although the enchantment equipment could only threaten ordinary low-level ultimate gods, no one dared to ignore the Sacred Body Mountain's huge production numbers. "Father, it's just a Sacred Body Mountain. It's just some enchantment equipment with average power. It won't amount to much." The eldest son, Luo Wu, said disdainfully. Any enchantment equipment he had could block the attack of an enchantment army. This place was too backward. "Father, I think this Sacred Body Mountain should be worth our attention. I've done some calculations. To start the enchantment era with their own strength would require a huge amount of enchantment equipment. I think they might be able to master high-level enchantment equipment." The third son, Luo Lai, said. The Luofu city governor was more far-sighted. Mere enchantment equipment was not worth it, but it was different if it could start an era. "This Sacred Body Mountain indeed needs to be contacted, but not now, but after the new continent is opened." The Luofu city governor was not the only one who paid attention to the Sacred Body Mountain. Those city governors from the elemental destruction world were not very interested in enchantment equipment as they were only ordinary ones. However, the Sacred Body Mountain was different. Such speed and efficiency meant that they must have mastered a special refining method. That was what everyone was concerned about. It was easy to refine ordinary enchantment equipment, but it was not so easy to mass-produce them. Everyone had to pay attention to the Sacred Body Mountain. As for Holy Lord Lin Fei's tyrannical strength and ability to suppress the ultimate gods in the Saint Spirit domain, they did not pay much attention to him. He was merely an ultimate god, with the strongest being a mid-level ultimate god. Their current target was the new continent. While they were learning about the Sacred Body Mountain, Lin Fei used some prestige to monitor the Saint Spirit domain's movements, such as foreign experts, which was something he was very interested in. The system would report the situation every day. One had to admit that the Sacred Spirit domain had many experts who were much stronger than the ultimate gods in the Sacred Spirit domain. The more people there were, the happier Lin Fei was. The more people there were, the more prestige he could gain. In the surveillance, the God Fiend Palace had disappeared. It seemed to have left the Saint Spirit domain and entered the dangerous You and Me world. This made Lin Fei very curious. Could it be that the God Fiend had gone to find some helpers? Lin Fei was secretly astonished that a god fiend with 10% of its wings had nearly broken through the seal's powers. Life forms like god fiends were indeed terrifyingly powerful. This also filled Lin Fei with anticipation for the new continent. There was nothing much to excavate in the Saint Spirit world now. Under the stimulation of the enchanted equipment, the mines and other resources had been completely emptied. It was the same for secret realms. In the face of the temptation of absolute benefits, a mere dangerous situation was nothing. The Saint Spirit domain was very peaceful. The top forces also knew about the invasion of foreign experts. They kept a low profile. As locals, they had more or less heard some secrets that others did not know. They would not foolishly touch them. That would definitely be a thankless task. 30 years, 20 years, 10 years. The time was getting closer. The heaven and earth energy that emerged also became denser and denser. No matter who it was, they could sense the changes in heaven and earth. It was a kind of invisible improvement. There were still 7 to 8 years left before the seal broke. On this day, a strong force came across the sky and punched the seal. It affected the entire seal, causing it to emit large streams of light. The punch was earth-shattering. The ultimate god experts were alarmed and looked over. Who attacked? The ultimate gods were shocked. It's here again. The vigorous punch came again. Compared to before, it was much more powerful. Every punch seemed to land on everyone's hearts, terrifying and terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The seal released more and more heaven and earth energy. Could it be that the God Fiend is here? It seemed like only the God Fiend from the Divine Demon Palace possessed such power. It's here, it's here. After dozens of punches, a black palace passed through space and descended. A stalwart figure walked out of the Divine Demon Palace. It was not very tall but was filled with boundless power at that moment. 8 pairs of wings spread out and black gas shrouded hundreds of millions of miles, covering the sky and the sun. Compared to the last time, the God Fiend's aura was much stronger this time and made people feel fearful. That was the combat power of a high-level ultimate god. It was even more powerful. After the God Fiend appeared, it stared at the sealed continent and made a grabbing motion in the air. A huge black hammer appeared without any warning and slammed into the seal of the new continent. Crack. After a loud noise, the seal completely collapsed. The seal formation that was supposed to completely collapse in a few years had collapsed prematurely under the God-Fiend's attack. As soon as the seal collapsed, a white line appeared. The white line appeared without warning. Boom, boom, boom. The sacred spirit world began to shake violently and engulf the entire sacred spirit world. The white line began to disappear and the sacred spirit world began to move. All the heavenly gods could sense that the sacred spirit world was gradually approaching the new continent. Boom. When the white line completely disappeared, a loud noise spread throughout the sacred spirit world and the new continent. The two continents had actually reorganized and merged at that moment. A mysterious aura rose in everyone's heart. It could not be resisted or shielded. At that moment, everyone was stunned. The continents have reorganized and merged. How is this possible? They really merged and reorganized. This is the rhythm of merging. The heavenly gods realized that the merging of continents was not a trivial matter. Lin Fei was also shocked. No wonder they came early. It must be because the merging of continents will bring about all kinds of benefits. Lin Fei had read many secrets in the secret manual and immediately realized the benefits of the merging of continents. That God-Fiend wants to reap great benefits. The continents merged. A light rose in the middle. The light lasted for a long time. 1 year, 2 years, a full 5 years. The white light disappeared completely. The moment it disappeared, an endless amount of energy swept out. Everywhere it passed, everyone felt as if they were bathed in holy light. Aha, I actually broke through. I also broke through. That's great, I'm also a supremacy. I'm an ultimate god. The energy spread. That day became a day of celebration for everyone. Chapter 32:15. The two continents had merged. Many of the Saint Spirit Domain's local forces did not know about the situation. Even though they did not know, the benefits brought by the merger had swept across the Saint Spirit Domain. All the heavenly gods were overjoyed and no longer cared about it. The heavenly gods had broken through one by one. Whether they were weak or powerful, all of them had received great help and had broken through to unimaginable realms in the past. This was a grand breakthrough event, and the entire breakthrough lasted for half a month. I can't believe there are such benefits from the merger of the continents. Yeah, I have a friend who improved by 3 small realms. What's 3 small realms? There's a third-order heavenly god kid in my big city who directly broke through to the ultimate god realm. Isn't that amazing? It's so scary. What's so scary about it? With the help of heaven and earth energy, talented experts have been greatly improved. This is the first time I felt the benefits of the merger of the continents. The continents had merged. Everyone in the Saint Spirit Domain was excited. Their breakthroughs were too fast. Those with poor talent had broken through 2 or 3 small realms while those with good talent had broken through 5 or 6 small realms. Their strength had skyrocketed. On the Sacred Body Mountain, many physique cultivation experts had broken through. For example, the 3 great ancestors had directly broken through to the 3rd-class ultimate god realm while the 10 elders had all become 1st-class ultimate gods. As for other breakthroughs, there were countless. As a sacred lord, Lin Fei could not get any improvement. Lin Fei's perfect physical body level 10 was no longer something that could be improved by mere heaven and earth energy. Ever since the prestige assist was activated, he knew that his cultivation path was no longer the same as others. He needed a massive amount of prestige assist to improve his strength. The massive amount of heaven and earth energy was directly blocked by Lin Fei's perfect physical body. The heaven and earth energy wisely left. Lin Fei was speechless. The energy of the heaven and earth was way too cunning. Didn't it just bump into a wall once? Why did it run away like that? Master, the continents have merged and the heavenly gods have broken through. Your enchanted equipment needs to be upgraded. Little Devil reminded. Lin Fei thought so too. Originally, he had planned to take it slow, but the changes brought about by the continents merger really exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. Ordinary enchanted equipment also seemed outdated. Master, that God-Fiend has condensed the 9th pair of wings. I reckon that he will be able to condense the 9th complete pair of God-Fiend wings if he fuses them again. So fast. A 3-dimensional image appeared. It was still the same place. After the God-Fiend's 8th pair of wings, a 9th pair of wings appeared. They appeared very illusory, as if they would shatter at the slightest touch. No wonder he would personally take action. Lin Fei finally understood the reason. A month after the continents merged, the white light also completely disappeared. The Saint Spirit Domain, which had seemed to have reached its end, now appeared a boundless continent. One could not even see the end of it. What was completely different from the Saint Spirit domain was that this continent seemed to be an ancient world. The mighty and massive essence beasts that were flying in unison made the formidable martial artists from the Saint Spirit domain suck in a cold breath. Essence beasts, complete big essence beast. Standing at the border, they looked at those essence beasts, not knowing what to say. The sealed continent was too terrifying. Even though their strength had increased by a large margin, they could not help but feel a trace of uneasiness. How strong would the natives of this new continent be? Roar! A roar rang out. Everyone saw more than 10 robust figures running toward the Saint Spirit domain. Yes, they were running, not flying. When they got close, they were surprised to see that those were also essence beasts. Their eyes were scarlet, full of a predatory aura. Swoosh! An ape-like essence beast leaped into the air, pouncing on a fifth-order heavenly god expert. With one bite, it bit off the heavenly god's head, grabbed the headless corpse and ate it in big bites. In the blink of an eye there was nothing left. Be careful, they will eat people. The heavenly god expert was frightened. More than 10 ape-like fellows kept pouncing. These ape-like fellows were shockingly strong, and their defense was also terrifying. The heavenly god expert's attack could not cause much damage. The essence beasts of the new continent immediately left a deep impression on everyone. Chirp! A large swarm of flying beasts appeared in the sky. They were like a dark cloud. Arriving above the heavenly god experts, they spread their wings and spat out fireballs like a meteor shower. As the fireballs fell, they smashed into the heavenly god experts. Green smoke rose and they quickly turned into flaming men. In an instant they were burned to ashes. It was unbelievably terrifying. This scene caused the heavenly god experts in the distance to tremble in fear. A group of heavenly gods actually could not block the fireballs. Traces of coldness spread through their bodies. Run! The heavenly god experts who had been watching suddenly screamed and immediately turned to run. In front of them, a large group of black shadows approached menacingly. They were all kinds of essence beasts. The moment the mighty essence beasts appeared, the heavenly god experts of the Saint Spirit world panicked. Everyone had clearly seen the scene just now. In the Saint Spirit world, there were not many essence beasts, and their strength could be suppressed. However, these essence beasts that came to their new continent were full of ferocious auras, causing them to shiver. If they still did not know how powerful they were, they deserved to die. Activate the array formation immediately. Don't go out first. Wait and see. Before figuring out the situation, everyone chose to be conservative and wait. The number of essence beasts was far beyond everyone's imagination. They were vast and boundless, covering the sky and covering half of the sky. After these essence beasts came to the new continent, they began to wreak havoc. Those heavenly gods who were slow were quickly targeted. After a wave of essence beasts, the heavenly gods were gone, leaving only a pile of bones. Cities were breached one after another. The Saint Spirit world experts tried to stop the counterattack, but it was to little avail. These essence beasts were very powerful, and after a siege they suffered heavy losses. This situation lasted for 5 years. The essence beasts ran amok. This was beyond everyone's expectations. The new continent situation was still unknown, but it was already surrounded by the essence beasts. It was really unbelievable. The ultimate gods were no longer powerful at that moment. Among these essence beasts, some of them were extremely powerful and had the combat power of a high-level ultimate god. They had killed 3 low-level ultimate gods in one go and did not take the Saint Spirit world experts seriously. The only place that was not attacked was the Beast Alliance's sacred ground. While those essence beasts were wreaking havoc in the Saint Spirit world, the new continent's experts also began to appear in the Saint Spirit world. Chapter 32:16. The meta beasts had invaded the Shengling continent. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. The new continent was actually a place where the meta beasts gathered. When the continents merged, the meta beasts swarmed in. In a short period of time, the huge Shengling continent was in the claws of the meta beasts. Even heavenly gods would die if they went up. They could hold on for a longer period of time with enchanted equipment, but it wasn't much better. Even ultimate gods couldn't fight against the meta beasts and had to retreat as they didn't have the strength to fight them. An ultimate god didn't just have to face a few meta beasts, but a huge group of them. Anyone who saw them would be afraid. In less than 10 years, the Shengling continent had become a paradise for the meta beasts. There were meta beasts everywhere and they were terrifyingly powerful. They kept attacking the big cities and destroyed the power of the formation, causing the big cities to fall one after another. The Shengling continent was miserable and desolate. Beast Alliance Sanctuary, a place that everyone was terrified of. As the meta beasts invaded the Shengling continent, the 3 experts from the Beast Alliance Sanctuary took the initiative to join the Meta Beasts. A huge palace stood in the Shengling continent. As soon as the palace appeared, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Yuan Palace. 2 very ordinary names. But under these ordinary names, there were essence beasts gathered together. What was even more unbelievable was that after the Yuan Palace was built, they released the news. Those who surrender to Yuan Palace can be spared from death. Those who don't will be killed. The time limit is 20 years. After 20 years, Yuan Palace will encircle and annihilate all the top forces. Once the news came out, everyone couldn't stay calm. Yuan Palace's tone was too overbearing. They really didn't treat the top forces in the Shengling continent as anything. Shengling continent, Yuan Palace. The 3 of you, it's been hard on you. In the huge palace there were many statues of Meta Beasts. If anyone recognized them, they would definitely be shocked by the origin of these Meta Beasts. Each of these Meta Beasts was a terrifying expert with a great reputation even after they died. It's not hard at all. This is what we should do. It's a pity that we let you down. The 3 essence beast powerhouses of the Beast Alliance sacred grounds were standing respectfully below the throne at this moment. Sitting on the throne was an essence beast with a human head and a beast body. This essence beast's entire body was golden. Even his hair and eyes were the same. The Jianghu was shining and dazzling. It was the golden war god of the elemental beasts. The Golden Battle God clan was one of the top 10 royal clans among the elemental beast clans. Although there was a certain gap between them and the 3 great elemental beast clans, they were still in existence that couldn't be ignored. The 3 essence beasts from the Saint Spirit continent didn't dare to move in front of the Golden Battle God race's royal family. A place like the Saint Spirit continent is indeed outdated. However, you guys have nurtured quite a number of juniors. You guys should still be rewarded. The Golden War God powerhouse on the throne waved his hand, and the sky full of Jianghu sprinkled down and landed on the 3 of them. The color of their skin changed and was filled with traces of gold. Their pupils also turned golden. The entire process lasted for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. "Thank you, my lord," the 3 of them said gratefully. At this moment they were completely different from before. They looked completely different. Now they were half members of the Golden Battle God race. Their bloodline had also become noble. Tell me, in the current Saint Spirit continent, is there any human power that is worthy of us recruiting? The person on the throne raised his voice. Currently, in the entire Saint Spirit continent, the most worthy of recruiting is the Sacred Body Mountain. This is because that Holy Lord Lin Fei has mastered the craftsmanship of high-end enchanted equipment. Moreover, he can mass-produce them, which is very helpful to my lord. What about the human race's enchanted equipment? They don't have any power at all. I don't think we need to rope in the Sacred Body Mountain. They only forge some ordinary enchanted equipment. They don't have the qualifications to forge high-end enchanted equipment for us. Below the throne, it wasn't just the 3 of them. There were also essence beasts of different races. All of them were arrogant and didn't treat the Sacred Body Mountain or the enchanted equipment as anything. These were all the various essence beast warriors that had attached themselves to the royal family. You guys look down on enchanted equipment, but high-level enchanted equipment isn't that easy to break through. The expert from the Golden Battle God race slammed his palm on the throne and a ripple spread out. All the essence beast warriors on the scene had a drastic change in expression. They lowered their heads and wiped their sweat continuously. Now that our Divine Beast continent and Saint Spirit continent have merged, the remaining 3 continents are the most important. In the face of the terrifying pressure of the royal family expert, everyone was well behaved. The 3 of you go and get in touch with that Lin Fei. If he is willing to join our Hall of Yuan, we can give him the qualifications to be a warrior. If he isn't willing, destroy the Sacred Body Mountain. If our Hall of Yuan can't get it, no one else can. At this moment, the eyes of the Golden Battle God race expert were filled with coldness, like a cold wind blowing on the warriors. Besides, the Sacred Body Mountain talked to the others. Our Hall of Yuan needs to replenish our strength. The Saint Spirit continent and the Divine Beast continent had merged for 30 years. Currently, the Heaven God experts in the Saint Spirit continent were living sullenly. They could only hide in the big cities and didn't dare to go out easily. Those essence beasts wandered everywhere. Every time it wasn't just one but a large group of them. The living conditions in the Saint Spirit continent had also become very bad. It was something that no one had expected. A moment ago everyone was still cheering. The next moment there was a huge change. The Saint Spirit continent was no longer the same as before. The powerful humans were suppressed by the essence beasts. Holy Lord, there are many essence beasts appearing outside. The third old ancestor had advanced to become an ultimate god. His temper was still so bad and his tone was extremely sullen. Yes, it was sullen. Originally, they had planned to bring the Imperial Guard army to kill their way into the new continent and show off their skills, but the sudden scene gave everyone quite a fright. From the clues they had gathered, everyone knew that the new continent was called the Divine Beast Continent. It was a continent controlled by the essence beasts. The humans were mercilessly suppressed and enslaved, living a life worse than death. This news had also spread throughout the Saint Spirit continent through the essence beasts. With such propaganda, the heaven god experts in the Saint Spirit continent began to panic. They were afraid of being captured and enslaved. That was an unimaginable nightmare. Should we teach them a memorable lesson? The 3 old ancestors and the 10 elders were all present. It wasn't easy for them to rise up and they didn't want to continue being sullen. In fact, Lin Fei was also caught unprepared by the situation in the Divine Beast Continent. Chapter 32:17. Saint Spirit Continent. After the merger of the two places, Saint Spirit Continent became Saint Spirit Continent. The name was different. But compared to the past, Saint Spirit Continent's overall strength was weak compared to Beast Divine Continent. The difference was huge. Beast Divine Continent's strength was superior. On a mountain peak. 2 rays of light landed on the mountain peak at almost the same time. Billions of miles away from the mountain peak was a big city. That was Palace Yuan. The 2 were dressed in human attire and looked around cautiously. After landing on the mountain peak, they retracted their aura and looked no different from ordinary people. One of the one-eyed middle-aged man waved his hand and the surrounding space fluctuated, hiding the 2 within. Looking from above, there was no one there. But in fact, the 2 were standing still. This was a high-level formation. Brother Gao, your techniques are getting stronger. The middle-aged man beside him said. The one called Brother Gao was the one-eyed middle-aged man. He laughed bitterly. Forget about my methods. Even if I had improved them, I would still be hunted down by the 10 royal clans and the 3 god clans. If I were really powerful, I would have killed them all long ago. Boundless hatred shot out from the one-eyed middle-aged man's eyes. Saint Spirit Continent is too weak. Everyone is going to be completely disappointed. The other middle-aged man laughed bitterly too. Originally, everyone was looking forward to joining forces with Saint Spirit Continent. But now, how are we going to fight against Beast Divine Continent? Bitterly, still bitterly. To the people of Beast Divine Continent, the merger of the 2 continents would bring about huge changes. But now they were going to be disappointed. Saint Spirit Continent's resistance was even weaker. Compared to them in the past, how could they defend against the attacks of the Meta Beast? No one knew better than them how terrifying the Meta Beasts were. They could see what the future would be like. But they were unwilling. No matter what, we still have to rope them in to fight against the 10 king races and 3 celestial races. Only then will we have a chance to breathe. The one-eyed expert said. Palace Yuan has spread the news. I believe many forces are going to rely on Palace Yuan. With them leading the way, the humans of Saint Spirit Continent are going to be in trouble. That's their fate. Now that we are visiting those top forces, this place will be our safe haven. Once their forces invade, we won't have any more chances. It's good to rope in some of them. The 2 of them nodded, sighed and left with a whoosh. But from the words they left behind, it was clear that they were in a very bad situation. We can't rush this matter. As the soul beasts appeared in large numbers, they covered the sky and covered the earth. Lin Fei realized that he had to increase the power and defense of his enchanted equipment. After all, Meta Beasts had the ability to greatly suppress human powerhouses in terms of defense and power. He had no choice but to improve. Fortunately, the ores of the Saint Spirit Continent were all in his hands. It was not a big problem for Lin Fei to craft a large number of enchanted equipment. You guys can hold back your anger. You can hunt Meta Beasts outside the Saint Body Mountain, but don't go up there for the time being. Also tell the guards not to worry. There will be plenty of opportunities to strike. After the 3 old ancestors and the elder left, Lin Fei smiled bitterly. My prestige will probably have to stop for a period of time. The origin beasts probably won't contribute much prestige to me. Through the system, Lin Fei could clearly see that these meta beasts were all bloodthirsty existences. Collecting prestige? What kind of joke was this? It would not be good if he could not collect prestige. Master, who said that the meta beasts can't give you prestige? As long as you are stronger than them and kill them until their blood flows like a river, I believe you will still have prestige. The little devil encouraged him with words of encouragement. This matter has to be done step by step, Lin Fei said. The meta beasts are not simple. They have thick skin and flesh. I have to craft new enchanted equipment. Imperial Workshop, as the person in charge here, Yi Muwen heaved a sigh of relief after hearing about the meta beasts' rampage. Currently, the Saint Body Mountain should be safe. Those meta beasts did not have the strength to attack. Until Lin Fei came over and left behind a blueprint. This is your mission. The continents have merged and our Saint Spirit continent is weak. I have decided to craft high-level enchanted equipment. I will definitely complete this mission. Now Mu Yuan was full of respect and worship for Lin Fei. This time I will craft an enchanted weapon and an enchanted battle armor. Lin Fei's main focus. He was clear about how strong the meta beasts were. To get rid of them, the first thing he needed was a suitable weapon. It had to be sharp. That was the key. The second was the battle armor. It had to be an invulnerable battle armor. Only then would it be able to block attacks. Heaven gods were annihilated in one move because they could not block the attacks of the meta beast. They were terrifyingly strong. How many could block them? The three old ancestors brought the guards to kill the meta beasts in the vicinity every day. Within the 2 billion radius, the Saint Body Mountain had killed countless meta beasts. At the start, they were not used to it and there were some casualties. But now, they were basically suppressing them. More or less, they had vented a lot of their anger. At the Saint Body Mountain, they could still vent their anger. Every day, many heaven god experts came to the Saint Body Mountain to seek refuge. After Hall of Yuan released the news, other forces released the same news. They were all from the major forces of the Divine Beast continent. They all said the same thing. They wanted to take in the human forces. The forces of the Saint Spirit continent were not stupid. They had heard about the situation in the Divine Beast continent. The human forces there had been wiped out. The remaining human experts were hiding and struggling to survive. As for those who joined them, they did not have a good ending. They all became slaves. These days they had been killing enthusiastically. If not for Lin Fei's orders, they would not have minded killing further to teach those fellows a lesson. Three old ancestors, how have you been? There was a loud explosion. The void exploded. 3 essence beast experts with powerful auras descended from the sky, and the 3 old ancestors immediately sensed danger. Who are you? Who we are is not important. You just need to know that we are here for no harm. It will only benefit your Saint Body Mountain. Please lead the way to your Saint Lord Lin Fei. The 3 meta beasts were the 3 old ancestors. They were here to persuade Lin Fei. Their mission was not simple. Others might not know the strength of the Saint Body Mountain, but the 3 of them did. If Hall of Yuan and other forces underestimated Lin Fei and the Saint Body Mountain, they would end up in a miserable state. This was also why they said that the Saint Body Mountain was the most valuable. Unfortunately, those people did not believe it was true. Lin Fei had started the enchantment era. The future was the same. This could not be stopped. Recruiting was a must. If you want to see the Saint Lord, you have to get through us first. Chapter 32:18. As soon as the 3 meta beasts appeared, their powerful auras came crashing down like waves. The Sacred Body Mountain's 3 ancestors had broken through to the Ultimate God realm and were at the peak of low-level Ultimate God. However, they seemed very small in front of the 3 meta beasts. High-level Ultimate God. The 3 ancestors' hearts skipped a beat as they knew about the 3 of them. It was said that they had joined a meta beast force called Yuan Palace. Who else could give them such an aura other than a high-level Ultimate God? Let them in. Sacred Lord Lin Fei's voice sounded in his ears at this moment. Follow us. The Grand Ancestor said in a neutral tone. Sacred Body Mountain, the highest level. That was where the Sacred Lord lived. Every level of the Sacred Body Mountain had been developed and the people who lived on each level had different statuses. The 3 meta beasts swaggered up to the highest level of the Sacred Body Mountain and checked the layout of the Sacred Body Mountain. However, they could not see anything nor did they sense any strong aura. They were relieved. At least for now, no one could subdue the Sacred Body Mountain. There was still hope for the 3 of them to represent Yuan Palace. Yuan Palace needed Sacred Lord Lin Fei's enchantment skills as well as the method of mass production because the meta beasts also needed enchantment equipment. Who did not want to become stronger? Yuan Palace was the same. They must recruit Lin Fei this time. The 3 meta beasts walked into the palace of the Sacred Body Mountain. They saw Lin Fei sitting in the seat of honor. Lin Fei's aura was not strong and was almost the same as before. There was not even a dangerous aura. The 3 meta beasts secretly felt relieved. In fact, they did not treat Lin Fei as an opponent on the same level as them. The fact that the 3 of them came to the Sacred Body Mountain meant that they thought highly of Lin Fei. Sacred Lord Lin Fei, we are representing Yuan Palace to invite you to join us. As long as you're willing, Yuan Palace will give you a position as a general, said one of the meta beasts with a lion's body and a human face. He went straight to the point. Maybe you don't know how powerful Palace Yuan is. I can explain it to you. Another white tiger meta beast expert said, Yuan Palace was established by the Golden War God clan, one of the top 10 royal clans. In the Beast God continent, there are only 10 royal clans. Each of them is an overlord. If you join Yuan Palace, you will have the support of the royal clans. That's right. Right now, it's the world of the soul beasts and the human race is on the decline. Holy Lord Lin Fei, you should know what to choose. You only have one chance like this. If you miss it, you won't have another chance like this. You might even be turned to ashes. The last soul beast expert with a dragon head said. Two of them were talking about their backgrounds, while the other was threatening him in disguise. In order to get Lin Fei to bring the Sacred Body Mountain into the alliance, they were finally willing to negotiate. He was just a sacred lord. They would not have come if not for the Sacred Body Mountain's importance. Defeating an ordinary low-level ultimate god was not a good idea. They could kill low-level ultimate gods as easily as killing chickens and ducks. The two continents merged. Although Lin Fei had yet to go out, he still knew some things such as the top 10 royal clans and the 3 great holy lords. Palace Yuan was established by the Golden War God clan of the top 10 royal clans and had a powerful background. You want me to join just like that? You must be dreaming. That's it? No more benefits? I'll pass. Lin Fei shook his head in a serious manner. Benefits? The 3 meta beasts seemed to have heard the most ridiculous sentence in their lives. The meaning of the Golden Battle God clan, one of the 10 royal clans, could only be described as benefits. They really felt that there was something wrong with Lin Fei's brain. You want benefits? The white tiger meta beast expert said in a deep voice as boundless coercion swept out. He stared straight at Lin Fei. Who do you think you are? The white tiger meta beast expert had a bad temper. Asking for benefits? I really don't know what you're thinking. Why don't you take a look at yourself first? Holy Lord Lin Fei, we're here because we think highly of you. I hope you can consider it carefully. There are only benefits for you to join Palace Yuan. The dragon-headed meta beast expert said with a smile. If I were you, I'd definitely choose to join Palace Yuan. The 3 of them looked as though they had already defeated Lin Fei. In such a place, no one had the ability to compete with them. Lin Fei? He relied on enchantment treasures and his strength was only SOSO. Even a special plundering technique would not be able to affect their life energy. They had reached an extremely deep level of control over their life energy. Anyone who wanted to plunder their energy would not be able to absorb it as easily as they wanted to. Lin Fei laughed. There's no benefit. You want Saint Body Mountain to rely on Palace Yuan? What a joke. If Palace Yuan is willing to rely on Saint Body Mountain, I can give him an elder position. What do you think? At that moment, the 3 meta beast experts were furious. Looking down on Hall Yuan was also looking down on them. The 3 of them were high-level ultimate gods. They were here because they thought highly of Lin Fei. Although Sacred Body Mountain had previously set off an enchantment era in the Saint Spirit domain, in just 1,000 years they had improved the human clan's strength. However, in the eyes of the 3 of them, it was just child's play. Even with enchantment treasures, the human clan experts were as vulnerable as ants in front of the merged Divine Beast continent. The human clan in the Divine Spirit continent would soon have to flee or even become slaves. It was only a matter of time. Lin Fei's disregard for the 3 of them naturally made the 3 meta beast experts uncomfortable. Moreover, it was time for the meta beast clan to rule the world. In that case, you're going to reject Palace Yuan's good intentions. The 3 of them had a murderous look in their eyes. Lin Fei was completely unaffected by the high-level ultimate god's pressure. Why do you want to fight? Lin Fei stood up. He did not have a tall body, but for some reason he looked very tall and talked with a smile on his face. The 3 meta beast experts also laughed. Lin Fei dared to talk to them like that. He really did not know his place. Haha, Lin Fei, we're not laughing at you. I can poke you to death with just one finger. The white tiger meta beast expert laughed. Lin Fei had a lot of resentment towards the 3 of them. Coming to recruit me? Lin Fei would not take it seriously. Moreover, it was not the time for the human clan to be in charge. Is that so? Come and try. Lin Fei smiled. However, that smile was full of mockery in the eyes of the 3 meta beast experts. Now that his perfect physical body had reached the perfect realm, Lin Fei did not take a mere high-level ultimate god seriously. Since the 3 of them finally came, he did not want to miss the opportunity. What if you can't poke me to death? Lin Fei smiled. Impossible. You're just a little guy and you want to scare me? The white tiger meta beast expert said angrily. If I can't poke you to death, I'll promise you one thing. Deal. Chapter 32:19. Lin Fei wanted to recruit these 3 meta beast experts. The Sacred Body Mountain needed experts. Although there were all kinds of enchanted equipment and the grand old ancestor's strength had improved rapidly, they were still far behind the mainstream meta beast experts. Lin Fei planned to recruit a few experts to hold the fort. The 3 in front of him were undoubtedly suitable. With the meta beast experts, Lin Fei could leave the Sacred Body Mountain and head to the Beast Divine continent to explore this mysterious continent to find out what was so powerful about it. For example, the powerful royal clan and divine clan could actually suppress the human clan, which had always been known for producing experts. That was definitely something to be curious about. Lin Fei wanted to go out and see it no matter what. He originally planned to go, but since the 3 meta beast experts were there, Lin Fei would not stand on ceremony. Haha, I can't believe you said that. What if you lose? The white tiger meta beast expert laughed. I'll do whatever you want me to do. What do you think? Lin Fei smiled. Are you satisfied now? The 3 meta beast experts laughed when they heard that. Defeating Lin Fei was just a piece of cake. Losing to Lin Fei? That was impossible. He could still defeat Lin Fei even with his eyes closed. That was his confidence as a high-level ultimate god. I'll go first. The white tiger meta beast expert could not wait to teach Lin Fei a lesson. No problem. Lin Fei smiled and pointed at his chest. Come here. Let me see what a high-level ultimate god strength is like. Keep bragging. The white tiger meta beast expert had never seen such an arrogant guy. He threw a punch straight at him. Tiger silhouettes filled the sky with a punch. Each of them was filled with a bloodthirsty aura. That was the strength of a high-level ultimate god. That punch was not an ordinary attack. The void in front of Lin Fei kept collapsing. Waves of tiger roars hit his body and crushed his flesh and cells on the spot. It was extremely overbearing. Lin Fei quietly felt the power of a high-level ultimate god. Not bad at all. If he didn't have a perfect physical body, his heaven-defying 12th layer tyrant body would have completely collapsed under his opponent's attack. The huge fist shadow instantly landed on Lin Fei's body. An overbearing, devouring power erupted from the fist light. You know how to devour, I also know how to devour. Aha, you don't know, right? The white tiger essence beast expert laughed and said, I just don't know who is stronger. Lin Fei said lazily, a high-level ultimate god isn't as powerful as I thought. What a failure. With a light flick of his finger, the surrounding white tiger phantoms all disappeared with a buzz. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. You've lost. At that moment, Lin Fei's physical body was in perfect condition and did not look injured at all. That was a punch from a high-level ultimate god. You're fine. The white tiger essence beast expert's eyes widened. He did not manage to kill his opponent. His opponent had taken his punch head-on and he could even feel his power invading his opponent's body and destroying it. However, his opponent managed to block it. Of course I'm fine, but you've lost. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed. A jingguang appeared in the void with the word, slave, flashing in the jingguang. Now fulfill your promise. The white tiger essence beast expert sensed something bad was about to happen as soon as the jingguang appeared. You're courting death. Bang bang bang. More than a dozen punches were thrown out and turned into a series of afterimages as they all landed on Lin Fei's body. The space around him instantly collapsed and turned into a black hole. A large amount of primordial destruction force poured in. A high-level ultimate god could use primordial destruction force to deal with the enemy. The white tiger essence beast was able to do that. Under the double attack, Lin Fei would not be able to withstand it. After the initial shock, the dragon-headed and lion-headed elemental beasts returned to normal. He must have used some kind of enchanted treasure to block the attack. So what? Could he block the white tiger's attack when it was enraged? The white tiger essence beast was in its original form. Unfortunately, it was not a holy beast and only had a trace of its bloodline. The primordial destruction force and the white tiger essence beast's power interweaved together. The power that could tear apart any attack was instantly rendered useless. A jingguang flew out. Don't come over. The jingguang turned into a stream of light as soon as it came out. A large number of white tigers appeared around the white tiger essence beast and formed a barrier. However, it still could not stop the jingguang's invasion, which directly invaded its mind. In an instant it could not move at all. Lin Fei, what did you do to Brother White? The lion-headed essence beast was shocked. It couldn't even block the jingguang. What kind of evil thing was that? I didn't do anything. It's just a taming talisman. You guys have one too. Don't be anxious. Lin Fei came out from the primordial destruction force. With a flick of his finger, 2 Jingguang flew over. The 2 essence beasts were about to vomit blood. We didn't bet with you. Please don't implicate us. The 2 Jingguang flew over. Their attacks were unable to stop it. They could only watch helplessly as it flew into the center of their eyebrows. They were also unable to move. 2 billion reputation for one. It really isn't cheap. This was exchanged from the reputation store. It was specially used to tame essence beasts. Both the main body and the clone could control it together. 2 billion reputation wasn't a small amount. For them, Lin Fei had put in a lot of money. Now it seemed that his gains were not bad. In less than 10 breaths of time, they opened their eyes again. Their eyes were filled with anger. However, they took the initiative to shout, "Master!" These 2 words made them go crazy. They knew they were being controlled by the other party. They couldn't even commit suicide. There's no need to struggle. Work hard for me and you'll be rewarded. Of course, you can choose not to work for me and I'll immediately destroy you. Oh yes, and your main body too. Lin Fei said with a smile. Main body? The 3 essence beasts' expressions immediately changed. Their main body was also in the same situation. It was far beyond their imagination to be controlled just like that. Now, are you willing to give it a try? Lin Fei smiled. The 3 of them shook their heads desperately. As high-level ultimate god experts, they had seen all kinds of danger. However, it was their first time encountering something like Lin Fei's method. It was terrifying. If they had known that Lin Fei was so terrifying, they would not have come even if they were beaten to death. Now he had been dragged into this. His life and death were no longer in his hands. He was unwilling, truly unwilling. Would they be destroyed together? That would really be death. Both their main body and clone would be destroyed. How many people had such a killer move? Perhaps only the 3 celestial clans had mastered it. Even the royal clans might not have the ability to do so. However, Lin Fei had it. That was the most terrifying enemy. Chapter 32:20. The 3 meta-beast experts were completely convinced. They had to be. It was a matter of life and death. Who had the ability to control both the clone and the original body at the same time? At that moment, the 3 of them could not muster up any thoughts of resistance. There seemed to be a special existence in their minds that was monitoring them all the time. Tell me about what you know. Lin Fei sat on the throne and said. How could the 3 origin beasts dare to say no? They immediately told him everything they knew, including what they had heard. They did not dare to hold anything back. With the words of the 3 of them, Lin Fei combined the information he had gathered and gained a deeper understanding of the situation. No wonder other than Palace Yuan from the Beast Divine continent, the other royal family forces didn't come. It turns out that Palace Yuan is the weakest force. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. The reason was hard to accept. The Shengling continent was not worth competing with in their eyes. As the weakest force, Palace Yuan had paid a huge price to take over the place. Compared to the price they paid, the harvest was quite good. As for recruiting Sacred Body Mountain, it was to prevent any accidents. Although the royal family did not intervene, who could guarantee that they would not intervene privately? If they were roped in, it would be a great loss to Palace Yuan. You said that the 10 great royal clans and the 3 great divine clans are focused on the divine tomb? So, Palace Yuan has not launched a large-scale attack? Lin Fei asked curiously. Ever since the 2 continents merged, there was a Shengling continent and a divine beast continent. Everything was very peaceful. It turned out there was such a thing. This divine tomb was left behind by a peak ultimate god. It was said that this person had tried to break through to a very high realm. Unfortunately, he did not. He was also a top-notch expert and left behind many treasures and secret manuals. Lin Fei listened carefully. A divine tomb built by a peak ultimate god is quite interesting. It's worth exploring together with the 10 great royal clans and the 3 great divine clans. I guess there's something good inside. Maybe the experts from Yuanmia world will go there too. Lin Fei could not help but think. The 3 essence beast experts were not always in the divine beast continent, so what they knew was limited. This was all internal information. He was already very satisfied with Lin Fei. The 3 of you can go back. There's no need to expose anything for now. Anyway, if there's any movement in Yuan Palace, you can inform me immediately. Also, there's the change in Beast Divine Continent. After sending the 3 meta beasts away, Lin Fei began to ponder. Yuan Palace is only the weakest among the 10 royal families. Their overall strength is very strong. I have to set up the Holy Body Mountain again. No matter what, I have to build an impregnable kingdom. With hundreds of billions of reputation points, Lin Fei could indeed set up the Sage Body Mountain without any scruples. Lin Fei then set up 3 passive skills on the Sacred Body Mountain. These 3 passive skills were very overbearing. Compared to the previous skills, they were much more powerful. Attack Diversion. All attacks on the Saint Physique Mountain's barrier would be deflected 100% of the time. As for where it would land, no one would know. The second was the Heavenly Protection. Previously, there was a Divine Guardian. This heavenly protection was of a higher level. It could absorb the energy of heaven and earth. Most importantly, it could absorb destructive energy to form an unbelievably strong defense. This cost 10 billion reputation points. The third was Wireless Transmission. This cost 30 billion reputation points. It could absorb destructive energy to act as the pillar of the Sacred Body Mountain's formation. It could even be the source of attack power. Especially the last one, that was the real good stuff. The primordial destruction energy was vast, and it was not easy to absorb and use it. 30 billion primordial destruction energy could only be used for a short 100 years. With these 3 skills, 50 billion reputation points were gone. To be at ease, Lin Fei could only grit his teeth and accept it. Now, with the 3 passive skills, the Sacred Body Mountain was as stable as Mount Tai. Even if the experts from Yuan Palace attacked, they wouldn't be able to break through. Unless they could break through the destructive energy. Lin Fei was prepared to go out and gain prestige. Without prestige, Lin Fei didn't have much confidence. Especially since the second beast Divine Continent was ruled by meta beasts. This was only the second one. Would the remaining 3 be even more terrifying? The answer was definite. Lin Fei had to accumulate and accumulate. For example, to make his physical body stronger. If one perfect physical body wasn't enough, he would have to add a few more. One by one he would have to become stronger. Or even other skills. For example, attack transfer. This passive skill was much more expensive to use on his body than on the Sacred Body Mountain. Even if Lin Fei had some wealth, he couldn't bear the price of such a skill. It was just too expensive. The series of numbers were terrifying. After arranging things, Lin Fei set off alone. Under space change, Lin Fei turned into a space and left the Sacred Body Mountain silently. After leaving the Sacred Body Mountain for a long distance, meta beasts surged in. Some were in groups, some were alone. Their ferocious auras were terrifying. The bustling Saint Spirit domain had totally changed with the influx of meta beasts. Those cities had been famous in the past, but now they were all occupied by origin beast powerhouses. Many of the cities had directly turned into ruins, becoming desolate and uninhabited. Lin Fei shook his head as he walked. I started the enchantment great era and increased their strength, but in the face of meta beasts, they are still defenseless. Meta beasts were more powerful than he had imagined. Another large city was being attacked by hundreds of thousands of essence beasts. That part of the sky became dark and oppressive. The city's defensive array formation couldn't hold on any longer. In the huge city, all the experts' faces were ashen. A large number of meta beasts gathered together, and they could use some annihilation power. For example, the annihilation power was constantly attacking the array formation outside the city. This was also the reason why the city couldn't hold on. In the face of such high-level energy, who could resist it? It's over, it's over. If we had known, we would have left. It hasn't even been a month. The array formation is broken. We're dead. They're too powerful. We're not their match at all. Isn't it just death? Before I die, I'll drag them down with me. I'll kill as many as they come. We're hot-blooded too. In the city, all the heavenly god experts were in despair. Many large cities had been destroyed by the attacks of these soul beasts. At this moment, a gigantic hand appeared in the sky and slammed down with a simple palm. Those heavenly gods who were in despair saw a scene that they couldn't believe in their entire lives. The meta beasts that even godly venerables had to retreat temporarily began to crumble under that palm and turned into clouds of blood mist. The sky that covered the sky also returned to normal. A big shot has made a move. Haha, we don't have to die. We humans also have experts. I'm from Tianxia City. I'm here to rescue you. Chapter 32:21. Lin Fei didn't use his full strength. Although hundreds of thousands of meta beasts were powerful and could destroy a big city, it was nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. It wasn't worth it to use his full strength. After killing the meta beasts, Lin Fei didn't forget to raise the existence of a certain force. Tianxia City was one of them. Lin Fei believed that Yuan Palace would definitely bear a grudge against Tianxia City. Just thinking about it made him excited. Killing hundreds of thousands of meta beasts was a piece of cake. Since Lin Fei had taken action, he didn't mind making Qianxia City a scapegoat. The number of living beasts controlled by Yuan Palace was more than what Lin Fei had expected. Along the way, Lin Fei had attacked 6 times and killed 2 million living beasts. Lin Fei didn't know how much this number was a loss to Yuan Palace, but at least Yuan Palace would remember Qianxia City. In fact, Yuan Palace really bore a grudge against Qianxia City. 2 million meta beasts were considered a huge loss. Qianxia City's days in Divine Beast Continent weren't good. The Golden War God race issued a wanted order for Qianxia City, which brought them a huge loss. Half a month later, Lin Fei stepped into Divine Beast Continent. The heaven and earth energy in both continents were exactly the same, maintaining a stable 0 point. As soon as he stepped into Divine Beast Continent, Lin Fei saw darkness everywhere. There was no doubt that these were meta beasts. The entire Divine Beast Continent was filled with a large amount of meta beasts' aura. Lin Fei had been hiding. What was different from the Saint Spirit Continent was that the Divine Beast Continent didn't have any signs of any big cities. There weren't any traces of the human race either. The continent was truly ruled by the Soul Beast. The meta beasts here were extremely powerful. Along the way, he saw countless Hierarch Realm meta beasts, which far exceeded the total number of Holy Spirit Continent. Crushed, completely crushed. Lin Fei finally understood why the human race had been defeated. There was strength in numbers. It was impossible for humans to not be defeated. Divine Beast Continent was huge. It was the size of 5 Holy Spirit continents. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He looked around and didn't reveal himself. The Beast Divine Continent is indeed the world of Yuan beasts. I've been here for almost a year, but I haven't met a single human. Their days are really not good. What was the concept of not meeting a single person in a year? This was enough to prove that the human race wasn't having a good time. It was no different from struggling at death's door. If not for the fact that the God's tomb is about to open, the essence beasts of the 10 royal races would have probably snuck into the Saint Spirit Continent. Lin Fei shook his head and continued forward. After a year, they had yet to reach the center of the Divine Beast Continent. But along the way they met 2 soul beast experts from the royal clans. One was from the Beeman royal clan, and the other was from the Giant royal clan. These 2 royal clans were extraordinarily powerful. The bodies of these 2 royal clans were ridiculously strong. Even if Lin Fei didn't make a move, he understood why they were qualified to be a member of the 10 great royal clans. They indeed had the confidence. Even low-level ultimate gods could not break through the defense of those royal clan essence beasts. The Beeman royal clan and the Giant royal clan were tall. They did not live in big cities, but instead lived in tribes with the earth as their bed and the sky as their blanket. A year and a half later, Lin Fei had met 7 of the 10 great royal clans. There were indeed many experts. Any one of the royal clans could crush the top forces in the Saint Spirit Continent. There were a total of 10 such forces in the Divine Beast Continent, not to mention the 3 great royal clans. Lin Fei had also figured out the 3 great royal clans. They all had at least 1 peak ultimate god in their ranks. The 10 great royal clans were a step behind as they all had high-level ultimate gods in their ranks. It would be difficult for them to produce a peak ultimate god. In other words, the Divine Beast Continent had at least 3 peak ultimate gods. They were also rumored to be level 10 ultimate gods. Master, the God's tomb should be opening up ahead. For more than a year, Lin Fei had caught many powerful meta beasts and figured out the exact location of the God's tomb. When he found out the location, Lin Fei was stunned. Compared to the Saint Spirit Continent's complicated secrets, the Beast Divine Continent's God's tomb's location was known by the entire Divine Beast Continent. It was a very remote place and almost no one visited it. Pay 1 billion reputation points in exchange for the advanced disguise technique. The Divine Beast Continent was almost done admiring the place. Next, it was time for Lin Fei to gain reputation. It was time to gain reputation. Lin Fei had long prepared how to gain reputation in the Divine Beast Continent. The opening of the God's tomb of a peak ultimate god was the best time to gain reputation. Wah wah wah. Advanced disguise technique. It was used for disguise. Lin Fei revealed himself and his body suddenly squirmed as his muscles began to change. Within the forest, a group of demonic beasts dashed out and bared their sharp fangs. They had more or less inherited the bloodline of the soul beast. Therefore, compared to the Saint Spirit Continent, they were a notch larger in terms of size and strength. They looked even more ferocious. When they were about to approach Lin Fei, a ferocious aura swept across them. They were so scared that they crawled on the ground and shivered. In a short time, Lin Fei had finished disguising himself. I'm also a meta beast now. A mirror appeared in front of him. The Lin Fei in the mirror did not change much. He would not like to have an animal's head. Fortunately, there were many special races in the Divine Beast continent. For example, the barbarian race. This race looked similar to humans except for the aura they exuded. It was a chaotic aura. The barbarian race was not a big race in the Divine Beast continent. They could not even become a warrior. In the Divine Beast continent, warriors were below the royalty. These warriors had great influence. If a race could produce a champion, then that race would be able to develop for a very long time. I'm quite satisfied with this appearance. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this appearance. Other than the barbarian aura, he did not have any human aura. His appearance had changed slightly, and it was hard to associate him with Lin Fei's identity. Now that I have an identity, I can set off. Lin Fei waved his hand and these beasts turned into dried corpses. As a barbarian, I need a suitable mount if I want to be high profile. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He was here to raise his reputation. How could he not have a cool mount? As a member of the barbarian race, he more or less knew about the situation. Every barbarian was arrogant and unruly. It was said that there were many jokes about the barbarian race in the Divine Beast continent. For example, overestimating one's capabilities. While Lin Fei was thinking about how to get a cool mount, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. A red light appeared in the sky. At the same time, a blazing heat swept across. That looks like Huofeng. Chapter 32:22. On the way to the Divine Tomb. Following the news that the Divine Tomb was about to open, countless meta beasts rushed over. It was a place left behind by a peak ultimate god. Anything left behind inside was a priceless treasure. Anyone who could obtain one would soar to the sky. Meng Shan was a general of the Night Demon clan, one of the 10 royal clans. That's right, Meng Shan was a general of the royal clan. His identity was amazing as he could do whatever he wanted in the Beast Divine continent as long as he did not offend those powerful generals. The Meng Mountain battle generals were ranked around the middle level among the battle generals. They were neither high nor low and their influence was just average. Sir, I heard that the 10 royal clans and the 3 divine clans have all gone to the Divine Tomb this time. It's said that there's a chance of entering the 7th floor. In the distance there was a majestic and eye-catching team. General Meng Shan was sitting on a flying Huofeng. Huofeng's whole body was flowing with flames as it spread its wings that were 100 feet long. Wherever Huofeng passed, it left a red flame as it released an endless high temperature, instantly turning the place into a high-temperature zone. The 7th floor. Maybe I can go in and have a look. The Meng Mountain battle general thought happily. I want your Huofeng. If you know what's good for you, get lost or I'll destroy you. While General Meng Shan was thinking about the harvest after entering the Divine Tomb, a voice came out of nowhere. A young man appeared in the sky in front of them without warning. General Meng Shan smiled when he saw him. Haha, so it's a barbarian. General Meng Shan laughed and patted Huofeng under him. Burn him to death. Huofeng was also an arrogant person. He dared to ignore him in front of him. Huofeng flapped her wings and drew out a wave of flames like an endless ocean that rolled towards the barbarian. The vast sky turned into a sea of fire. The flames released by Huofeng were extremely terrifying and could easily burn a heavenly god expert to death and severely injure a low-level ultimate god. Even a high-level ultimate god would have to be careful. Who asked Huofeng to be ranked in the top 20 of the Divine Beast continent's fire elemental beasts? It was impossible for her not to be terrifying. My lord, the barbarians are just a bunch of blind guys. They actually dared to come out and rob us. I'm going to die of laughter. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. The subordinate behind him laughed. General Meng Shan also laughed heartily. Now I believe that the barbarians are a group of brainless fellows. The sky was filled with crackling sounds as the blazing flames swept over. It was a reaction brought about by the extreme temperature. At this moment, a hand reached out from the flames. It opened its fingers and grabbed at the Meng Shan general. No one believes my words. A faint voice came from the flames. Huofeng dashed out with her wings covered in flames and slashed at the arm like a knife. The arm was indifferent under the attack of the terrifying high temperature and grabbed at the Meng Shan general at a steady pace. Not bad. You can actually withstand Huofeng's attack. Interesting. General Meng Shan grabbed a saber and made hundreds of slashes in an instant. Each slash was aimed at a different direction of the arm. It was 100 consecutive slash. It was very difficult to resist. Even if the first slash was blocked, the second, third, and fourth slash would not be able to be blocked. Ding, ding, ding. Meng Shan battle general's killing move landed on the attacking arm, producing clanking sounds. If one looked carefully, the moment the saber light landed on the arm, it was instantly bounced off. Every attack was the same, exactly the same. My lord, let's go. The 100 consecutive slashes did not even budge the arm at all. The subordinate behind him exclaimed. General Meng Shan's facial expression changed slightly. Huofeng, let's work together and break his claws. As one of the battle generals of the Night Devil race in the Divine Beast continent, General Meng Shan was not a coward. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sit in the position of a battle general. After all, every battle general had walked out of the sea of blood. Merge. The Meng Shan general gave a loud roar. The fiery phoenix beneath him transformed into a ball of flame and attached itself to his body, forming a special fiery red armor. General Meng Shan's aura realm skyrocketed the moment they merged. He had broken through from low-level ultimate god to mid-level ultimate god with the strength of a level 6 ultimate god. Kill. 100 consecutive slashes. One slash after another, the power of the slash increased greatly, and at the same time, it was accompanied by a flame attack. It was on a completely different level compared to the previous attack power. The arm was still slowly grabbing at him. All the attacks that landed on his body were bounced off. General Meng Shan tried a dozen different attacks but still could not stop it. What the hell? Who the hell is this? It was too scary that his attacks could not break through the defense of an arm. Let's go. At that moment there was no more hesitation. He turned around and ran, turning into a red stream of light. The arm suddenly sped up and grabbed General Meng Shan with a swoosh. How dare you catch me? Huofeng, burn this arm for me. A terrifying high temperature covered the arm but could not penetrate it, as if it was blocked by something. Master, it's not working. His defense is too strong. Huofeng panicked. My flames can't affect him. Crack. A force came from the arm. The powerful body of the Meng Mountain General made cracking noises. It hurts. Ah, Master, I feel terrible too. Stop. General Meng Shan could not take it when the other party tightened his grip. It was the same for Huofeng. Hurry up and save Master. His subordinates panicked and rushed over. The arm suddenly swept past them. The general of Meng Mountain saw his subordinates explode one by one. In an instant, not a single one was left. His subordinates could unleash the strength of a low-level ultimate god. Even human experts could not easily tear through their defense. However, they could not withstand a light sweep of the arm. General Meng Shan's hair stood on end. Since when did the barbarians have such an expert? Why did they not know about it? It was ridiculous. The barbarians had never had any experts. Even if there were, they would at most have the strength of a mid-level ultimate god. Moreover, they did not live long. They were all killed by themselves. Separate. The power of the arm surged over again. Meng Shan's war general could no longer withstand it, and his corporeal body crumbled. The fire phoenix was the same. Her body split apart, transforming back into the fire phoenix to escape. In the end, another hand grabbed over, and the fire phoenix let out a miserable cry as it was grabbed. I'm in a good mood this time. I only want your Huofeng. Get lost. Battle General Meng Shan only felt a surge of power assaulting him. It was unbelievably turbulent, shattering his corporeal body over and over again. When he finally stabilized his body, he discovered that he had left his previous position, and his entire person was extremely weak. Chapter 32-23. Meng Shan's general's fear plus 10,000. Huofeng's fear plus 10,000. The robber was none other than Lin Fei. After seeing the fire phoenix, he decided to make a move. It was red and fiery, just right for him. Just one arm was enough to make Meng Shan's general feel fear and walk on the edge of death. Hey, it's digitized. I don't think it was there before. What's going on? Lin Fei was shocked and surprised. Every time he obtained prestige before, it contained all kinds of content. Lin Fei had no idea what kind of prestige it was, but he knew it was very comprehensive. At that moment, he felt strange when he saw Meng Shan's general and Huofeng's fear toward him. It turned out that fear could also be a part of prestige. In that case, was happiness, worship, and so on also a part of prestige? Master, didn't you suspect that I'm tarnishing your prestige? So, I've digitized it for you, said the little devil. This way you'll know how much prestige I've gained. Am I good? The little devil showed off its cleverness, which was rare. Lin Fei was stunned. That works too. Of course, why can't it? The little devil said, prestige includes all kinds of emotions such as gratitude, fear, hatred, and so on. That's why it's called prestige. Lin Fei thought it made sense. By the way, Master, the system automatically paid you 1 billion prestige points in order to digitize it. I'm letting you know in advance in case you don't know. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. You're really evil? Senior, don't kill me. Huofeng was caught and brought in front of a young man. The ordinary-looking young man gave her a great deal of fear and uneasiness. He was someone who could easily crush her to death. Even her master, Meng Shan's general, was beaten half to death. Her flames could not threaten the young man in front of her. Huofeng was not a fool. She immediately realized she had met an expert and began to beg for mercy. Only a high-level ultimate god would be able to withstand his flame breath. In the Beast Divine continent, it was easy to become a low-level and mid-level ultimate god, but it was not easy to become a high-level ultimate god. It was a threshold. His master was currently a fourth-class ultimate god among the mid-level ultimate gods. In front of such an expert, Huofeng did not dare to utter a word. If she angered the other party could kill her with just a finger. Huofeng immediately chose to be obedient. Not bad, you're very obedient. Recently I've been lacking a mount. As long as you're obedient, maybe I'll find you a female Huofeng if I'm in a good mood. That way you won't be lonely. Lin Fei smiled. It would be best if Huofeng was tactful. Senior, you've made the right choice by choosing me as your mount. I admire those strong warriors the most. What are the Ming mountain generals? In Senior's eyes, they are not even worth a finger. Huofeng catered to Lin Fei like a lackey. In the Beast Divine continent, this kind of situation was normal. The weak worship the strong. This was vividly displayed in the Beast Divine continent. Take me to the Divine Tomb. Lin Fei stood on Huofeng. He had to admit that Huofeng was extremely fast. Her fiery red figure was like a stream of light. It was hard not to be eye-catching. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was thinking about something. The Beast Divine continent is really a strange place. Meta beasts can actually fuse with each other. After fusing, their strength will skyrocket. It's really incredible. Lin Fei was still recalling the scene just now. He had always been curious as to why the human experts in the Beast Divine continent were so miserably abused. Now he finally understood. Meta beasts could fuse with each other and their strength and defense would be greatly improved. It was normal for the humans to be not weak. Little Devil, is there a skill similar to the fusion between meta beasts in the mall? Lin Fei asked Little Devil. He came to the Beast Divine continent to build up his reputation. If he could, he did not want to reveal too much about himself. It would be more meaningful for him to use his identity as a barbarian to continuously gain prestige. Master, wait a moment. I'll screen it for you right away. Little Devil immediately began to search. He soon found the answer. Master, I found a total of 3 skills that are similar to Soul Beast Fusion. The first is the Beast Soul skill, which can be used to fuse with any beast, but its power is average. The second is Beast Armor Fusion, which can increase defense and attack power. The third is Magical Beast Transformation, which is even more powerful than the previous 2 skills. Once used, you can transform into a top-notch soul beast and possess powerful combat strength. Lin Fei was quite happy to hear that there were 3 skills. The first 2 sounded ordinary, but he was immediately interested when he heard about the third skill. Magical Beast Transformation, what's the price of this? A top-notch meta beast was exciting to hear. The first level of Magical Beast Transformation only needs 50 billion reputation points. When used, one will have the strength of a mid-level ultimate god. Lin Fei blinked and was speechless. 50 billion reputation points for the first level of Magical Beast Transformation. The strength I can transform into is only a mid-level ultimate god. It's not even as strong as my own body. Lin Fei did not want to exchange for it anymore. Master, this is the first level. It's already very powerful and is the most suitable disguise for Master. Little Devil introduced. The most suitable disguise. Those words convinced Lin Fei. Lin Fei really needed a disguise in a place like the Beast Divine continent. Humans were not popular here. As for Lin Fei's public appearance, there was only killing and more killing. That was not in line with Lin Fei's plan. The more people there were, the more prestige there would be. As for killing, forget it. Alright, you've convinced me. Are you sure this Magical Beast Transformation is suitable in a place like this? Won't I be suspected? I don't want to become a gold ingot in everyone's eyes. Lin Fei was really worried about that. Don't worry, Master. The Magical Beast Transformation is not beyond the realm of Meta Beast Fusion. It's just more powerful and more complete. They will only think that Master is a genius or that you got lucky and obtained it somewhere. After all, there are still 3 continents that have not been unsealed. It's not certain that it will be passed down. Lin Fei listened to Little Devil's words and felt that it made sense. It seemed like there was really nothing to worry about. Then I'll exchange for the first level. Pay 50 billion reputation points. successfully obtained the first level of magical beast transformation. A Jingguang entered Lin Fei's mind and turned into a large amount of information. It was the first level of magical beast transformation. In the next second, Lin Fei's eyes widened. *CK, this is too awesome. Lin Fei came back to his senses and let out a long roar that almost scared Huofeng to the ground. Magical beast transformation, first level, red-eyed diamond. A strength-type meta-beast. It was very much in line with Lin Fei's expectations for the first level of magical beast transformation. Most importantly, he could display his strength as much as he wanted and didn't have to worry about anything. He was the strongest now. Chapter 32-24. The Divine Tomb. That was the name of the Divine Tomb. It was not a formal name, but it had a great influence in the Divine Beast continent. At that time, it was well known throughout the Divine Beast continent and everyone knew about it. Thousands of years after the death of the Divine Tomb expert, the Divine Tomb of the Divine Tomb appeared. It was a divine tomb that was accidentally discovered. After a long time, the Divine Tomb of the Divine Tomb had opened the first 6 layers and no one could break through the 7th layer. Every time the Divine Tomb closed and opened again, everything inside would return to normal. That became a big danger in the Divine Tomb. Every time the Divine Tomb would return to its original state, it would still be a great threat to everyone even if they knew the path. Everyone knew the dangers of the Divine Tomb. Every time it opened, the soul beast experts from the Divine Beast continent would flock there. In the face of absolute benefits, a mere sacrifice was nothing. Master, the Divine Tomb left by the Divine Tomb expert is in front. The Fire Phoenix is extremely well behaved now. Along the way he told them everything he knew. Even if it was just some hearsay, he didn't hide anything. She was a chatterbox. Lin Fei commented on Huofeng. For Lin Fei, who did not know much about the situation in the Divine Beast continent, it was good to have such a chatterbox. At least he could get a general idea of the Divine Beast continent. We can't continue flying. Huofeng said, there's a no-fly zone in front. The 10 royal clans and the 3 divine clans control that area. Anyone who trespasses will be killed without mercy. That's quite domineering. Lin Fei stood up from the phoenix's back and looked at the buildings in front of him, especially the looming tower in the center. It pierced through the clouds, looking majestic. Even from far away, he could feel the pressure that the black tower exuded. Let's go down. Lin Fei did not let Huofeng barge in. Within the no-fly zone, Lin Fei had already sensed many powerful auras. There were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. There were hundreds of mid-level ultimate gods' auras, and that was just a small number. There were also hundreds of high-level ultimate gods' auras. The Shengling continent was nothing compared to this. It was not strange at all that the human forces were suppressed. This place is suitable for me to increase my reputation. Huofeng landed with Lin Fei in the outer region, and with a shake of her body, she transformed into a young man in bright red armor. Master. Huofeng obediently stood beside Lin Fei. Lin Fei glanced at Huofeng. You should have been here a few times. Take me to a crowded place. A crowded place? The Fire Phoenix immediately said, if Master wants to go to a crowded and lively place, there is a very good place. Every time before the tomb of the God of Sin opens, that place will gather the young generation of the Beast God continent. I believe it is suitable for Master. Huofeng was very familiar with this place. She introduced the place as they walked. Master, in the original circle of the Divine Tomb, there are the 3 celestial clans, followed by the 10 royal clans, and outside are all kinds of warriors. We are now in the outermost area. Under normal circumstances, outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering. Once they do, they will be killed without mercy. In the Beast Divine continent, the hierarchy is very strict. Those who challenge this hierarchy will be destroyed. Huofeng was really worried that Lin Fei would do something reckless. The barbarians were famous for their bad temper and one-track mind. Because of this temper, the barbarians had almost no influence in the Beast Divine continent. Huofeng did not want her master to fight with the 10 royal clans. That would definitely be courting death. It was better to make things clear now. Fortunately, along the way, Lin Fei did not say anything. Huofeng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he did not get angry, it was fine. He was very afraid of this master. The previous master was almost beaten to death. Huofeng would never forget that scene for the rest of his life. Lin Fei secretly thought about where to start. Strict hierarchy? This had nothing to do with him. Right now, the identity of the barbarian clan was very suitable for him. Under Huofeng's lead, Lin Fei soon saw a temporary camp. Yes, it was a camp. That's it. Master, this is a good place. Huofeng said in a low voice. Master, do you see those people? Actually, Lin Fei had already noticed them. Those elemental beast experts were hugging human girls on their left and right. Some elemental beast experts even brought many young and beautiful human female gods. They're all going to auction. Auction? The Flame Phoenix chuckled. Yes, in front of us is a temporary money-squandering den. In there, as long as you have money, you can buy human race gods, for example, those human race female gods with status. I heard that this time, it seems like the 10 great royal families captured the human race's holy maiden. Maybe they will auction her here. Human saintess? There is such a thing. Master, don't you know? Huofeng was very curious. This should not be the case. Lin Fei kicked Huofeng, almost causing Huofeng to collapse. If there is a next time, you are dead. Huofeng trembled in fear. I won't dare again. At the temporary camp, Lin Fei saw a large number of human gods. They were all tied up and their strength was sealed. Their faces were all filled with despair. Go. We are about to win. Upon entering the camp, Lin Fei saw an even more infuriating scene. 2 elemental beast experts were competing in eating humans. In their true forms, they were eating human gods one at a time. All around them were elemental beast experts cheering them on. As a member of the human race, although Lin Fei was sometimes heartless, when he saw this scene he wanted nothing more than to immediately kill them. Eating humans was too evil. Fortunately, Lin Fei refrained from making a move. After all, he had plenty of time to do so. Master, this is just their boring game. Who asked humans to be so weak? Huofeng didn't notice Lin Fei's expression and said as they walked. The camp was not very big. But this camp was filled with a large number of human slaves. Yes, slaves. These human slaves were either scouts, slaughtered by meta-beasts, or auctioned off. It could be said that the fate of the human slaves in this camp was very miserable. Lin Fei even saw an elemental beast expert kill 5 or 6 human slaves with a single slap because he was in a bad mood, as if it was a trivial matter. Hurry up and go take a look. The auction is about to start. I heard that a human holy maiden is being auctioned. That holy maiden. Who else could it be? Of course it's Panjian. No way she was actually captured. I have to go take a look. That's a chaste woman. He who said she wasn't. I heard that the giant race caught her and planned to sell her for a high price. Huofeng said cautiously, Master, there really is a holy maiden being auctioned. You have to go take a look. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. Chapter 32:25. By the time Lin Fei arrived, a large number of young geniuses had gathered in this place. Just as Huofeng had said, most of the people here were young. They were unscrupulous, arrogant, and domineering. All sorts of expressions were written on their faces. Lin Fei arrived a little later and was blocked at the back. At a glance, there were more than 1,000 people gathered here. It was truly packed with people. Everyone was here for the human race's saintess. After all, the human race's saintess was too famous in the divine beast continent. Master, the ones standing on the auction stage are from the giant race. They are a royal family and are very powerful. The giant race is born as a hierarch expert. They are very terrifying. Huofeng whispered. She looked at the giant race with a tinge of fear and dread. It was not Lin Fei's first time seeing the giant race. The giants on the stage were not very tall. There was a huge gap between them and real giants. However, they had shrunk their bodies. Once they let loose, they would immediately become giants that were hundreds of meters tall. Where is the saintess? Hurry up and take her out. We are here to see the saintess. Saintess, come out. Don't be so fake. The people below the stage started to make a ruckus. Even if the ones on the stage were from the giant race, they still had the courage to make a ruckus. So what if they were from the royal family? Everyone quiet down. A giant race expert walked up. His facial features were very rough. Just like the words giant race, he was very handsome. I am Giant Fire from the giant race. Everyone should have heard of my name. When this rough giant race expert came up and reported his name, many people gasped. I was the one who brought people to capture Saintess Feng Yan. Clap clap. Giant Fire clapped his hands. Behind him, the giant race disciples escorted the saintess up. It was a woman in a black palace dress. There were a few blood stains on her face, and her black palace dress was also tattered. Around her neck there was a silver ring. When the black palace dress came closer, even though he was injured, he still couldn't stop his heroic aura. Holy Maiden, you didn't expect it, right? The majestic Holy Maiden of the human race is about to be auctioned off and then tortured. If she had chosen to rely on our divine beast continent, this day wouldn't have come. Giant Hole laughed. I'm not surprised that I fell into your hands. I just regret that I didn't kill a few more royal disciples. Panjian's voice was cold, and her gaze was especially firm. Giant Flame chuckled. Then you won't have a chance. You should think about whose hands you will fall into. Those people are experts in torture. Lin Fei saw the saintess of the human race. She was quite pretty, but she seemed to have a rather cold personality. She gave off a feeling of being 1,000 miles away from people. Your aura is quite strong. You should be a peak mid-level ultimate god, which is equivalent to a peak level 6 ultimate god. Unfortunately, you were still caught. You're lucky to have met me. Upon seeing the human race's saintess, Lin Fei suddenly had an idea. Let's start from this. Nothing could be more suitable than this. Everyone has seen the saintess. She's the real deal. Giant Flame pushed Panjian around for everyone to see clearly. In order to capture her, our giant clan sacrificed a lot of people. This auction of the human race's saintess has a minimum starting price of 3 million low-grade primordial stones. There's only one chance, so everyone must seize it. 3 million low-grade primordial stones. Many people frowned as it was not cheap. Usually, a human race slave would cost tens of thousands of low-grade primordial stones. Even an ultimate god would only cost about 200,000 to 300,000 low-grade primordial stones. A mere human race saintess actually cost 3 million low-grade primordial stones. That price was obviously on the high side, even if she was the human race saintess. Everyone must think that the price is too high, but this is the human race saintess. She knows a lot of secrets, such as the current hiding place of the human race. Each of those human race experts is worth tens of thousands of low-grade primordial stones. It's quite a good deal. Giant Flame promoted. When he said that, everyone thought that it was quite true. Human race slaves were very popular in the Beast Divine continent. Any human race slave was worth tens of thousands of low-grade primordial stones. In comparison, 3 million low-grade primordial stones seemed to be a very good deal. 10 million low-grade primordial stones, I want it. Before anyone could speak, someone spoke first. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads and saw a person, a young man. He looks like a barbarian. Aha, it's really a barbarian. This is going to be interesting. The barbarians are all poor. Not to mention 10 million, they probably can't even take out 1 million. After everyone turned their heads, they immediately realized that it was a barbarian kid. The crowd roared with laughter. In the Beast Divine continent, the barbarians were famous for being arrogant idiots. They had always been the target of ridicule by other races. Under normal circumstances, the barbarians rarely went out. Every time they went out, they would be the target of attention. Giant Flame's mockery plus 1,000. Giant Rock Demon's mockery plus 1,000. Demon Yan's mockery plus 5,000. In an instant, it directly contributed over 1 million reputation points to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was very satisfied. This place was indeed a good place to farm reputation points. What are you looking at? I've never seen such a handsome barbarian kid before. Lin Fei swaggered his way forward. Move aside, don't block my way. Don't force me to attack. My fist can kill people. Everyone couldn't stop laughing. Who was this guy? He was really arrogant. He dared to look down on them in public. As expected of the arrogant barbarians, Lin Fei received another wave of ridicule. Move aside. The people in front stopped moving. Barbarian kid, scram to the side. This is not a place for you to show off. Scram. You still want to go in? Who do you think you are? A joke of the Beast Divine continent dares to come here? You're indeed a brainless thing. These people were all mocking and ridiculing. The barbarian tribe had never taken them seriously. They were all good-looking but useless trash. Everyone in the Beast Divine continent knew about them. In such a place they looked down on the barbarians. If they weren't from the Beast Divine continent's Yuan beast lineage, they wouldn't mind capturing them as slaves. Lin Fei stopped. If you don't move aside, I'm going to fight my way in. Don't blame me for being too ruthless. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. My fist can kill people. Once I start fighting, even I feel afraid. Let's see if you're afraid. Everyone looked at the barbarian kid as though he was a clown. What a joke. With the barbarian kid's strength, he wanted to kill someone? What a joke. Chapter 32-26. Temporary Camp. After Saintess Feng Yen was captured by the giant clan to be auctioned, a barbarian brat suddenly appeared. The barbarian race was famous for being easy to bully in the Divine Beast continent. Everyone was happy to bully the barbarian disciples. Now, a brainless barbarian brat actually dared to compete for the human race's saintess. His brain must have gone haywire. He even dared to bid 10 million low-grade source stones. Wasn't this challenging their intelligence? Giant Fire revealed a smile. Saintess, you really have a lot of face. Even that barbarian brat is jealous of you. Panjian was expressionless, a dog biting a dog. It would be interesting if that barbarian brat decided to show his power. Giant Fire said with contempt, what a joke. Do you think that barbarian brat has the strength? I dare say that he will become a corpse and become a joke. In Giant Fire's eyes, the barbarian race was a joke. They were a bunch of idiots. Today, a large group of geniuses came for the human race's saintess. It was not something a barbarian brat could participate in. That's not necessarily true. Even if Panjian knew that Giant Fire was speaking the truth, she still wanted to play the devil's advocate. After all, none of the essence beasts were good people. That great sovereign blocked the way with his chest puffed out. His face was full of ridicule. Come, fight here. The great monarch origin beast slapped his chest with an arrogant and domineering look on his face. The surrounding essence beast sneered. That barbarian brat was going to humiliate himself. Who didn't know that the barbarian disciples were famous for being weak? There were only a few who could reach the godly venerable realm. Those that roamed the divine beast continent were mostly at the godly lord realm. Are you sure you want to fight here? I'm very strong. Lin Fei waved his fist with a serious expression. It won't be good if I beat you to death. Everyone burst into laughter again. This barbarian brat was too interesting. He wasn't a godly venerable expert, but his tone was more arrogant than most godly venerable experts. Haha, if you beat me to death, that's because I'm not strong enough. Come, let me see the power of a barbarian expert. The great sovereign essence beast laughed. He couldn't help it. This barbarian brat was too funny. The other sky prides were also full of smiles. It was interesting to see the clown-like barbarian disciples flaunting their prowess in a place like this. Then I'll make my move. Lin Fei looked at everyone's various expressions and felt elated. Invincible Divine Fist. Lin Fei shouted out a resounding name. Only then did he fit the image of a brainless brat from the barbarian race. Puchi. Many people couldn't help but laugh. Lin Fei's fist went straight for the dragon's nest, and a fist imprint headed straight for his opponent's chest. With a bang, it hit the great sovereign meta beast powerhouse squarely in the chest. A cloud of blood mist exploded on the spot. The faces of the surrounding meta beast powerhouses instantly darkened, and their expressions stiffened. Damn, he really killed him with one punch. Damn, are my eyes playing tricks on me? That's a great sovereign. This barbarian boy is not weak. Haha, this is interesting. Lin Fei had killed a great monarch with a single punch. Looking at the system notification, he had received over 100,000 reputation points. I already said that my fist is very powerful. Lin Fei shook his head and muttered to himself, why don't you believe me? We barbarians never lie. We'll just say it. The meta beast powerhouses were only slightly stunned, but they quickly recovered. Killing a great sovereign with one punch was really not a big deal. Many heroes could do it, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Alright, do you want to move aside now? Lin Fei said to the meta beast powerhouses in front of him. To move or not to move? That was a problem. Barbarian boy, aren't you very powerful? If you have the ability, fight your way in. You want us to move aside? That's impossible. Yes, if you want to go in, you have to show your strength. Don't think that you are very powerful just because you killed a great sovereign with one punch. In our eyes, you are still not our match. Here we only submit to strength. If you don't have strength, don't think that we will make way for you. Brat from the barbarian race, you don't have the qualifications. These people hated the barbarian disciples the most. How could it be possible for them to make way for a brat from the barbarian race? That would be a disgrace to their own clans and forces. The divine beast continent had existed for a long time, and no one had ever seen anyone make way for a barbarian. If anyone made way for a brat from the barbarian race today, they would definitely become famous tomorrow and become a joke in everyone's eyes. You guys are forcing us to make a move. Lin Fei wished that they wouldn't make way. Otherwise, where would he find someone to make a move on them? Everything was developing perfectly. The identity he chose was very effective. The status of the barbarian race in the divine beast continent was not high, and the performance of these people was the best proof. Then I'm going to make a move. Lin Fei raised his fist again. But this time these people were no longer blockheads. They wouldn't foolishly try to resist. The great sovereign in front could only be blamed for his bad luck. I'm coming. On the temporary stage. Giant Fire didn't take the brat from the barbarian race killing a great sovereign seriously. Look, doesn't that brat look like a clown? He thinks he's so powerful and even dares to ask everyone to make way. Guess how long can he last before he dies? Giant Fire smiled and looked at Panjian. Take you for example. You couldn't even withstand a single blow from our giant race. He's making a move. Lin Fei raised his fist and made a move. Space shook. Lin Fei broke through space and appeared in front of the nearest great sovereign. He punched the great sovereign's chest, causing a mist of blood to explode. This punch was simple and direct. The great sovereign was dead. The second punch followed closely, and at the same time, dozens of fist shadows appeared. Bang bang bang. A series of sounds could be heard, followed by clouds of blood mist. It was exceptionally dazzling and most of the sky was dyed blood red. Lin Fei's figure kept moving. Everywhere he passed, everyone could hear the solid sound of punches. Then a mist of blood appeared, dyeing the surroundings red. Why bother? Lin Fei punched as he walked. The powerhouses in front of him exploded into a mist of blood one after another. 1, 10, 30, 50, 100. Lin Fei only had one move. That was a punch. This punch contained dozens of fist imprints. Everywhere the fist imprints passed, a mist of blood filled the air. He originally wanted to see how long the brat could last before being beaten to death. What happened next was completely out of his expectations. Even great sovereigns were killed with a single punch. Wherever it passed, no one could stop it. In just a few moments, more than 200 people had been killed. The air was filled with a mist of blood. Chapter 32:27. Zhao Shi, shocking plus 2,000. Wang Shan, shocking plus 3,000. Lin Yuan, shocking plus 5,420. The meta beasts present all contributed their reputation points. The barbarian brat had called out such a high price, but he had long been regarded as being unreasonable. Thus, the number of onlookers had also increased. Every time the barbarian kid caused trouble, he would either be killed or ridiculed. The meta beasts were also fans of gossip. Every time there was a barbarian kid, everyone liked to go and watch the show. Today was no exception. What was different was that the barbarian kid was extremely ferocious. He killed more than 200 people in one move, most of which were supremacies and great venerables. The air at the scene was filled with the strong smell of blood. This guy might even be an ultimate god. He must be. His strength is so domineering. Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, he killed him with a single punch and completely destroyed his physical body. How terrifying. The soul beasts standing in the distance all drew in a sharp intake of breath. This barbarian kid was so violent. He killed more than 200 people in one move. This was different from what they had imagined. They were not the ones oppressing the barbarian kid. Since when did the barbarian kid oppress them? It was a one-sided situation. If you don't want to die, scram. Lin Fei shouted and did not stop punching. Faced with the power of that punch, the meta beasts who looked down on the barbarians were all terrified. Those who purely wanted to watch the show were so scared that they ran away. They did not want to die. Judging from the current situation, the barbarian kid was at least an ultimate god. Unless an ultimate god made a move, who could suppress the barbarian kid? The crowd in front of them became restless. A narrow passageway appeared. There were still people who were afraid of death. The meta beasts who stood in front were all killed. What a barbarian kid. Does he really think he's invincible just because he killed supremacies and great venerables? There was a cold snort in front of them. A black ray of light shot straight toward them. It was a saber light. The black saber light turned into a long saber and exuded a terrifying ultimate god aura. The saber light contained several forces, which greatly increased its power. The Blade Demon General has made a move. Haha, this brat from the barbarian tribe is going to be out of luck. The Battle General has made his move. Brat from the barbarian tribe, why aren't you kneeling? Someone cried out in surprise, obviously recognizing the Essence Beast powerhouse who had attacked. Because the giant tribe was auctioning the human race Saintus, those who came today were all proud sons of heaven. In addition, there were also some young battle generals who were interested in the human race Saintus. The one who attacked Lin Fei was a warrior in black armor. He looked young, and since he was able to become a warrior, there was no need to mention his strength. Just the power of a single blade strike was enough to make people feel the power of a warrior. When the black saber light was about to approach Lin Fei, the space there was instantly distorted like a fried dough twist. Space continued to distort. Lin Fei suddenly laughed and punched the space in front of him. The black saber light, which had not yet fully erupted with power, broke with a cracking sound. Eat my fist. A fist seal blasted straight at him. The black-armored blade demon general snorted softly and slashed forward with the saber in his hand. More than a dozen saber lights went straight at the fist seal. The saber lights were all broken into pieces before they could even get close to the fist seal. The blade demon general's expression changed slightly. The fist seal suddenly broke through space and hit the blade demon general's chest. The black armor was torn apart. The blade demon general looked down at his body and saw cracks appearing. With a bang, the blade demon general exploded, raising a mist of blood. The blade demon general, a third-class ultimate god expert, exploded with a single punch. A third-class ultimate god, a warrior level, was not weak. However, he was killed by a barbarian kid with a single punch. Everyone's expression changed and could no longer remain calm. When did the barbarian tribe have such an expert? Why didn't they receive any news about it? To be able to kill a third-class ultimate god blade demon general with a single punch? Did that mean that the barbarian kid was at least a fourth-class ultimate god? That was a joke. Everyone could not accept the fact for a while. The barbarian disciples, who had always been treated like clowns, actually produced an expert with the strength of a fourth-class ultimate god. It was a little unexpected. The blade demon general has been killed. Oh my god, he's too strong. What a cunning barbarian kid. He must have done it on purpose. Yes, he must have done it on purpose. He's so bad. Those meta-beast experts who were ready to persevere ran to the side one by one. There was a commotion in front of them. It was completely empty. At least, no one dared to stand in front of the barbarian kid. The blade demon general had been killed by a group of people. Wouldn't it be the same if they stood in front of him? Look, I'm going to kill someone with my fist. As soon as they retreated, Lin Fei had no target to attack. He shook his head and stopped. You killed the blade demon general and reported your name. We, the Blaze royal family, will not let you go. Just as Lin Fei was about to reach the auction stage, a person next to him who seemed to be a follower of the general glared at him fiercely. The Blaze royal family had sent a general this time. The blade demon general had come for the human clan Saintis but was killed before it even started. How was the follower going to explain it to the human clan? You want to take revenge on me? Lin Fei looked over. The people in the distance were speechless. Since he said that, he would definitely take revenge on him. One of the Blaze royal family's generals had been killed. He would not take revenge on Kai Guai. No one had ever killed a general of the royal family unless the person who did it was also a member of the royal family. Of course you've offended? The follower stood in the crowd. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Lin Fei throwing a punch at him. His eyes immediately widened. You can't? The circle of followers turned into a mist of blood. Humph, I hate threats of revenge the most. Lin Fei smiled. Giant clan, I bid 10 million low-grade primordial stones. Why didn't you shout? Are you looking down on the barbarians? Lin Fei came closer and finally saw the human clan Saintis clearly. His eyes moved back and forth on Panjian's body. His fiery gaze was vividly displayed. If there's no one else, this human clan Saintis is mine. I happen to have a bed warmer by my side. She's quite suitable. Lin Fei laughed. Giant Fire was also shocked. He had really misjudged today. This barbarian kid's strength was not bad at all. He had the strength of a mid-level ultimate god and seemed to be very strong. The giant clan had paid a huge price to capture the human clan Saintis not for money. Naturally, he did not want her to fall into the hands of the barbarian kid. Giant Fire did not care about the barbarian kid's bid. However, after the other party's display of strength where he even dared to kill a Blaze royal family's general, Giant Fire had to take him seriously. Kid, do you have money? A red-haired young man not far away said disdainfully, I bid 12 million low-grade primordial stones. Don't play if you don't have money. Lin Fei looked in that direction and smirked. Isn't it just low-grade primordial stones? Who doesn't have it? I'm lucky. I dug up a big tomb and obtained a fortune of 30 million low-grade primordial stones. Come if you can, poor bastard. Whoosh. Chapter 32:28. 30 million low-grade primordial stones. The mountain of primordial stones appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. When the numbers met the real thing, the visual shock was very strong. Although Lin Fei had displayed his strength and killed 200 people, and even a saber demon general, offending the Blaze royal family, the essence beasts present did not take Lin Fei seriously. But at this moment, everyone's expression changed once again. Apart from being weak, the barbarians were also poor. The barbarians were famous for being poor, and it was already not bad to have 1 million low-grade primordial stones on them. All along when the barbarians went out, no one would rob them. There was no need for that. If they were not careful, the barbarians would attack them crazily, and the gains would not make up for the losses. The scene in front of them truly shocked everyone. 30 million low-grade primordial stones. Those people's eyes widened. This barbarian kid was really a fool. Was it worth paying 30 million low-grade primordial stones for a human saintess? That last sentence truly stung everyone's hearts. Many essence beasts really could not take out 30 million low-grade primordial stones. There were also some essence beasts who were concerned about the barbarian kid's words. Had they really been dug into some kind of tomb? This situation was not unexpected in the divine beast continent. On the stage, Giant Fire was also stunned. This situation was completely beyond his imagination. A strange look flashed in Panjayan's eyes. 30 million low-grade primordial stones, I'm going to take the human saintess. Isn't it just primordial stones? Who doesn't have one? Lin Fei laughed proudly. The red-haired youth from before was also shocked. Everyone was clear about the situation of the barbarian disciples, but this person in front of them seemed a little different. 30 million low-grade primordial stones is nothing. The red-haired youth was unwilling to lose face. He was also a descendant of a general, and if he lost to a barbarian kid, he would really lose face. I'll pay 40 million low-grade primordial stones. Crash. A pile of primordial stones came out. The red-haired youth provoked. Continue, let me see how big your bragging can be. You still can't act cool in front of me? Well said. Barbarian kid is nothing. Many people behind him cheered. These people all looked down on barbarian brats. Lin Fei had a disappointed look on his face. It said that there are many rich people in the divine beast continent, especially the young ones. I thought that you would be able to call out 70 to 80 million low-grade source stones, but in the end, it's only 40 million low-grade source stones. I really feel ashamed for you. I bid 100 million low-grade source stones. I don't have much else, but I have a lot of source stones. 100 million low-grade primal stones piled up together. These primeval stones were all stolen from the Luofu auction. At that time, he had casually killed the divinities, and their storage rings had been taken away by Lin Fei. He had a large number of primordial stones, and now he finally had a use for them. Lin Fei did not even blink as he took out 100 million low-grade primal stones to provoke them once again. The red-haired young man almost vomited blood. He was only a fourth-class ultimate god and dared not attack a barbarian kid whose strength was unknown. The human race holy maiden sounded very high class, but in reality the human race holy maiden didn't have much influence in the divine beast continent. Using tens of millions of low-grade source stones to bid for her, was there something wrong with her brain? I don't want it. The red-haired young man gave up. He knew in his heart that even if he didn't make a move, someone else would. They were not the only ones here today, as there were also disciples from the 10 royal clans. Giant Fire was now in a dilemma. A barbarian kid could easily take out 100 million low-grade primal stones, which meant that it would not be a problem for him to take out at least 400 to 500 million low-grade primal stones. If the barbarian kid really slapped it on Giant Fire's face, he would more or less lose it. However, at this time Giant Fire really couldn't do anything. Holy Maiden of the human race, you have to remember that you will soon become my bed-warming maid. Lin Fei chuckled as he looked at the Holy Maiden of the human race. Panjayan did not speak. She had long accepted her fate of falling into the hands of the divine beast continent's most useless barbarian disciple. However, Panjayan felt that it was a joke for her to fall into the hands of the divine beast continent's most useless barbarian disciple. Perhaps God was punishing her for a dignified holy maiden to end up like this. Barbarian kid, I bid 500 million low-grade primal stones. What about you? A young man with a lion head and a human body standing at the front suddenly turned his head, his face filled with a playful smile. As soon as this person opened his mouth, everyone knew that something interesting was about to happen. In the divine beast continent, anyone with this kind of appearance was from the lion race, one of the 10 great royal clans. It's not easy to encounter such an interesting thing. How can I miss it? On the other side, a young man with a tiger head and a human body opened the folding fan in his hand. I bid 800 million low-grade primal stones. Join in the fun. Celestial Lion Hulai-Ri, since you've all made a move, then I'll bid 1 billion low-grade primal stones. Barbarian kid, do your best. At this time another person spoke up. This was the Demon Eye clan of the 10 great royal clans. With the 3 royal clan disciples speaking up, everyone began to get excited. This was the most interesting thing. The 3 royal clan disciples spoke up. Could this barbarian kid compete with the royal clan disciples in terms of wealth? Wow, these 3 seem to be young geniuses. Now this barbarian kid won't have the chance to be arrogant anymore. That's right, how can this barbarian kid's wealth compare to theirs? He'll definitely have to leave with his tail between his legs. Even if he leaves, whether this barbarian kid can survive is another matter. As the three royal clan disciples spoke up, in everyone's eyes, the outcome had already been decided. In this kind of auction, it had always been the royal clan disciples who performed. It had never been the turn of a barbarian kid to perform, because his identity and background were not worthy of standing on the same level as the royal clan. The royal clan was high and mighty. The barbarian was in existence at the bottom. From the moment the royal clan disciples spoke up, there was actually no comparison. Everyone looked at the barbarian kid. If he went against the royal clan disciples, then his death would be quite interesting. Such a thing had not happened in a long time. When Lin Fei came, he was already prepared to have some fun with the royal clan disciples. This was the time to truly build up his prestige. In the Divine Beast continent, only the royal clan could interest Lin Fei, and only they could allow him to build up his prestige to his heart's content. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Lin Fei suddenly laughed out loud. When I left the mountain, I heard that the royal clan was very powerful and that their disciples were very rich. Today I finally encountered one, so I want to see how much wealth the royal clan disciples have. In any case, I'm determined to have the human race's saintess. Master said that the human race's saintess is the best girl to warm the bed. No one can stop my decision. Lin Fei waved his hand. 5 billion low-grade primal stones. If I want to play, I'll play something exciting. What do you guys think? Chapter 32:29. 5 billion low-grade primordial stones. Everyone shuddered as well. A human race saintess was worth 5 billion low-grade primordial stones. What kind of joke was that? Such a price was enough to bid for several 6th-class ultimate god human slaves. Using this price to buy the human race's saintess was a complete waste. Those who had looked down on the barbarian race lad finally believed the saying that this barbarian race lad had really dug up an incredible tomb. 5 billion low-grade primordial stones was not a price that any royal family disciple could afford. Even if they did, it would not make much sense. Who knew if the brute would bid 10 billion low-grade primordial stones? The worst thing that could happen was that the royal family disciple would not be able to step down. I love to haggle with royal family disciples. 5 billion low-grade primordial stones is just the beginning. Come at me. Lin Fei said confidently. Celestial Lion really wanted to play with the brute. However, when the brute opened his mouth, he was shocked. I only bid a few 100 million low-grade primordial stones, but you actually bid 5 billion low-grade primordial stones. Do you have to be so crazy? Are you sure you want to compete with me for the human race saintess? Celestial Lion's eyes swept over fiercely. You should know that you won't have a good ending if you know about the royal family. So what if you're from the royal family? Come on, let's go all out and see who kills who. Lin Fei stretched out a finger. Come on, I'm not afraid of the royal family. The crowd was in an uproar. This brute was starting to provoke the royal family, especially the bad-tempered Lion Man tribe. Among the 10 royal families, the Lion Man tribe and Tiger Man tribe had the worst tempers. Are you provoking me? Celestial Lion's face was gloomy. This brute was too arrogant. Of course, I bid 5 billion low-grade primordial stones. You won't bid, but you're using the royal family to scare me. Do you really think I'm a pushover? Lin Fei was full of fighting spirit. Come on, show me the power of the royal family. Celestial Lion was furious. This brute was definitely a brainless guy. He wanted to kill the brute just because of those words. In the end, he held back. The status of a member of the royal family attracted too much attention here. If he really killed this barbarian boy, he would undoubtedly offend the giant tribe, which was extremely inappropriate. 5 billion to buy the human race's saintess? The barbarian race is just a wooden club. I don't want it anymore. The Celestial Lion turned around and left. He was afraid that if he stayed, he would start killing people. What a coward. Before anyone could react, they heard the barbarians attack. The Celestial Lion stopped, his killing intent cold. Brat, I'll remember you. I hope you don't appear in the divine tomb, otherwise, I'll let you experience the fury of our lion tribe. A throat-slitting motion. This was the Celestial Lion's killing intent rising. I will go to the tomb of the god of sin. Don't worry. Lin Fei said. The Celestial Lion turned and left. Since Brother Lion has left, I'm leaving too. Hu Lai Ri shook his head. Brat from the barbarian race, I look forward to our next meeting. You'd better enjoy the human race's holy maiden you bought for 5 billion. Don't give her to someone else when you don't have a chance. Ah. Hu Lai Ri laughed as he left. Brat from the barbarian race, you're going to be famous. The prodigy from the demon eye race laughed. Enjoy it. The disciple from the demon eye race also left. To be able to become a disciple of the royal race, he was naturally not a profligate disciple. How could he be jealous in such a place? The human race's holy maiden was actually not that big of a deal. In the eyes of the beast divine continent's essence beasts, humans were their slaves. They could be captured and humiliated at any time. Especially now that the Saint Spirit continent was being developed, there were large numbers of human slaves for them to choose from. For a human race's holy maiden, there was no need to do so. Although there were some royal race disciples and even the generals under the royal race present, none of them made a bid. 5 billion low-grade primordial stones. The barbarian race disciples were indeed different. Everyone knew that this brat from the barbarian race would probably be killed by the royal race disciples soon. There was no need to bid now. Moreover, it would indirectly offend the royal race. No one would do such a thing. Giant Flame was the most speechless. The human race's holy maiden that they had painstakingly captured was actually bought by a barbarian race disciple. This was hard for them to accept. Yet they had no way to stop this brat from the barbarian race. Congratulations to this hierarch of the barbarian race for obtaining the human race's holy maiden. When Giant Flame announced, there was a hint of bitterness in his voice. Initially he wanted to contact the royal race disciples. But now he had helped an unknown brat from the barbarian race. The human race's holy maiden Feng Yan also did not expect that she would be exposed to the hands of this brat from the barbarian race. In order to bid for her to warm his bed, he was willing to fork out 5 billion low-grade primordial stones. The human race's holy maiden could not imagine why this brat would do so. This is yours. Giant Flame arranged for people to hand over 5 billion low-grade primordial stones. The human race's holy maiden was also brought to his side. This is a tool to unlock the treasure in her body. As long as it is not unlocked, her strength will always be sealed. Thank you. Lin Fei received the treasure and kept it. That's right. If you have any good stuff in the future, you can contact me. I'm not afraid of anything. I dare to ask for anything good. Giant Flame was really impressed by this guy. If I were you, I would run away now. None of the royal race disciples are to be trifled with. Especially the Lion Man race and the Tiger Man race. They are famous for their brutality. Giant Flame said. You're a good person. However, I like all kinds of exciting challenges. Lin Fei said with a smile. Giant Hoi knew that he had wasted his words. This was an extremely audacious fella. He was just courting death. He didn't listen to his words at all. Since the other party did not listen, there was nothing Giant Flame could do. The barbarian race was indeed a bunch of brainless fellows. As Lin Fei took away the human race's holy maiden, the news spread immediately. Although it was not big news, this brat from the barbarian race and the human race's holy maiden, as well as 5 billion low-grade primordial stones, would definitely cause quite a stir in the vicinity of the deity tomb. In fact, when the news came out, many people doubted its authenticity. The barbarian race, which was at the bottom of the beast divine continent, dared to challenge a royal race disciple and even auction the human race's holy maiden. No matter who heard it, they felt like they were dreaming. Was that really a barbarian race disciple? As the people who witnessed all of this spread the news, everyone was shocked. Was there going to be an expert in the barbarian race? However, this expert did not seem to have a good brain. Heavens, this is unbelievable. When did the barbarian race become so powerful that they dared to go against a royal race disciple? I heard that they are going to the deity tomb. They are really courting death. Chapter 3230. Lin Fei was famous in the divine tomb of the Yuanfu tribe. Everyone knew about it after Lin Fei left with the human clan Holy Maiden, and everyone looked at him strangely along the way. A barbarian kid had stolen the limelight of a royal disciple. It was something that would not happen even once in 1,000 years, but everyone had encountered it in the divine tomb of the Yuanfu tribe. Lin Fei walked at the front unhurriedly. His face was expressionless and it was impossible to tell what he was feeling. However, his heart was filled with joy. Snatching the human clan Holy Maiden from the hands of a royal disciple has really earned me a lot of prestige. It's only been a while and my prestige has already exceeded 10 million. It was much faster than when he was on the Sacred Body Mountain. As the matter continued to ferment, his prestige continued to increase. He could easily earn more than 1 billion prestige points, which was something that could be done without any pressure. The human clan Holy Maiden, Feng Yan, who was walking behind, followed closely and did not dare to fall too far behind. Until now, Panjian had not figured out how she had fallen into the hands of a barbarian disciple. It was as if God was playing a big joke on her. "Master, there's no one here. We have to camp in the wild," Wolfing said cautiously. He was still worried that something bad would happen, but in the blink of an eye, a big problem had arisen. The barbarian had offended a royal disciple who had the worst tempers among the lion men and tiger men, not to mention some of the hidden generals. A barbarian disciple with no background was still a juicy piece of meat in everyone's eyes. Lin Fei went all the way to an empty place outside and released a senfu with a wave of his hand. It was a brand new senfu purchased from the Prestige Mall. It was a must-have senfu with a strong defense that could easily withstand a high-level ultimate god's attack. It also had a counterattack formation with a price of 30 billion prestige points and a 100-year usage. As soon as the senfu was released, it was magnificent and immediately shocked the people who followed behind. The Beast Divine Continent's experts would also carry a senfu with them when they went out. However, compared to the one in front of them, the difference was too big. Every part of this immortal abode was unbelievably exquisite. "Open the door." The door slowly opened. Lin Fei walked into senfu. Panjian and Huofeng were slightly startled. In a place like the Divine Beast Continent, it was not easy to see such a senfu. It was normal for them to be shocked. After the two of them entered, the door slowly closed. There were many senfu cultivators near the tomb of the god of sin. However, when Lin Fei's senfu appeared, everyone's senfu paled in comparison. That brat from the barbarian tribe has really struck gold. If senfu can take out something like this, he must have found something good in the tomb. Exactly, it's too ostentatious. I can guarantee that this brat from the barbarian tribe won't live for long. That's for sure. Maybe those generals will come and attack soon. After all, it's just a brat from the brute tribe. If he dies, then he dies. It doesn't matter. A brat from the barbarian race was wealthier than them. Many royal disciples also learned of this matter and personally came to see the senfu. The tomb of the god of sin had not opened yet, so they had nothing to do. The moment they saw the senfu, they were all captivated. Arrange for a few generals to seize that senfu. Hu Tianren had also gone to see the senfu, and he fell in love with it at first glance. It was too classy. Why does a brat from the barbarian race live in a better place than me? In the Divine Beast Continent, essence beasts ran amok. However, there was not much development in the path of refining artifacts. And it was almost impossible to find a good senfu in the Divine Beast Continent. Even if there was one, it would be obtained by robbing human experts. There were very few immortal abodes refined locally that were of a high grade. Seize the senfu. Remember, don't kill the brat from the barbarian race. That will make us seem unreasonable. Shi Lieri also saw it and arranged for the generals to deal with the brat. Those who dared to show off in front of the royal disciples never had a good ending. These two weren't the only ones eyeing the senfu. Inside the senfu, fake mountains, flowing water, pavilions, everything was there. Apart from that, when one walked into the senfu, they would feel an absolutely peaceful aura. Any restlessness or uneasiness would disappear without a trace. An immortal mansion with 30 billion prestige for 100 years was not an undeserved reputation. At least it was worth the money. Lin Fei quite liked this senfu. In the prestige shopping center, this kind of senfu was the lowest grade. There were even more expensive ones above it. Little Hua, you can go guard the door. Remember, don't go out. No matter how many people come, you don't have to worry. If someone comes to find me, reject them all. I won't go out until the tomb of the god of sin opens. Lin Fei sent Huofeng away. This guy eagerly went to guard the door. He had never been to this kind of senfu in his life. What do you know? It's not that easy to be my bed-warming maid. Lin Fei sat in a pavilion, looking at the saintess of the human race standing in front of him. Panjian raised her head. You'd better kill me. Lin Fei shook his head. No, no, no. Killing you would be so boring. You're someone I've spent 5 billion low-grade origin stones on, and I've even offended a royal disciple. Wouldn't killing you be too easy? Feng Yan's eyes were cold as if she was facing death calmly. I will never satisfy any of your requests. In my eyes, the life of a primordial beast is not a good thing. Even if you are a barbarian, it is the same. Lin Fei bid for the human race saintess not because he coveted her beauty, but because he wanted to keep the human race alive. In addition, he wanted to increase his prestige. Panjian's hatred value plus 100,000. Lin Fei looked at the number. Wasn't the aggro a little too high? It started at 100,000. This hatred value was really big. Then you should think about how to be a bed-warming maid first. Lin Fei stood up, left a sentence and left. Panjian was ready to accept her fate. Without strength, she was nothing. No matter how the barbarian boy treated her, she would not blink. But the scene in front of her was completely wrong. Left. Panjian's face showed a rare trace of confusion. If you want to use this method, then you are wrong. Panjian said in her heart, I will never bow my head. In Panjian's view, this was a trap of the barbarians. It was impossible for her to obediently serve the barbarians. The barbarian boy left and Panjian didn't know what to do for a while. This situation made her not used to it, and her mood began to become contradictory. In the end, Panjian walked around. Her mood began to calm down. What a magical senfu. Panjian walked around and finally came to the door where she saw Huofeng. Huofeng had returned to her original body, blazing with red flames, lying lazily at the door. Seeing the human race saintess come over, she glanced at her and looked away. Chapter 32-31. Panjian couldn't figure out what this barbarian brat wanted to do to her either. It felt good to be alive. Not good, so many champions are coming this way. Huofeng, who was resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes, and a grave expression appeared on her face. Just as she finished speaking, a black mass of people appeared in the distance. They were all champions and each of them had brought people with them. There were more than 10,000 of them. In the Divine Beast continent, there were too many elemental beasts and every battle was a sea of people. Panjian knew that this barbarian brat would not have a good ending for offending a royal disciple, but she didn't expect him to take revenge so quickly. There were at least 100,000 people outside. In fact, there were more than 30 champions and each of them had brought a few thousand people. The number quickly exceeded 100,000 and they covered the sky. Previously, the auction had been organized by the giant race, and no one dared to offend them. They were one of the top 5 royal races. But it was different now. A barbarian brat dared to show off his wealth. Wasn't that saying that they were weak? Since that was the case, they would deal with him now. Aren't you very good at fighting? With more than 30 champions and 100,000 elemental beasts, killing a barbarian brat and even breaking into senfu would be a piece of cake. Attack. After these champions arrived, they immediately attacked senfu. Attacks rained down from the sky. With the 100,000 elemental beasts working together, the scene was spectacular and shocking. This barbarian brat is really courting death. Yeah, right? He even dares to offend a royal disciple. He deserves to die. Hee, let's watch a good show. The divine tomb hadn't opened yet, so everyone was paying attention to the progress here. Should we inform Master? Huofeng actually wanted to inform him. 100,000 elemental beasts were too terrifying. Under such an attack, even Huofeng wouldn't be able to last more than 10 breaths, let alone this senfu. But when she thought of her master's words, Huofeng didn't dare to go. This was the person who had severely injured his previous master with a single punch, nearly killing him. If he were to run over to warn him now, what if he were to get angry and beat him to death? This senfu should be able to hold out for a while. Huofeng lowered her head. Panjian closed her eyes. It might not be so bad to die like this. At least it wouldn't be so frustrating. Ever since Giant Fire wanted to auction her, Panjian knew that her fate would be very miserable. She would really rather die than live. Now she couldn't even control her life and death. This senfu looked pretty good, but it might not be able to block the attack of 100,000 essence beasts. In the current situation, senfu would be breached in less than a dozen breaths. Senfu's defense had always been weak. No one thought that senfu could stop them. At this moment, the senfu automatically activated its defense. A layer of light appeared in the sky above the senfu and enveloped the senfu like a huge egg. The raindrop-like attacks landed on the barrier and were all bounced off. Then a black void appeared outside the barrier, isolating the senfu. That black void was like a ribbon. All sorts of attacks landed on the black void and instantly disappeared. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. What a powerful senfu. What kind of array formation is that? Did it divert the attack? That's the attack of 100,000 essence beasts. Unbelievable, this is truly unbelievable. The 30-odd generals who led the team also frowned. Continue attacking. For an immortal abode like this, no formation would be able to last long. Continue attacking until the senfu's array formation is broken. The generals also made their moves. Powerful attacks were mixed in, and the level of power immediately increased as they attacked the senfu array formation from afar. Inside the senfu, Huofeng raised her head. After not sensing any changes in the senfu, she also became excited. Master senfu is too powerful. Haha, they can't break it, haha. Huofeng was indeed worried, but it seemed that her worries were unfounded. Who could break the senfu array formation? Not even 100,000 essence beasts could do it. Panjian was initially prepared to die. When she looked up and saw that the attacks had been blocked, the black void swallowed the attacks of 100,000 essence beasts each time. This senfu, the attacks of the generals continued. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, until a month had passed. During this period the attacks never stopped. After a month the senfu's defense was still the same. On the other hand, the 100,000 essence beasts' attacks had slowed down, and their eyes were filled with despair. After a month of continuous attacks, the array formation could still be maintained. There was nothing more unacceptable than this. The 30 or so battle generals were no longer indifferent. They themselves had taken action and attacked continuously for a month, but in the end there was no progress at all. Instead they were quite exhausted. Even a powerhouse would not be able to withstand a month of continuous attacks on the senfu. The senfu was really strange. The 30-odd generals discussed for a while. It was obvious that the black void had blocked their attacks. What about their main bodies? Their essence beasts were very powerful, and they did not believe that they could not break through the senfu. Everyone agreed with this idea. That black ribbon-like void could absorb attacks, but it couldn't stop them from passing through. This was their chance. Everyone returned to your main bodies. The 100,000 essence beasts returned to their main bodies and once again covered the sky. The entire sky was blocked. This time, the senfu is going to be broken through. Good idea. The onlookers were also shocked. The senfu had persisted for a month, and there were no signs of it being broken through. The senfu was so powerful that they wanted to build their own. A bunch of idiots. They are going to catch them all in one fell swoop. Lin Fei sat in the senfu's control room with a bunch of buttons in front of him. The tomb of the gods of Jianghu is about to start. Let's get rid of them first. Lin Fei had gained some prestige. Seeing that it was about time, it was time to counterattack. Super Infinite Cannon activate. This was the senfu's main attack skill. A cannon barrel appeared in the center of the senfu without any warning. It was dozens of feet long. When the cannon was aimed at the essence beasts, the black cannon barrel drew a stream of light, and a black ball of light shot out. The ball of light exploded on the essence beasts' bodies, quickly turning into a stream of light that swept across. One ball of light instantly destroyed hundreds of essence beasts. They were truly dead. A second ball of light was shot out, followed by a third. Bang, bang, bang. Balls of light shot out from the senfu and exploded above the 100,000 essence beasts, setting off streams of light. The essence beasts' lives were violently destroyed by these streams of light. The 100,000 essence beasts' lives continued to decrease, and the sky reappeared. Retreat. Chapter 32-32. More than 100,000 meta-beast experts and more than 30 generals could easily kill a 6th-class ultimate god or even besiege a 7th-class ultimate god. It would not be difficult for them to seriously injure a high-level ultimate god. However, the scene in front of them shocked everyone. Senfu's counterattack was too overbearing. Dense light spheres fell and the terrifying power of the light spheres instantly tore through the defenses of the meta-beast experts who were known for their defense. They died without any chance to struggle. In a short period of time, more than 100,000 meta-beast experts were annihilated except for a few who survived. The battle situation was beyond everyone's expectations as it was exactly the same as what they had imagined. What a terrifying senfu. Who can tell me what kind of attack that was? It was a clean sweep. That barbarian kid is so domineering. What a cunning move. He deliberately resisted for a year before wiping them all out. We have underestimated this barbarian kid. Who knows where this barbarian kid came from? The royal disciples are about to vomit blood. They didn't manage to take down Senfu but instead lost thousands of meta-beast experts. This feud has been set in stone. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to kill the barbarian kid. From the moment the royal disciples made their move, everyone was generally not optimistic about the barbarian kid as no one had ever been able to compete with the royal disciples and gain the upper hand. But this time they had all misjudged and their faces had been slapped with a resounding slap. Those meta-beast experts who did not take advantage of the situation were all wiping their sweat. Terrifying. It was really terrifying. If a senfu could easily kill meta-beast experts, what would happen if there were 1,100,000,000 of them? Perhaps they would all be the same. For a moment, no one dared to approach senfu anymore. The royal disciples were speechless and did not dare to make a move for the time being. Although it was not a big deal to lose thousands of experts before figuring out what was going on, they felt uncomfortable as though they had been slapped in the face. Very straightforwardly, the royal clan disciples all fell silent. Make another move? It was meaningless. No one could guarantee that they could not break through. More than 30 generals with the strength of intermediate ultimate gods could not withstand the aftermath of the attack. One could imagine how terrifying that power was. In Senfu, both Huofeng and Panjian were stunned. The former was easy to deal with, as Huofeng more or less knew the ins and outs of the situation. This was a powerful master, but who would have thought that the Senfu he was residing in was also ridiculously powerful? With a single wave of attacks, he had killed more than 100,000 soul beasts. Huofeng was glad that she had made the right choice. Perhaps following master would increase his status by quite a bit. Even the royal family's disciples couldn't break through a Senfu castle. Panjian was even more shocked. This barbarian disciple was even more mysterious than she had imagined. A veil of mystery had been draped over his body, and she had unwittingly become curious about him. Could it be that this brat from the barbarian race really wanted to go against the royal disciples to the end? After killing more than 100,000 essence beasts, Yang Kai's eyes widened. Many battle generals came up to curry favor with him, and among them, there was no lack of battle generals arranged by the royal family. As the gatekeeper, Huofeng was domineering for the first time. Anyway, they couldn't break in, so there was nothing to worry about. My master is in seclusion. He won't see any guests. No matter who it was, they all gave the same answer. It was the same even for the battle generals of the royal family. There were also some who wanted to threaten Huofeng with their royal family status. In the end, Huofeng roared, "Come on, come on. Come in and kill me if you can. If you don't kill me, you're useless." Huofeng was using her connections to intimidate others. Those people had figured out Senfu. As long as they did not attack, they would be fine. They could not do anything to Huofeng. Break in? Stop joking. Unless it was a level 7 or 8 ultimate god. However, would those high-level ultimate gods make a move? At least, it was impossible for now. With their status and qualifications, who would dare to make a move? For the first time, Panjian wondered if she had encountered a fake barbarian disciple. It had been almost 3 years since she arrived in Senfu. Panjian had almost nothing to do. The suffering that she had imagined did not appear. It was as if she had been abandoned. Every day she would reverberate in the immortal abode. Thinking back to the days of hiding in the Divine Beast continent for the first time, the word safety came to mind for no reason. In this immortal abode, Saintess Feng Yen felt an unprecedented sense of security. Even if the royal family, the 3 divine clans and countless battle generals were outside, no one dared to cause trouble in Senfu. It was also quiet outside, as if she had been abandoned. This feeling was strange to Panjian. "Xiaohua, what's the background of your master?" After her life was no longer in danger, Panjian began to study the barbarian disciple. Everything seemed too mysterious. In 3 years she was considered to be familiar with Huofeng. "I don't know." Huofeng was in a good mood after using her connections to intimidate others. "Anyway, he's very powerful." This was not the first time Panjian heard such words. "Then what do you think I should do?" Panjian could not cultivate now. She could only live one day at a time, but this was not something she was willing to do. "Foolish human, I think you should listen to Master." Huofeng had already decided on Lin Fei. "I haven't followed Master for a long time, but I know that Master is a very powerful existence. Don't you wish for the human race to have a safe haven? Perhaps Master can do it here." Panjian would never have imagined that Huofeng would say such a thing. A safe haven for the human race? Can I? Panjian asked herself. Now that the 2 continents had merged, the human race did not have any advantage. The situation was the same as before. The essence beasts were powerful, and they would continue to have an advantage for a long time. Boom, boom, boom. In the 5th year, loud rumbling sounds could be heard from the divine tomb. The loud sound reverberated above the divine beast continent and saintly spirit continent, and everyone could hear it. In a swamp, a few people rushed into the sky. "The divine tomb is open. Ah, I'm here." Further away in an underground cave abode, a seated hierarch opened his eyes. "It's finally open. I can't get what I couldn't get the last time." The hierarch stood up, took a step, and disappeared without a trace. In the Yuanmi world, huge warships passed through the Yuanmi power and rushed into the divine beast continent. "This time our target is the 7th level of the divine tomb. Whoever dares to stop us will be killed without mercy." When these warships entered the divine beast continent, the essence beasts did not dare to stop them. This was because the insignia on the warships indicated that they came from the Yuanmi world. The divine tomb is finally open. In Senfu, Lin Fei also walked out. After waiting for 5 years, it was finally open. "Go and control the Senfu to enter the divine tomb." Lin Fei's voice landed in Panjian's ears. Then a jingguang entered her forehead. Xiaohua, support from the side. Before Panjian and Huofeng could react, their surroundings changed. They arrived at a central control hub, and the scene in front of them was an eye-opener. Chapter 32-33. The tomb of the original God of God had opened. The eye-catching and domineering tomb of the original God of God had opened a huge portal. There were a total of 9 such portals scattered in all directions. Everyone could enter the first floor of the tomb of the original God of God from each portal. The only difference was that the interior of the tomb of the original God of God was filled with dangers. Each portal had a different entry point and a different risk factor. Even those who had been to the tomb of the original God of God could not guarantee their safety every time they entered. If it was really that safe, the tomb of the original God of God left behind by a peak ultimate God would not be that simple. Every time the tomb of the original God of God was opened, risks and opportunities coexisted. The first to rush in were the 3 great divine clans. The 3 great divine clans were the most powerful existences. Each clan chose a portal to enter, and the 10 great royal clans followed closely after them. No one dared to enter before them, unless they did not want to stay in the beast divine continent. The 10 great royal clans led their generals and entered through the portal. Compared to the royal clans outside, 9 portals could not be entered so quickly. The major castellans from the Yuanmi world arrived at the scene. The royal clans were not surprised to see the castellans from the Yuanmi world. Although they were humans, they were different from the beast divine continent's humans and could not be easily dealt with. Those castellans had peak ultimate gods behind them. The beast divine continent's royal clans dared not offend them, but they would not try to please them either. They were in a position of peace with each other. It was different in the tomb of the original God of God. Even if there were peak ultimate gods behind them, it was normal for something to happen in the tomb of the original God of God. Generally, there would not be a life and death situation. The peak ultimate god's reputation was still important. Of course, why not? Lin Fei had been preparing since the movement in the tomb of the original God of God. Lin Fei did not care at all about killing 100,000 meta beasts. He was not worried that the royal clans would take action again. Anyone with a brain would continue to be entangled in this matter. There was no need. Over the past few years, Lin Fei had gained a lot of prestige, which made him feel refreshed. For example, the Senfu castle that was bought with tens of billions of prestige had recovered 1/3 of its prestige after killing 100,000 meta beasts. And now it was time to reap some prestige. But I heard that in the tomb of the gods of Jianghu, nothing can be brought into it except the person, such as our Senfu. Huofeng said cautiously. Those were the rules set by the original divinity and no one was allowed to break them. If I say it's possible, it's possible. Lin Fei snorted. Charge. Lin Fei transmitted his voice to Panjian. At this time, Panjian had already mastered Senfu's manipulation methods. He couldn't figure out why that brat from the barbarian tribe would let him control the Senfu. Only after mastering the knowledge in her mind did she realize how powerful Senfu was. Panjian also knew that the attack that easily killed 100,000 metabeasts was called the Super Infinite Cannon. That black ribbon-like thing was actually a special existence that could absorb all attacks and convert them into energy. Panjian had seen Senfu before. Back then the human race also had Senfu, but compared to the one in front of her, it was completely weak. If the human race had such a Senfu back then, they wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament, and she wouldn't have been captured. The Senfu was too powerful. The Senfu moved. It soared into the sky. It rushed toward one of the portals. The moment this immortal abode moved, the Essence Beast powerhouses all noticed it. The battle generals also noticed it. People in front, listen up. Those who don't seem to be dead, scram to the side. Don't blame me for not reminding everyone. This was Lin Fei's voice. It was transmitted through the immortal abode so everyone could hear it clearly. What is that brat trying to do? Doesn't he know that the tomb of the gods of Jianghu doesn't allow any spatial treasures to enter? He's really crazy. The Senfu charged through the air at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Some meta beasts who couldn't dodge in time were smashed into a bloody mist by the Senfu. Among them, several warlords were also smashed into a bloody mist. Those who didn't want to give way were all scared out of their wits. Crazy. Was this brat planning to fight the royal family to the end? After all, some of the meta beasts just now belonged to the royal family. The immortal abode crashed all the way over, and those essence beast powerhouses suffered a calamity. None of them could withstand the Senfu's charge. As the controller, Panjian felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. Ever since she was captured, she never thought that she would have a chance to kill the meta beasts again. Now she did it. and it was a complete and absolute suppression. For a moment, Panjayan couldn't figure out what this brat was trying to do. Fortunately, Panjayan knew what she had to do now. She had to smash them to death. Only then would she be able to vent the anger in her heart. At the start, Panjayan only dared to charge straight ahead. Later on, she started to control the direction and charge along a certain range. She was very careful. Until that person didn't say anything, Panjayan didn't listen and attacked. Corpses were everywhere outside. This brat deserves to die. He doesn't put the royal family in his eyes at all. He killed over 10 warlords just now. He's too crazy. The meta beasts in the distance didn't dare to go forward. That brat was a lunatic. He controlled the Senfu to kill people. To think that he would do such a thing. Didn't he know that this was the beast god continent? How could a mere brat withstand the royal family's rage? Alright, stop playing around. Lin Fei's calm voice fell into Panjayan's ears. Panjayan hurriedly corrected her position and moved closer to the door. She didn't know why, but she felt grateful to this brat disciple. Pay 5 billion prestige points for ignoring the rules. Using the ignoring rules. When it got close to the door, an invisible force pressed down. A thin special barrier appeared on the Senfu's body. In front of everyone's eyes, the immortal's abode swayed and actually rushed into the tomb of the original god of sin, blinding everyone outside. The city lords who rushed over were also dumbfounded. It was as if they were seeing things. How is this possible? The Senfu actually charged in. Did the rules change? The original god's tomb was filled with danger. If they had a warship with strong defenses, they could avoid a lot of trouble. It wasn't that no one had ever successfully entered. Charge in. A city lord was overjoyed. He controlled the warship and charged over. If the rules were wrong or invalid, wouldn't they be in luck? The warship slammed into the door and a huge force came crashing down. The huge warship was instantly destroyed by an invisible force, and the experts on the warship were also out of luck. What the hell? Those who didn't believe it tried, but the result was the same. The invisible force blocked their warship. Chapter 32-34. Just as everyone was cursing in unison, Panjayan controlled Senfu to rush into the tomb of the original god of God. The repulsive force was completely resolved. Senfu passed through the barrier and landed on the first level of the tomb of the original god of God. Boom. This was a space filled with a dark aura. After Senfu entered the tomb of the original god of God, it encountered a terrifying gravitational force. The huge Senfu directly smashed down, and some of the moving meta beasts were smashed into pieces on the spot. This is the tomb of the original god of God. Lin Fei inspected the tomb of the original god of God. The huge space was filled with a dark aura. The sun couldn't be seen. It wasn't completely dark, just gloomy and oppressive. The location of the immortal mansion was temporarily a swamp. Now that half of Senfu was submerged in the mud, Lin Fei, who was in Senfu, could clearly feel the strong gravitational force on Senfu. Hua hua hua. There was movement in the swamp. Large groups of meta beasts gathered. But compared to the meta beasts of the beast god continent, these meta beasts that moved over were more rigid, as if they had lost their spirituality. These are mechanical meta beasts. This wasn't said by Lin Fei but by Panjayan. Lin Fei came to the control center. You said these are mechanical meta beasts? Panjayan hurriedly lowered her head. Yes, mechanical meta beasts. Rumor has it that Divinity Yuanju brought them back from another continent. It is said that Divinity Yuanju placed the refining method of mechanical meta beasts on the highest level. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the tomb of the original god of God. But now, the appearance of mechanical meta beasts made him interested in another continent. These weren't things that ordinary people could refine. Could it be that technology is popular in the third continent? Lin Fei pondered. With a cursory glance, he knew that the mechanical meta beasts weren't made crudely. The method was very clever. The mechanical meta beasts were engraved with formation patterns, which weren't simple at all. Let's go to the second floor. Lin Fei sat down beside him. Master, I heard that mechanical elemental beasts are quite valuable. Do you want to catch some? Wolfing asked. Too weak. Can't even withstand a single blow. I'll pay 10 billion prestige points for the anti-gravity barrier. Gravity defense shield successfully exchanged in use. The surface of Senfu's shield changed. The crushing gravitational force from before had completely disappeared. Panjayan originally wanted to say that the tomb of the god of sin had gravity, so she couldn't control the Senfu at all. However, in the next second the Senfu was successfully controlled. It rose into the air and crashed into a large group of mechanical elemental beasts. Wherever the Senfu went, the mechanical elemental beasts were all turned into a pile of scrap metal. The swamp was huge. Without the suppression of gravity, the Senfu charged forward, crashing into everything it saw. After leaving the swamp, Lin Fei could see the high mountains and flowing water. What is that? Apart from this, the most obvious thing was that there was actually a stairway that appeared between heaven and earth. It didn't seem far, but Lin Fei knew that it was very far away. It felt like the Great Hope Mountain was a dead horse. That is the entrance to the second floor of the tomb of the god of sin. It is said that there are a large number of mechanical elemental beasts guarding the stairway. They are very powerful and there are even guardians. Every time the tomb of the god of sin opens, everyone will work together to attack the guardians. Apart from this method, it is said that we can also hunt mechanical elemental beasts. They have the stairway keys on them. As long as we have the stairway keys, we can easily go up. Jianghu said. Lin Fei didn't know much about the tomb of the god of sin. He was only here to raise his prestige. The royal races of the divine beast continent were all gathered here. If Lin Fei didn't come here to raise his prestige, he would be a big fool. This was the fastest place to get exposed. Since we can see the first floor of the stairway, let's just go straight there. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and instructed, "Oh right, bring more mechanical elemental beasts over." Jianghu and Feng Huo were both shocked. What was going on? It was a huge bug for a Senfu to appear in the tomb of the god of sin. Now, the tomb of the god of sin could not repel Senfu at all. Lin Fei's use of reputation to exchange for skills wasn't just for show. He could use it anywhere he went. It was safe and foolproof. Senfu turned into a giant and pushed forward. A loud rumbling sound spread out. The huge commotion attracted a large number of mechanical elemental beasts. It was unknown what method the tomb of the god of sin used to create such a large number of mechanical elemental beasts. Lin Fei deliberately let Senfu make a commotion to attract countless mechanical elemental beasts. Behind the Senfu, there was a black mass of mechanical elemental beasts. Lin Fei allowed the mechanical elemental beasts to attack as he was accumulating energy. After all, the Super Infinity Cannon required energy, and the attacks of a large number of mechanical elemental beasts could be converted into a large amount of energy. It could be said that as long as the mechanical elemental beasts were behind him, Lin Fei's Senfu would not have to worry about not having enough energy to attack the enemy. The immortal mansion flew leisurely and soon became the leader of the group. On a mountain far away, dozens of soul beasts killed hundreds of mechanical elemental beasts and captured dozens of them alive. Our luck is not bad. We obtained a few mechanical elemental beasts and their quality is not bad. Everyone keep it up. The dozens of soul beasts were in a good mood and killed hundreds of mechanical elemental beasts without any casualties. It could be considered a good start. What's that? Wait, it looks like a Senfu. Why does it look so familiar? One of the soul beasts suddenly saw the scene in the distance and his eyes widened. He couldn't even speak properly. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes, but the scene still appeared in front of him. The other soul beasts also turned around. After seeing this scene, they also widened their eyes and were momentarily speechless. Damn, isn't that the barbarian brat Senfu? Yes, I was wondering why it looked so familiar. Didn't they say that Senfu couldn't enter? How did his Senfu enter? What the hell, this is unbelievable. This Senfu was still fresh in everyone's memory. But at this moment they could no longer remain calm. A Senfu had entered the tomb of the gods. Wait, look behind you. Another One Origin beast expert pointed behind him, his entire body trembling. Previously they were only paying attention to the Senfu and didn't pay attention to the situation behind them. But now the scene behind them was truly too frightening. How many mechanical elemental beasts are there? It seems like we can't break through the Senfu. Something big is going to happen. The 10 royal clans and the 3 god clans are going to have a headache. The barbarians might be rising. This scene fell into everyone's eyes. Chapter 32-35. The Senfu continued on its way. The meta-beast powerhouses, royal disciples, and generals on the first level of the tomb of the god of sin saw this scene and looked as if they had seen a ghost. No one dared to approach it. The countless mechanical elemental beasts formed a black mass, and anyone who saw it would lose their confidence. However, under the attack of so many mechanical beasts, the Senfu was unscathed and flew forward smoothly. Even if the mechanical beasts tried to stop it, they could not stop the Senfu from crushing it. Who can tell me what's going on? How did the barbarian fairy Senfu get in? Did he break the setup left by the divine Lord Yuanju? This is unbelievable. Did anyone notice? This brat from the barbarian tribe is too evil. He brought a large number of mechanical beasts over. When we reached the first level of the stairway to heaven, I reckon everyone will have a headache. Shameless. Lin Fei, who was sitting in the senfu, looked at the contribution value with a bright smile on his face. I don't believe that the meta beast powerhouses will not pay attention to such a scene. He had gained a lot along the way. The impact of the senfu was greater than Lin Fei had imagined. The mechanical beasts behind him exerted a terrifying influence. Anyone who saw them would be afraid. As they approached the first level of the stairway to heaven, the number of mechanical beasts began to increase, and the front became densely packed. The tomb of the god of sin was not a joke. Fire the cannons and blast them. The number of mechanical beasts ahead increased. Lin Fei did not care about this. With the energy provided by the mechanical beasts behind him, there was nothing that could not be destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of light landed on the mechanical beasts in front of them. Clatter, clatter. The mechanical beasts were destroyed along the way. The senfu also advanced bit by bit on the stairway to heaven. When the powerful beings of the meta beasts in the distance saw this scene, all of their eyes turned red with jealousy and envy. Who could possibly pass through the first level so easily? There was no one like that. This was the reason why the tomb of the god of sin had always been difficult. Damn it, he actually relied on the senfu to enter. On a distant mountain, Celestial Tiger cursed as he watched Senfu get closer and closer to the entrance of the stairway. As a disciple of the royal family, he had threatened the brat of the barbarian tribe, saying that he would kill him in the tomb of the god of sin. But now it turned out to be empty talk. Apart from that, there was also a deep sense of fear. The Senfu became very dazzling. If even the mechanical elemental beasts couldn't break through, wouldn't it be very easy for them to reach the 6th floor or even the 7th floor? Even if you go up, the high-level ultimate gods from the 10 royal clans won't let you do as you wish. Hu Tianren sneered. Let's take this opportunity to find a way up. Anger was anger. Heavenly Tiger also realized that this was an opportunity. Senfu attracted the firepower. If he were to ascend the stairway now, it would be much easier than usual. Hu Tianren wasn't the only one with this idea. Almost all the royal family disciples had the same thought, and so did the generals. It would be a pity not to take advantage of such a good opportunity. Guardian. Lin Fei saw the Guardian. It was a mechanical elemental beast a few hundred meters tall. Its entire body was made up of mechanical devices and was extremely huge. Anyone could feel the pressure and danger just by standing there. It was the guardian of the tomb of the god of sin's 1st floor. It's really huge, but it's a pity that its strength is only SOSO. Lin Fei took a glance and judged its strength. It was a mid-level ultimate god. As for why it became a guardian, it probably had some secret killer move. This did not affect Lin Fei at all. Continue to attack. The Senfu kept using the super infinity cannon. The mechanical elemental beasts were constantly being torn into pieces. The guardian also moved and looked like a human. It grabbed with one hand and was instantly attacked by the super infinity cannon. The hand was shaken off. This defense is not bad. No wonder it can become a guardian. With a probing attack, Lin Fei knew the guardian's ability. It was actually immune to a part of the damage. In addition to its special metal structure, the guardian was indeed qualified to guard. Don't stop. The guardian's ability was not bad, but it was still a far cry from the Senfu's super infinity cannon. With countless mechanical elemental beasts attacking with sufficient energy, the guardian's continuous attacks could not stop the Senfu's advance. The super infinity cannon's continuous attacks had pushed the guardian's huge body back. How could it stop the Senfu? The people at the back finally saw how powerful the Senfu was. The 100,000 elemental beasts did not die in vain. Even if there were 1 million or 10 million elemental beasts, the result would still be the same. Didn't they see the guardian being tortured? That barbarian kid is really lucky. It would be great if I had a Senfu like this. That was what most people thought. In the end, the guardian could not stop Lin Fei's Senfu from entering the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor. It was also Panjian's first time coming to the divine tomb. She had never thought it would be so easy. The countless mechanical elemental beasts and the guardian that could hardly cause any damage were not easy to break through. However, they passed through easily and at the same time, saw the 2nd floor of the divine tomb. It was almost the same as the previous floor. The mechanical elemental beasts were also much stronger and more dangerous. However, it did not affect Lin Fei at all. Charge all the way down. Lin Fei asked the little devil to scan the floor. There was nothing good. Mechanical elemental beasts? Lin Fei really did not like them. The 2nd floor of the divine tomb. The 3rd floor of the divine tomb. The 4th floor of the divine tomb. The Senfu displayed a terrifying power. They went down 1 floor at a time. In the blink of an eye they reached the 6th floor. Lin Fei did not stop for the first 5 floors, but it still took him more than 10 years. It was an extremely fast speed. The 6th floor was obviously different. It was like a different world. They are from the royal clan and the divine clan. Panjian's eyes were murderous. The 6th floor was different from the previous floors. It was filled with floating platforms surrounded by darkness with ultimate gods standing on each platform. At that moment, their eyes swept over and their faces were filled with horror. They were all high-level ultimate gods. The most powerful forces in the Beast Divine continent were all here. In addition, there were also city lords from the Yuanmi world. They all had a look of disbelief on their faces. "Hello everyone, I hope I'm not late." Lin Fei's voice was heard. "Is that barbarian kid? How did Senfu come in? It's impossible. Did he crack the secret of the divine tomb?" Chapter 32-36. On the 6th floor of the Tomb of the Gods of Yuanfu. Gathered here were the leaders of the 10 royal clans, the 3 celestial clans, and the various city lords of the Yuanmi world. But now, a Senfu had appeared on the 6th floor without any warning. It was absolutely unbelievable and no one could accept this scene. Who had entered the Tomb of the Gods of Yuanfu with the help of a Senfu. They had worked themselves to death to come up here and risked all kinds of dangers. It was not as easy as coming up with a Senfu. The appearance of the Senfu was a huge blow to them. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Since when could a barbarian race boy be on par with them? What the hell? Lin Fei also appeared in the sky above the Senfu and waved to everyone with a smile. This scene was very awkward in everyone's eyes. Who would dare to say that a mysterious barbarian race boy had appeared out of nowhere? At the beginning they knew about the barbarian race boy and didn't pay much attention to him. In the Divine Beast continent, the barbarian race was always at the bottom of the hierarchy. Soon they would be able to enter the Divine Beast continent. But at this moment they couldn't be too indifferent. The barbarian race boy had brought them a huge shock. Since when could a Senfu come up here? Had the rules of the Tomb of the Gods of Yuanfu been broken? Boom. Just as everyone was pondering how to deal with the barbarian race boy, the Senfu had opened fire. Yes, it had opened fire. The cannon first expanded a few times, and then hundreds of light balls flew out and instantly landed on one of the floating platforms. The elemental beasts on the platform were caught off guard. The energy of the light balls exploded on their bodies and tore them into pieces. One after another, the elemental beasts on the platform were torn apart and killed one by one. The power of the hundreds of light balls was like a rapid flood that killed 2/3 of the elemental beasts on the platform. It wasn't until a shield appeared on the platform that the remaining elemental beasts escaped death. This scene shocked all the elemental beasts on the platform. F***CK, the barbarian race boy is crazy. That's the Beiming royal race, one of the top 5 royal races. How dare that boy open fire? Bastard, this is provoking us, the 10 king clans. Quick. Activate the barrier. It'll be bad if it happens again. This brat from the barbarian tribe is crazy. Hurry up and use your enchantment treasures. He even dares to attack a member of the royal tribe. He must be exterminated immediately. Senfu's attack was unexpected. Everyone was shocked and one by one they entered a state of alert. In their eyes, that brat from the Senfu was a complete lunatic. He had actually dared to attack the Beeman royal clan under such circumstances. Moreover, he had attacked the Beeman royal clan, which was ranked in the top 5. This was the Beeman royal clan that specialized in strength. But now, 2/3 of their experts were killed by a brat from the barbarian tribe on the 6th level of the Tomb of the God of Sin. The experts of the Beeming royal family were all staring at each other. Were we bombarded just now? As one of the 10 great royal clans, the Beeman royal clan had never suffered such a huge loss. They were directly beaten into a stupefied state. Brat of the barbarian tribe, you're courting death. The leader of the Beeman royal clan this time was a high-level elder, who was an 8th-stage ultimate god expert. His body suddenly expanded, and his fists were like hammers that slammed across the sky. At this moment, the Beeman royal clan was completely enraged. In the central control center of Senfu. I really couldn't control myself. In the control center, Panjian lowered her head. Even so, it was difficult for her to conceal the cold killing intent on her face. At this moment she did not dare to face Lin Fei. Huofeng hurriedly dissociated herself. Master, I didn't do it. It was this little girl. She definitely did it on purpose. Let me eat her. Look at her. She just attacked the top 5 Beeman royal clan. She has provoked a strong enemy for Master. Lin Fei kicked Huofeng. Eat. All you know is to eat. If you say something like this again, I will kick you to death and barbecue you. I heard that it tastes good when cuffed. Huofeng shrank her nose and laughed dryly. Master, don't misunderstand. I was just joking. I hate eating people the most. Tell me what happened. Lin Fei really did not care about the Beeman royal clan. Panjian knew that she had caused a huge disaster. Just now, she really couldn't control her desire to kill them all. In the end, she really killed 2/3 of the Beeman royal clan experts. The feeling of destroying the past with violence was too good. Senfu's attack power was stronger than she had imagined. The Beeman royal clan's physical body could not withstand such an attack. Panjian let out a long sigh of resentment. They killed my relatives. Panjian was prepared. Emmy over. Lin Fei could see the killing intent on Panjian. It was the killing intent of a blood feud. At this moment, the Beaming royal family member also made his move. His body, which wasn't very tall at first, shook his body and became 300 feet tall, just like a small giant. His hands were like hammers smashing onto Senfu. The huge Senfu only shook a little under the attack of the Beaming royal family. Motherf **Ker, how dare you smash my Senfu? Blast it. Lin Fei was furious. With one strike, the Senfu suffered some casualties. What are you standing there for? Panjian was stunned. She turned around, but Huofeng, who was beside her, was quick-witted. Master told you to attack. Why are you still standing there like a fool? Ah. Panjian was delighted and immediately controlled the super infinity cannon. Boom boom boom. The muzzle of the cannon turned and a ball of light burst out. The Beaming royal family's high-level ultimate god was shocked when he failed to smash the Senfu with his hands. The Senfu's defense was so strong that it could withstand his attack. When he wanted to attack again, the super infinity cannon came. One shot after another, all of them locked onto the Beaming royal family's high-level ultimate god. The Beaming royal family's high-level ultimate god was also domineering. With the Beaming royal family's strong defense and power, he did not care about a mere Senfu's attack. The high-level ultimate god experts kept throwing punches. He increased his speed to the limit. Only a series of fist shadows were left attacking the ball of light. Each ball of light exploded and turned into a stream of light that hit the Beaming royal family's body. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30, 50. The Beaming royal family's high-level ultimate god's huge body began to shake and began to retreat. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, his speed was getting faster and faster. Soon he was able to put some distance between himself and the Beaming royal family. No matter how the Beaming royal family's high-level ultimate god changed his position, he could not get close to the Senfu. Instead, his body was burning with pain. Why is the Senfu so powerful? The Beaming royal family's elder Meng can't take it anymore. That brat from the barbarian clan has obtained a powerful treasure. I really don't know what kind of luck he has. Those meta-beast experts on the platform secretly felt their hearts sink. The situation was not looking good. As for helping, they did not have the guts to do so. It was not a good thing to offend the Beaming royal family. Chapter 32-37. As soon as Lin Fei said that, everyone from the Beaming royal family was greatly agitated. Was this an accident? Who would believe that? It was intentional. It was definitely intentional. How dare this barbarian brat say that? Did he really think everyone was a 3-year-old child? How could he not see what was going on? Shameless, too shameless. Everyone immediately labeled the barbarian brat as shameless. They did not know why he dared to say such a thing. Ultimate God Meng Qi was one of the high-level ultimate gods from the Beaming royal clan who was leading the team. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Blue veins were bulging on his body, making him look extremely ferocious and terrifying with boundless hostility surging. It was a direct provocation. Barbarian brat, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Our Beaming royal family will definitely destroy all the barbarians behind you. Ultimate God Meng Qi was furious as he had never seen such a shameless brat who dared to say such words. Lin Fei laughed. Anyway, that's my explanation. As for whether you believe it or not, that's your own business. As for whether you want to continue attacking the Immortals' mansion, I don't care as long as you can break it. It was Ultimate God Meng Qi's first time seeing such a shameless brat. Was that an explanation? It was obvious that he did not take the Beaming royal family seriously. Barbarian brat, are you trying to go against our royal family? A high-level ultimate god from the Lion Man tribe said in a hostile tone. The Lion Man tribe and the Beaming royal family had a good relationship. It was normal for them to speak up for them. Attack the Lion Man tribe, Lin Fei said to Panjian. Panjian could not figure out what the barbarian brat wanted to do, but she was more than willing to kill the 10 great royal clan's experts with the help of Senfu. Boom, boom, boom. The super infinite cannon changed its direction and blasted on the Lion Man tribe's platform. The Lion Man tribe experts were immediately attacked. Even though they were prepared, the light sphere's attack still made them feel great pressure and threat. Bastards, stop. The ultimate god expert from the Lion Man tribe was also a level 7 ultimate god. His name was Huoxing. At that moment he was controlling his treasure and withstanding the light ball's attack. However, he could still see the experts on the platform falling to the ground. Haha, didn't you say that I'm an enemy of the royal family? Since you've said so, wouldn't I disappoint you if I don't satisfy you? Lin Fei laughed. I'm a person who treats everyone equally. I won't discriminate. Enjoy it. Lion Huoxing coughed up blood. How could you believe what I said? I really wanted to give myself a tight slap. Brother Meng, you attack the Senfu and I will distract them. Today we must capture this brat and teach him a lesson he will never forget. Don't forget about the barbarians behind him. Hierarch Lionfire transmitted his voice to Hierarch Monkey. Alright. The Beeman royal family's supreme divinity Meng Qi, who had transformed into a giant, was actually quite afraid of the Qi's attack just now. Now that the cannons were gone, he had absolute confidence that he could tear apart the Immortal Mansion's defense and capture the brat from the Immortal Mansion. Master, be careful. The Beeman royal family is too powerful. Our Senfu, Huofeng said worriedly. That was because the high-level ultimate god from the Beeman royal family had attacked again. It doesn't matter. He can't break through the Senfu. What a joke. It would be a failure if the tens of billions of Senfu's prestige could be easily broken through. This time Hierarch Meng Qi used 100% of his strength. His height increased by another 10 feet as he punched the Holy Realm abode heavily. However, the difference between this time and the last time was completely different. Hierarch Monkey's punch seemed to have landed on cotton. It was soft and the huge force could not land on the Senfu as it disappeared into thin air. Again? A strange look flashed across Hierarch Monkey's face. He punched again. He crazily attacked the Senfu. Those observing leaders finally had to face the reality that the barbarian kid had manipulated the Senfu and became the big dark horse in the tomb of the gods of Jianghu. Yes, the big dark horse. My Senfu is very strong. Attack slowly and don't stop. Anyway, the Beeman royal family's greatest strength is power. Lin Fei looked at Hierarch Monkey with a smile. Strong? Hierarch Monkey did not believe his opponent's words. Was he trying to fool him? Don't even think about it. In front of the Beeman royal family, the Senfu and its buildings would all turn into ruins. He did not know where the barbarian kid got the Senfu in front of him. How dare he pretend to be mysterious and say it was strong in front of him? Didn't that mean the Beeman royal family was too weak? Hierarch Monkey's attacks were getting faster and faster. Everyone on the platform could feel the terrifying power of the Beeman royal family with every punch. That kind of power was frightening. In the Beast Divine continent, the Beeman royal family, the Golden War God clan, and the Giant clan were the strongest. In terms of strength, no one could beat them. While Hierarch Monkey was attacking the Senfu, Lion Huoxing, who was on the other side, felt great pressure. Balls of attacks exploded one after another, and the power that was stirred up made him feel great fear. It was fine at first, but as time passed he gradually could not bear it anymore. That kind of power could actually penetrate. Even the defense of the treasures could not withstand the penetration of the balls of light. Wave after wave fell on their bodies. Bang bang bang. The experts of the Lion Man clan in the treasures were constantly exploding and screaming. In the face of the penetrating power, even the experts of the Beeman royal family could not withstand it, let alone the Lion Man clan, whose defense and power were slightly inferior. It was a completely one-sided situation. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lion Huoxing could not hold on any longer. 1/3 of the experts had died and the rest were not any better. All of them had injuries on their bodies. The thunderstorm is coming. Suddenly, a dark cloud floated in front of them. This dark cloud was boundless, and the sky and earth instantly darkened. At the same time, a dangerous aura swept out, making one's heart palpitate. When Hierarch Monkey, who was originally attacking, saw the floating dark cloud, his expression immediately changed. He immediately retreated and returned to the platform with a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. The thunderstorm is coming. Let's see how you block it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. On the platform, layers of defense appeared one after another. That dark cloud then brought down storms one after another. These storms set off a huge black vortex with thunder roaring in the vortex. Anyone who saw it would feel fear. That thing had yet to descend, but everyone's expression changed. Master, it seems that the original tomb of the god of sin test is coming. Wolfing said loudly. What should we do now? I seem to smell the scent of death. The thunderstorm came very quickly. Lin Fei glanced at it. The number of thunderstorms that spread out was more than 100. Each of them formed a black vortex that came in a mighty manner. Good timing. Lin Fei laughed. Chapter 32-38. Thunderstorm. It was one of the tests on the 6th floor of the tomb of the god of sin. It was also a special kind of test. The tomb of the god of sin left by a top-level ultimate god was not easy to break through. After so many years, the experts from the Beast Divine continent could only reach the 6th floor. It showed how difficult the tomb of the god of sin was. A large black whirlpool swept over. Thunderbolts also fell. The forces on the platform activated their treasures to resist the attack of the thunderstorm. It was not the first time for the big forces to come here. They knew very well how to resist the thunderstorm. As long as nothing went wrong, there would not be much danger. The thunderstorm came very fast. The world suddenly darkened. Thunderbolts whizzed and landed in the area. The treasures played a great role. Shields of different colors opened up and withstood the waves of attacks. While everyone was resisting the thunderstorm, they did not forget to pay attention to the barbarian boy Senfu. No one knew better than them that on the 6th floor of the tomb of the god of sin, one would be immediately eliminated if one was not on the platform. The thunderstorm in the sky seemed to have sensed the existence of the immortal abode. Lightning bolts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came crashing down on the immortal abode. In an instant, the immortal abode was submerged in lightning. Haha, how dare the barbarian boy act so presumptuously here? The rules left by the ultimate god of sin are not to be trifled with. Divine Master Meng Shen sneered with cold eyes. What a pity for the Senfu. This immortal manner was something that even Hierarch Meng Qi would covet. For it to be able to withstand his power, this immortal manner was definitely different from the rest. Under the cloud storm, nothing could withstand the attack. On the platform on the Lion Man tribe's side, Lion Huosheng was overjoyed to see the thunderstorm coming. The difficult situation was finally over. It was worth it to help the beaming royal family to contain the barbarian boy's Senfu. The only pity was that the Senfu was about to be destroyed and he could not deal with the barbarian boy himself. When the thunderstorm covered the area, Lion Huosheng, who thought the pressure would be relieved, had to face a cruel reality. Damn. Stop. The Senfu's attack continued. His power had increased. Lion Huosheng was coughing out blood. Coupled with the endless attacks from the thundercloud storm, the Lion Man race experts around him were falling one after another. Even the treasures that he had activated were on the verge of breaking down. It's impossible for his Senfu to last that long. Lion Huosheng told everyone that they just needed to hold on a little longer. Once Senfu was defeated, their threat would disappear. 5 breaths, 10 breaths, 20 breaths. The experts on Lion Huosheng's side had all fallen. Senfu's attacks did not stop. Expert of the Lion Man tribe, do you feel good? You asked for it, haha. Just when everyone thought that the barbarian brat Senfu was doomed, a loud and clear voice rang out once again. A huge ball of light shot out from the cannon of the Senfu. The area enveloped by the black vortex was mercilessly torn apart by the huge ball of light. It left a long trail behind as it charged towards Xing Shizeng's position. Seeing this, Lion Huosheng's brows twitched. A terrifying threat loomed over him. Why didn't Senfu break? Facing this attack, Xing Shizeng completely lost his confidence. How could he block it? Barbarian brat, wait for the revenge of our Lion Man tribe. Xing Shizeng took out a scroll and tore it open. A ball of energy enveloped the remaining experts and tore the void apart. With a swoosh, they disappeared without a trace. The Lion Man tribe, one of the top 10 royal tribes, had left the 6th level of the tomb of the god of sin just like that. This situation greatly shocked the remaining 9 royal tribes. Being eliminated under such circumstances was really beyond everyone's expectations. That barbarian brat was too crazy. He even dared to attack the royal tribes. Was he really going to fight with them and be irreconcilable enemies? Beaming royal tribe, it's your turn. Boom. Boom. As the voice rang out, the ball of light followed closely and smashed into the sky above the platform of the beaming royal tribe. The experts of the beaming royal tribe, who had just rejoiced for a while, were all dumbfounded. How could the Senfu withstand it? In the Senfu, Lin Fei was in a very good mood. This kind of attack came at the right time. Lin Fei's heart was filled with joy. He was 100% confident in the defense of the Senfu. The thunderstorm also came in time, providing a steady stream of attack energy for Lin Fei's Senfu. The energy attack that the Senfu could use became very abundant. Its power also increased. The Lion Man tribe really ran away fast. The attack speed of the super infinite cannon was not very fast. Although it could lock onto people, under the influence of the thunderstorm, it was normal for there to be a certain speed delay. Lin Fei was not surprised that the experts of the Lion Man tribe ran away. Lin Fei did not feel much about driving away a member of the royal tribe, but for Panjian, it was a very different feeling. She had personally driven the Lion Man tribe out of the tomb of the god of sin. What could be more exciting than this? It was no longer possible to come back after leaving the tomb of the god of sin. The Lion Man tribe had suffered a great loss this time. They had missed an opportunity to grow stronger. The Beast Divine continent had many meta-beast forces, especially those who were infinitely close to the royal tribe. Once they obtained treasures this time, their strength would improve greatly, and they might even be able to oust the royal tribe. Panjian secretly glanced at this barbarian guy and silently said in her heart, "Thank you." If it weren't for this barbarian, Panjian would never have believed that there would be a day when she would be able to attack. Although it was not by force, the feeling of killing them was too good. What is he trying to do? Uncontrollably, Panjian could not help but have a doubt. This was the most unfathomable person. That was the royal tribe. Did he not care about the revenge of the royal tribe? Hierarch Meng Qi led the behemoth experts to resist the attack. Originally, the thunderstorm made them not dare to be distracted, but now with the attack of the Senfu, its power had increased a lot. Hierarch Meng Qi's face turned bitter. "Brat, are you planning to shed all pretense of cordiality with our behemoth royal tribe?" Hierarch Meng Qi roared. "I can't hold on any longer." Under the intensive bombardment of the cannons, even the physical defense of the behemoth royal tribe seemed to be very strenuous and on the verge of collapse. Lin Fei laughed and said, "Who said that he wanted to destroy me just now? What? You can't hold on anymore? Hey, you are the behemoth royal tribe. Why can't you hold on anymore?" The experts on the platform rolled their eyes when they heard this. Who could resist such an attack? Hierarch Meng Qi knew that he was in big trouble. Chapter 32-39. The elimination of the Lion Man tribe was really beyond everyone's expectations. The competition between the 10 great royal tribes was very intense. But this time, besides anger, there was even a trace of schadenfreude. They were naturally angry about the barbarian tribe's unruly behavior. This was a challenge to the royal tribe's hierarchy. They had to suppress the barbarian tribe's situation and let him know how powerful the royal tribe's influence was. But now they were hesitating. The Lion Man tribe was eliminated just like that. It seemed that it would be the Beeman royal tribe's turn soon. That was one of the top 5 royal tribes. If the Beeman royal tribe was eliminated, it meant that they were disqualified. So if they interfered, would they face the barbarian tribe's revenge? In their opinion, the Lion Man tribe and the Beeman royal tribe were both taken revenge by the barbarian tribe. Especially the Lion Man tribe because they were close to the Beeman royal tribe. In the end, they were the first to be disqualified. Should they speak up to defend the Beeman royal tribe? This was something that they had to consider. Should they let the barbarian tribe continue to behave atrociously, or should they work together to suppress the barbarian tribe? There were both advantages and disadvantages. In the center of the platform, the experts on the platform were completely different from the 10 great royal tribes. The aura they emitted was different, and there was only one person activating the treasure. The rest of the people all stood with indifferent expressions on their faces, completely different from the royal family's expression. What a barbarian tribe kid. He really gave us a wonderful performance. He was not afraid of the thunderstorm. What an eye-opener. The one who spoke was a middle-aged meta-beast expert. He had a faint smile on his face as if the scene in front of him was insignificant. He is indeed extraordinary. I'm afraid that the Supreme Divinity would never have thought that one day the rules would be broken by a barbarian tribe kid. Do you think we should rope in the barbarian tribe kid? The 2 people who spoke looked at an old man not far away. Let's see. On the platform was the undying celestial tribe of the 3 great celestial tribes. In the Divine Beast continent, the 3 great celestial tribes were the undying celestial tribe, the ancient ape celestial tribe, and the breaking sun celestial tribe. These 3 great celestial tribes were all special races. The 10 great royal tribes were weak in front of them. In the Divine Beast continent, the 10 great royal tribes never dared to say anything. Every change in the royal family required the consent of the 3 great god clans. The strength of the 3 god clans was equal. There was no so-called number 1 god clan. Everyone's strength was at the same level, so it was almost impossible to distinguish who was the strongest. The other two Protoss were also staring at Senfu in the thunderstorm. Under the endless attacks, the Senfu wasn't damaged in the slightest. It withstood the attacks of the cloud storm and continued to release attacks, unceasingly attacking the beaming royal clan. According to this situation, the beaming royal family would soon be unable to hold on. The consumption was too great. Senfu's attacks did not stop for even a moment. That was the worst-case scenario. When Hierarch Meng-Chi heard the barbarian kid's words, he felt terrible. Beg for mercy? A dignified member of the royal family had to beg for mercy from a lowly brat from the barbarian tribe? Wasn't this a slap to his face? We can't hold on any longer. The Immortal Mansion's attack has penetrated too deeply. Hierarch Meng-Chi's voice reverberated in his ears. The beaming powerhouses on the platform were now in a state of exhaustion. Facing the double attack, they really couldn't bear it. Hierarch Meng-Chi was really unwilling to leave the Tomb of the Gods in such a sorry state. It would take too long to wait for the Tomb of the Gods to open again. Are we really going to beg for mercy? Hierarch Meng-Chi really couldn't think of any other way. As for asking for reinforcements, he believed that no one would help. The royal family couldn't wait for the beaming royal family to lose their qualification. The current situation was really terrible. Lin Fei wanted to build up his reputation in the Tomb of the Gods, so he naturally wasn't afraid of offending the 10 great royal families. As for the Protoss clan, they could temporarily wait. The first Lion Man had been chased out, and the first show of strength was successful. However, this wasn't enough for Lin Fei. He had to find another powerful one. The beaming royal family had won the prize. It would really be a pity if he didn't get rid of this top 5 royal family. Beaming royal family, have you thought it through? Lin Fei smiled and said, I'm giving you a chance. If you answer and beg for mercy, you might still be able to stand here. There was no need to mention how sullen Hierarch Meng-Chi was. If he could, he really wanted to go up and smash the Senfu, drag out the barbarian kid in the Senfu, and beat him up. However, Hierarch Meng-Chi couldn't do it now. Barbarian kid, you win. In this Tomb of the Gods of the Gods of the Gods, we, the beaming royal family, won't find trouble with you anymore. Wherever you appear, we will retreat. Is that good enough? Hierarch Meng-Chi gritted his teeth and told himself that once he found an opportunity, he would definitely tear the barbarian kid into pieces. This kind of humiliation had to be washed away with the blood of the barbarian kid. Boom. Boom. The Senfu was still attacking. It was only a matter of time before it collapsed. Well said. Lin Fei smiled and said, seeing that you've bowed down, I'll let this matter rest. Who asked the barbarians to be good people? Hierarch Meng-Chi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the threat of the Senfu was gone, they could still withstand the attack of the thunderstorm. Hurry up and stop it. While Lin Fei was speaking, the Senfu's attacks were still falling on the protective shield on the platform. One wave after another, it didn't seem like it would stop. Barbarian kid, do you want to stop? Hierarch Meng-Chi's expression was constantly changing as he roared at the barbarian kid from the Senfu. He was about to collapse. Oh, I'm really sorry about that. It's malfunctioning. I can't control it anymore. Panjian, who had been controlling it, really thought that it would stop. She didn't expect that it was just to fool the beaming royal family. She almost couldn't help but laugh. The beaming royal family will not rest until you die. The defense on the platform was instantly torn apart. The thunderstorm and the attack fell on the experts of the beaming royal family. In the blink of an eye, not a single expert of the beaming royal family was left, including Hierarch Meng-Chi. I'm really sorry. I really didn't mean it. Lin Fei's voice echoed. Everyone rolled their eyes again. This was definitely intentional. First, he made the beaming royal family bow down, giving them hope, and then he destroyed them. This method was too vicious. I'm from the barbarian race, but I don't want to be enemies with everyone. However, if anyone really thinks that I'm easy to bully, I don't mind destroying both Jade and Stone together with you. It's not easy for the Tomb of the God of Sin to open. I hope everyone won't miss this opportunity. As for the beaming royal family and the Lion Man tribe, they asked for it. Lin Fei's voice fell in everyone's ears again. This time, everyone's expression was different. They really paid attention to this barbarian kid from the Senfu. Chapter 3240. At this time, no matter which royal family, they all understood one thing. This barbarian brat that appeared out of nowhere had strength that they couldn't ignore. Even if it was the might of Senfu, no one dared to ignore it. No one dared to ignore the brat. Even if they looked down on the brat's identity and strength, the brat who controlled Senfu couldn't help but take him seriously. With the Night Demon race being the first to express goodwill, the remaining royal families, after careful consideration, decided that at least before leaving the god tomb, they couldn't defend the brat. Joining hands and pressuring him was better. The Beeman royal family and the Lion Man race were examples. Some royal families didn't take the initiative to greet the Night Demon race, treating them indifferently. As for the Night Demon race, they couldn't do it. A brat didn't make them take the initiative to express goodwill. Among the 8 royal clans, only the Night Demon clan and the Demon Eye clan acknowledged the existence of the brute race. The 3 god races didn't do anything and didn't say anything. They all saw the power of Senfu. Who knew what other trump cards Senfu had? It wasn't worth it to act rashly. Once that happened, it would be very disadvantageous to their current situation. They were sure that the brat wouldn't dare to act again. Driving away 2 royal family members in a row was already the limit. If he continued to attack, the royal family members would give up the opportunity to make the brat of the barbarian race suffer the consequences. At that time, the 3 god races would all act. The 3 god clans had never cared about the battles between the royal clans. They could do whatever they wanted. Even if 2 royal clans were kicked out, the 3 god clans wouldn't say anything. After all, the barbarian race was a part of the Divine Beast continent. This was something that couldn't be erased. Master, you're so amazing. Even the royal families lowered their heads. Fire Phoenix was worshipping him 10,000 times. Those were all royal families. Even the god races didn't say anything. Huofeng didn't even dare to think about this before, afraid that the royal families would attack. This is nothing. If they really attack, I will let them know what regret is. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Prestige contributed a lot of prestige. Almost all of it was anger and unwillingness, killing intent filling the sky. This Titan tribe is interesting. Among the royal clans, the giants had the fewest contributions. They were even somewhat happy. This was completely different from the other royal clans. Haha, it seems like I've done a good deed indirectly. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he realized that apart from collecting prestige, Lin Fei could also distinguish between friend and foe. At least, in the current situation, the giant tribe didn't seem to hate him too much. As for the other 7 royal families, even the Night Demon race and Demon Eye race who took the initiative to express goodwill, they more or less hated him. The 3 great celestial tribes? This one seems to be from the ancient ape celestial tribe. Why do they want to kill me so badly? I didn't even dig up their ancestral graves. When Lin Fei saw the string of numbers, he was secretly shocked. He could not understand it. It was normal for the royal families to hate him. But the ancient ape celestial tribe actually had higher numbers than the royal families. This was not normal no matter how he looked at it. Wait, I remember that the 3 great celestial tribes said that the ancient ape celestial tribe was the oldest among the 3 great celestial tribes. They valued hierarchy the most. They seemed to have a very high bloodline. This explains why. They are an old-fashioned tribe that looks down on the lowly bloodline of the barbarians. This time Lin Fei finally understood. I have to be careful of the ancient ape celestial tribe in the future. They will definitely cause trouble. Lin Fei remembered the ancient ape celestial tribe. Yes, they were a large producer of grain. It's out. Hurry up. Don't miss the opportunity. The thunderstorm ended very quickly. After the thunderclouds in the sky disappeared, colorful balls of light appeared. There were about 12 of them and they instantly scattered in all directions. The royal family meta beasts on the platform all tried to snatch them. Master, I know what this is. I heard that after the 6th level, once you pass the test, you will be rewarded by the original ultimate god. This must be it. Huofeng was excited. Panjian also remembered. As a human, she had no fate with the original god's tomb. She did not know much about the scene in front of her. I also heard that the reward is different every time. The 10 great royal clans and 3 great celestial tribes are so strong. It has a lot to do with the original god's tomb. Panjian was telling the truth. Many of the 10 great royal clans' powerful treasures came from the original god's tomb. The treasures left behind by a top ultimate god were not as simple as they seemed. Each of them had terrifying power. The human clan had suffered a lot because of these treasures. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, Panjian could feel the powerful aura emitted by these treasures. Treasures? Lin Fei smiled. I have to participate in such a good thing. Since I'm here, I can't go back empty-handed. Go all the way and grab them. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Lin Fei let Panjian control the Senfu and chased them all the way. The huge Senfu was on a rampage and its speed was no slower than those meta beast ultimate gods. The royal family soon showed a helpless and unwilling expression. The Senfu was straightforward and left the royal family in an awkward position. Block in front of them? They directly collided. I'm sorry, Senfu doesn't know how to turn. Fly further next time. Hearing such words, the royal family could do nothing but be angry. Go up and fight? Whether they could break the defense of Senfu was one thing. If the next thunderstorm came, they might end up like the Beeman royal family. On the 6th floor of the god's tomb, there were a total of 10 waves of thunderstorm, and each wave's power was different. They were really afraid that the barbarian brat would act recklessly. If that happened, their losses would be huge. For example, the Beeman royal family and the Lion Man tribe had suffered huge losses this time. Their overall strength would be affected to a certain extent. The 10 great royal families knew that the god's tomb had good things. If they missed it once, the strength of the royal families would change greatly. In the face of the barbarian brat's unruly behavior, they could do nothing but be angry. They could only change their target and not compete with the barbarian brat. There was really no need to do that. Master, I got one. The Senfu could not only attack but also chase after treasures. It directly locked the position and shot the super infinite cannon, then took the opportunity to get the treasure. The flame phoenix grabbed onto the treasure happily. This seems to be a defensive treasure. Huofeng played with a small shield-like thing. Let's go grab another one, Lin Fei said with a smile. With 2 treasures, the rest of the royal family would not say anything. Chapter 3241. The 6th floor of the original tomb of the God of God was supposed to produce treasures. With Lin Fei riding on Senfu, the situation became completely different. Lin Fei, who had Senfu, was always successful in the 6th floor of the original tomb of the God of God. He would get 1 or 2 treasures after every thunderstorm. Even if he was unlucky, he would still get one. Lin Fei proved to everyone that the barbarian disciples were hot-tempered. However, Lin Fei had yet to touch their bottom line, so they could only turn a blind eye. On the other hand, they were very envious. They were able to snatch treasures every time. In the past, not every royal family could guarantee this. After the thunderstorm, the number of treasures was uncertain. Lin Fei had a harvest every time and was no less than the 3 great clans. The 3 great clans were above the 10 great royal clans. They dared not touch the treasures that the divine clans had their eyes on. Lin Fei's case was even simpler, as they did not have the ability to break through the Senfu. Although they disdained Lin Fei's behavior, there was nothing they could do. In Senfu, Panjian and Huofeng were very good at snatching treasures. Every time a treasure appeared, they could identify the power of the treasure in a short period of time. The treasures they obtained were all very good. Master, the last wave is coming. Huofeng was full of excitement as he obtained a treasure to protect himself. It was a mid-level ultimate god treasure that could even withstand a few attacks from a high-level ultimate god. The treasures produced in the original tomb of the God of God were so powerful. The last wave was coming. The thunderstorm attacked. That was not a problem for the Senfu. Instead, it increased a lot of attack energy. It was a pity that there was no target to attack for the time being. Lin Fei was not in a hurry, as there would be a target sooner or later. It would be strange if the royal clan could bear with it. He represented the barbarians, a lowly existence. It was no less than snatching food from the tiger's mouth. The 10th thunderstorm passed. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 streams of light appeared. Each stream of light represented a treasure. Compared to the last time, there were a few fewer treasures and only 3 appeared. The 3 god clans took the initiative to snatch the treasures in the flowing light. At the same time, they were very wary of the brute race kid in the immortal mansion. Until now, the brute race kid was like a mystery. The Senfu kid did not make a move against those 3 treasures. Surprisingly, the Senfu kid did not make a move against those 3 treasures. Out of everyone present, the only one who had the qualifications and strength to fight against the 3 god races was that brat from the barbarian race. With a tortoise shell and a domineering immortal abode, who would dare to underestimate him? The 3 god clans quickly snatched the 3 flowing light treasures. Their faces were filled with joy. Clearly they were good items. At that moment they looked at the Senfu kid with a lot of good things. The barbarian kid knew his limits. Inside the immortal abode, Lin Fei smiled. Hee, if I don't make a move, they'll really think that I'm afraid. When I make a move at the crucial moment, I'll definitely be able to reap another harvest. After checking some contributions, Lin Fei's smile became even brighter. It's out. Panjian's mood had never been good. She would be very happy about anything that could make the 3 great clans and the 10 great royal clans unhappy. It was a pity that she could not make a move, otherwise she would definitely let the 3 great clans experience what a crazy attack was like. Lin Fei looked out. A gigantic creature that was 3,000 meters tall appeared in the sky. If one were to calculate it, it would be 3,000 meters tall. It truly blotted out the sky and covered the sun. It It was a bird-like existence. The ferocious aura swept over. Lin Fei stood in Senfu. The Senfu was also affected by the impact and actually shook a little. The essence beasts outside the Senfu were actually trembling under the ferocious aura. What kind of guardian is this? Lin Fei felt the dangerous aura coming from the guardian. Huofeng was so scared that she was lying down and shivering. It's so scary. Panjian was also trembling slightly. The ferocious aura turned into a black wind and whistled over. At that moment it could make people feel suffocated. It was definitely a terrifying scene. Regardless of whether it was the celestial race or the royal race, they all took out their treasures at this moment. Layers of protective shields were activated, blocking in front of them. Even the three celestial races who had previously looked relaxed, became exceptionally serious at this moment. As soon as the guardian appeared, the overwhelming ferocious aura swept over, showing its terrifying and ferocious strength. Master, this is a ferocious bird. Rumor has it that it feeds on essence beasts. Huofeng was so scared that she dared not raise her head and said in a trembling voice. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. No wonder the 3 great clans and the 10 great royal clans have been stuck on this level. This guardian is really strong. Lin Fei judged the strength of the guardian. It was a high-level ultimate god guardian. It was at least a level 7 or level 8 ultimate god. If that was the case, the 3 great divine clans experts would have dealt with it long ago. Lin Fei believed there were other special aspects. Ferocious bird? That's its name? Lin Fei really could not figure out why the pitch-black guardian had such an ordinary name. Huofeng nodded like a chick pecking rice. Yes, that's the name. However, this guy has a strong background. It's said that ultimate god Yuanju brought it from another continent. It can unleash the strength of a peak level 9 ultimate god. Don't you think it's strong? Peak level 9 ultimate god. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. As a peak ultimate god Yuanju's strength was a little too strong. They were only on the 6th level. Do you want to go to the next level? The ferocious bird began to move. Whoosh. The ferocious bird moved extremely fast and rushed out with a whoosh. In an instant, everyone in the area that they were in was thrown off their feet. The protective shields of the 3 great divine clans and royal clans could not withstand the ferocious bird's wave of attack and suddenly fell into chaos. The sky was covered by the ferocious bird's attack. Lin Fei's Senfu also experienced the feeling of being knocked over. Yes, it was knocked over. The ferocious bird's strength was unbelievably strong. Just a single attack was enough to make people feel despair. I heard they were almost there last time. I don't know how they dealt with the ferocious bird. Lin Fei squinted and asked Panjian to control the Senfu to stay away from the ferocious bird. Ferocious bird, you defeated it last time. This time we will definitely kill it. The ancient ape divine clan's expert opened a protective shield. Don't waste time. Let's kill the ferocious bird first. The immortal divine clan's expert also stood up. Kill. The 3 great divine clans experts looked at each other and immediately took out their treasures. The ancient ape divine clan's expert took out a scepter with an ancient ape standing on top of it. After a while, a huge blue light ball appeared. Seal. The huge blue light ball instantly fell on the ferocious bird. The ferocious aura of the ferocious bird plummeted. Suppress. Chapter 32-42. On the 6th floor of the god's tomb, a dangerous scene appeared. The 3 god clans took out 3 powerful treasures and immediately suppressed the strength of the raptor. The 10 royal clans and the 8 royal clans immediately besieged the raptor. The 8 royal clans and the 3 god clans gathered together to besiege the raptor. The raptor was also filled with hostility. Even if its strength was temporarily suppressed, it could still shake the 3 treasures and unleash powerful and terrifying attacks again and again. The shields shook incessantly. The 3 god clans are indeed the 3 god clans. They actually have such good things. Lin Fei did not make a move for the time being. He watched quietly and let the little devil collect information about the treasures so that he could be prepared. There had always been a lot of rumors about the 3 god clans. It was difficult to tell who was the real one without seeing it with his own eyes. Now that there was such a good opportunity, how could Lin Fei be willing to miss it? The scepter of the ancient ape clan is not bad. Can seal half of my strength. I wonder if it has any effect on my physical body. Lin Fei could feel that the power of the raptor had been sealed. Now that the raptor had half of its strength left, it was still not easy to deal with. The attacks of the 10 royal clans fell on the raptor, and some of them were reflected. This was amazing. The rest of the attacks only made the raptor bleed. Looking at the situation, it would take a long time to kill and defeat the raptor. Just as Lin Fei had guessed, the raptor was strong. Even after being sealed, its strength could not be underestimated. Its body had a special skin that could reflect damage. 80% of the attacks were reflected. The 3 god clans and the 8 royal clans besieged the raptor for a full 30 years. For 30 years they repeated every action. This was a huge test for any essence beast powerhouse. It's really a super boss. It's been 30 years but it's still as stable as Mount Tai. Lin Fei had a good life in the past 30 years. From time to time he would beat the raptor, but it did not make the 3 god clans dissatisfied. Master, the raptor is about to die. A wave of killing moves is coming. Huofeng was still trembling in front of the ferocious bird. She was much better than before, at least she could speak more fluently. After fighting for such a long time, everyone knew Vicious Bird's killer move like the back of their hands. They had to admit that this guy's life was really tough. Under such a siege he was still alive and kicking. If it was just a single ultimate god, they would be annihilated no matter how many came. Barbarian boy, the savage bird is about to enter berserk mode. I hope you can use Senfu to block the savage bird. An expert of the ancient ape gods asked. That's right, your Senfu's defense is strong. If you can help us resist the raptor's attack, you will be our hero this time. These were the words of the immortal divine race. The last mad mode of the bird lasts for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. During that time the bird is almost invincible. It doesn't fear any attacks. Every time we fail. I hope you can stop the bird. That was Breaking Sun God Race's voice. The 3 god clans only had one intention, and that was that they hoped that Lin Fei would use the immortal abode to resist the attack of the raptors. After seeing the savage bird, Lin Fei knew that they could not pass the 6th level because of the savage bird. Every time they would be annihilated. The 6th level of the Tomb of the God of Sin was already like this. Lin Fei was even more interested in the 7th level. Master, if you want something you can have the savage bird's body. Little Devil suddenly said. Body? You can modify it. Lin Fei could see that if the savage bird's body did not disappear after it died, it would definitely be a top-notch item. This is a good material for modification. This is a rare opportunity for Master. Little Devil said. Master, if you want to gain prestige you must fight against stronger enemies. The more things like this, the better. Lin Fei thought about it and agreed. Although he was very strong now and did not care about the experts of the Divine Beast continent, he might not lose if they fought, but the world had changed. If the Divine Beast continent was like this, what about the other 3 continents? According to the news, the 3rd continent would open in at most 10,000 years. Perhaps it would be a more powerful continent. Lin Fei needed to accumulate a large amount of prestige and increase his strength within this period of time. I can help you, but the savage bird's body must belong to me. Lin Fei said loudly. This is my only request. You can think about it. The 3 god clans were all cursing. They were not fools. The savage bird had blocked their path time and time again. Even after its death it was still priceless. Now this brat from the barbarian race was asking for an exorbitant price and swallowing the corpse of the savage bird. He did not take them seriously. Lin Fei said the second sentence. I don't care, but it's different for you guys. This sentence was very lethal. In order to enter the 7th level, the celestial race had failed countless times. Even if they developed special treasures they would fail every time. But this time they saw hope. They didn't know where the barbarian kid got the Senfu from. It was an exaggerated mess, but it gave them hope. With the Senfu supporting them, it was not unrealistic to bear the savage bird's final madness. Barbarian kid, say that again. Believe it or not, I will destroy the barbarians and enslave them all. The ancient ape divine race's high-level god Gushir said fiercely. Everyone could feel the boundless killing intent. The divine race's prestige was nothing more than this. I don't care if you kill the barbarians. Lin Fei laughed and said, I'll kill as many of you as you kill them. I wonder if you're afraid. How dare you? Ancient Stone Divine Lord roared. A faint shadow appeared behind him, pounding its chest and roaring. Lin Fei could not help but give Ancient Stone Divine Lord a thumbs up when he saw the prestige. He was a big producer. In just a few words, the savage bird's expression changed. It was about to enter a crazy and invincible state. A violent aura surged. I'm so scared. Come and kill me. If you don't, you're an idiot. Lin Fei stood on the Senfu and gave Ancient Stone Divine Lord the middle finger. Okay, stop arguing. Immortal Divine Lord stood up. Brother Gu, calm down. It's just a corpse. What's the big deal? We've been stuck on the 6th floor for a long time. If we can make it, we'll get more benefits. Let's give the savage bird's corpse to the barbarian kid. I believe no one has anything to say. The Breaking Sun Divine Lord agreed. The leaders of the cities had no objections either. The savage bird is in a crazy and invincible state. The savage bird's body exploded with an invincible aura. All the treasures on its body were shaken away. Chapter 32:43. The vicious bird swooped down like a stream of light with its entire body shrouded in black light. It was formed by the convergence of boundless hostility, and all kinds of negative emotions were struggling and roaring in the black light. Before it arrived, the dark emotions in the black light attacked head-on, making people feel depressed and uncomfortable. A huge storm rolled over and the protective shield was instantly torn apart. The storm was like a knife, cutting bodies into pieces. The flaunting soul beast powerhouses were torn to pieces in the blink of an eye in front of the berserk and invincible birds. They couldn't even struggle. Crash. The pair of wings swept across and the protective shield was also broken. All the meta beast experts were cut in half at the waist. The vicious bird, which had fallen into a frenzied and invincible mode, was rampaging. No force could withstand such an impact as the vicious bird exerted its power to the fullest. Brat, we don't want the corpse. Hurry up and attack. As long as you can restrain the vicious bird, we have no objections. Hurry up, we can't hold on any longer. In just a few moments, many forces were defeated and their powerhouses were killed. In front of the vicious bird, no one could withstand a single blow. Even the royal clans were the same at this time. Their faces were full of helplessness and unwillingness. The three major clans could only change their words and solve the crisis of the vicious bird. The royal clans had nothing to say, and so did the city lords and leaders. In the territory of the Divine Beast continent, the city lords and leaders really didn't dare to interrupt too much. After all, this was the territory of the Divine Beast continent. If it wasn't for the backing behind them, they wouldn't have a good ending if they dared to step into the Divine Beast continent. Damn, the three major clans have developed killing intent towards me. They changed their words, but the emotional changes in their hearts were clearly seen by Lin Fei. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Looks like we're going to have a big fight later. Among the three major clans, the one with the least killing intent was the Immortal Divine clan. This is what you said. The vicious bird's corpse belongs to me. Everyone heard it. If you dare to be lazy, I guarantee you will regret it. The three major clans and the royal clans didn't take Lin Fei's words seriously. Revenge on the Divine clan? You better save it. The three divine clans were led by peak ultimate gods. One was a god while the other was a king. That was the biggest difference. Our celestial race means what we say. Ancient stone divinity Venerable said, now we can stop the raptors. All right. Lin Fei agreed in front of everyone. Ram them. It was time to show off. The immortal palace turned into a blur, and with a whoosh, it smashed into the ferocious bird, blocking its rampage. The huge body of the immortal palace was sent flying 100,000 meters away. Keep hitting. Lin Fei checked Senfu and was relieved to see that there were no problems. Let me. Huofeng insisted on fighting a vicious bird by herself, which was something she would never dare to do even in her dreams. No problem. The Senfu's speed reached its peak and slammed into the raptor once again. After the raptor entered into its mad invincible mode, it actually clashed with the Senfu. Its wings slashed and its huge body slammed. The space continued to collapse and then restored to its original state. The cycle repeated itself. Again and again, powerful collisions occurred. The royal clans and the leaders of the cities were all beaming with joy. Finally resisted. What a powerful Senfu. The barbarian kid has made a great contribution. They watched as the barbarian kid Senfu resisted the raptor's attack and even clashed head-on with the terrifying power of each collision. The Senfu was too invincible and terrifying. A strange expression flashed across the faces of the experts from the three major clans. The strength of the Senfu was beyond their expectations. In the eyes of the three major clans, they hoped that the barbarian kid and the raptor would both suffer. That would be the best outcome, but the current situation was far from ideal. The collision between the Senfu and the raptor lasted for an hour. After another loud bang, the raptor's huge body was sent flying. This time, it flew hundreds of millions of miles. The raptor's huge body in midair made a sharp sound, and more than half of its body was shattered, becoming a bloody mess. It's dead. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the raptor. This scene came without warning. The Senfu's attack actually killed the raptor. What a joke. The raptor that flew out lost its fierce aura. Come in. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed the raptor's body. The black power formed a wave of impact, but it couldn't do anything to the current Lin Fei. It's still powerful even after death. Lin Fei grabbed the raptor and dragged it towards the Senfu. Wah! Without warning, a cold light flashed in the void and slashed at Lin Fei's arm. There was more than one such cold light, a total of 6 appeared and they were extremely powerful. One of the cold light followed the arm and went straight to Lin Fei in the Senfu. The 3 major clans made their move at this moment. Even if the raptor was dead, it was still a precious treasure. How could they be willing to give it to a barbarian kid? That would be a slap in the face. First, they would cut off the barbarian kid's arm. Lin Fei's arm was extremely strong. Several attacks landed on it, but they were all bounced off in the next second and blasted into the void. Lin Fei's perfect body was at the peak, and his defense was top-notch. Sneak attack? Then you're doomed to be disappointed. As for the power that secretly infiltrated, it quickly disappeared. The 3 major clans also made their moves secretly. After all, they still wanted to save face. It would be too embarrassing if they did it in front of so many people. No one would say anything if they did it secretly. However, when the killer move bounced off the barbarian kid's arm, the experts from the 3 major clans felt uneasy. That was an attack from a high-level ultimate god. By the time they realized it, the raptor's huge body had already entered the Senfu. They could only grit their teeth. As soon as the raptor entered the Senfu, a boundless murderous aura pressed down on them. Panjian and Huofeng could not bear it on the spot. The suffocating feeling made them feel like they were going to die in the next second. Lin Fei waved his hand and suppressed the raptor's boundless murderous aura. Alright, it's fine now. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the corpse as it was definitely a good thing. The divine clan is really loyal. I'll gladly accept this raptor's corpse. Lin Fei laughed. Those words were unpleasant to the divine clan's ears as if they had eaten a fly. To the 7th floor. Ancient Stone Divine Venerable led the Ancient Ape Divine Clan into the 7th floor of the Tomb of the Gods of Yuanju. The Immortal Divine Clan and Breaking Sun Divine Clan entered the 7th floor one after another. Let's go in and see what's in the 7th floor left behind by a top-level ultimate god. Lin Fei let Huofeng control the Senfu and chased after them. Those from the royal clan could only let the Senfu pass first. Unknowingly, the Senfu controlled by the barbarian kid had an influence no less than the divine clan. Chapter 3244. P.S. There was an accident yesterday. Sorry. The 7th floor of the tomb of the original sentence god was open. Everyone wanted to know what the 7th floor was like. For the sake of the 7th floor, many experts had died here. Now they could finally explore it, although this time with the help of the barbarian boy. Everyone was more or less grateful to the barbarian boy. If it weren't for him, they would have to wait until the next floor. But everyone understood one thing. Once the barbarian boy left the tomb of the original sentence god, he would not have a good ending. The 3 divine clans would definitely deal with the barbarian boy. He stole everyone's limelight. Now the barbarian boy only had one last chance to live. Master, it's the 7th floor of the tomb of the original sentence god. I never thought I could come here in my life. Huofeng said excitedly. She worshipped the master who robbed her halfway. I wonder what the 7th floor is like. Panjian's mood was also very complicated. She thought that the barbarian boy would suffer all kinds of torture. In fact, she was prepared to die. But the result was different from what she imagined. With the help of the barbarian boy, she killed many experts of the royal family. Even the 3 divine clans could only turn a blind eye to it. Panjian really didn't dare to imagine that this kind of thing would happen to a barbarian boy. Until now, she still didn't know who this barbarian boy was. She just felt that it was too strange. Do you know what's on the 7th floor of the tomb of the original sentence god? Lin Fei asked. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. The Senfu where Lin Fei was attacked by a wave of attacks. The whole Senfu shook. Panjian and Huofeng were sent flying on the spot. Lin Fei didn't move and looked outside. At this time, the scene outside the Senfu also changed. The 3 divine clans who came in first were now nowhere to be found. But one thing was certain, they were also in a bad situation. Several waves of people seemed to have chased out. Outside the Senfu, dense beam attacks fell on the Senfu like raindrops. In the distance, fortress-like cities built on mountains were continuously making their way towards this place. The beam of light illuminated the area. Outsiders, kill without mercy. The sharp voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Attacks rained down on the immortal mansion as well as this region. The royal family, city lords, and leaders who came out later didn't have such a good ending. They were all killed on the spot. In front of this violent attack, they were so weak that they couldn't take a single blow. Let's go. I can't block it. These attacks all have the penetrative attribute. Damn it. Apart from the high-level ultimate gods who were able to withstand the attack, the rest of the ultimate gods were quickly killed. The royal city leaders suffered heavy casualties. Everyone was looking forward to finding something good on the 7th floor of the divine tomb of the gods, but in the end, they encountered such a violent attack, beating them to a pulp. The leaders of the royal city lords were all battered and exhausted. Their bodies were full of wounds and blood was flowing out. Looking at the Senfu who was resisting the fierce attacks, they couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. Brat from the barbarian tribe, please allow us to enter the Senfu. Even though the high-level ultimate gods had taken out their treasures, it was still very difficult for them to withstand the attacks. These attacks were very strange. It was as if they could innately penetrate the defenses of meta beasts. The penetrative attribute was also very strange. Seeing the experts they brought being killed one by one, they kept cursing. Who knew that there would be life on the 7th floor of the divine tomb of the gods and that it could control special attacks? Who would be able to stop such a situation? As for escaping, they didn't have a chance at all. Perhaps there was some kind of restriction in that area, but high-level ultimate gods could not move at all. It was as if they were stuck in a pool of mud. That was the most ridiculous thing. The high-level ultimate gods of the royal family didn't want to leave just like that, so they could only ask for help from the barbarian tribe. If they could enter the Senfu, they might not have to leave the divine tomb of the gods. Those royal family experts also heard and showed joy on their faces. They could hide in the Senfu of the barbarian tribe kid. That was their only chance. Inside the immortal mansion, Lin Fei's gaze was fixed on a mountain range a billion miles away. There were many cities built there, and on top of those cities, there were many cannons. At that time, those forts on those cities were constantly shooting out light beams. Top ultimate gods are really something. They still have their lives in the divine tomb of the gods. I guess the 3 major clans in the royal family are all confused now. The light beams shot out by those forts were very terrifying. It didn't have a big impact on the Senfu. The first attack was just an accident. The Senfu with tens of billions of prestige was not that fragile. Are they asking for protection? Lin Fei smiled when he heard their words. The royal family also had such a day. They wanted to kill him before. Do you think we should let them in? Lin Fei asked Panjian with a smile. Panjian did not know what to say. Why did he ask her? Subconsciously, she wanted to tell him not to come in and it would be best if they all died outside. You're the master. I have no right to decide. Panjian lowered her head. Lin Fei wanted to gain a lot of prestige. The royal family was a big producer of food. It made no difference whether he saved them or not. He could gain prestige anyway. Whoever wants to come to my Senfu, just shout "Barbarian Tribe Kid is mighty" 3 times and I'll let you in. In the end, Lin Fei let them in. If the 7th floor of the divine tomb of the gods was like that, what about the 8th and 9th floors? He was really looking forward to it. The high-level ultimate gods near the Senfu were not happy when they heard that. The barbarian tribe kid was too arrogant. Was he admitting that they were inferior to the barbarian tribe kid? There was no end to the waves of attacks. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens if they wanted to rush out. However, they really couldn't lower their heads and ask for help from a brat from the barbarian tribe. You don't have to shout. Just come again next time. Lin Fei's voice was heard again. Barbarian tribe kid is mighty and domineering. Barbarian tribe kid is mighty and domineering. The high-level ultimate gods from the Night Demon clan shouted when everyone was still wondering if they should shout. There was no one else there, so it did not matter if they shouted. Don't move. The Senfu will guide you in. Lin Fei smiled and looked at the Night Demon clan. He did not want to kill them and asked Huofeng to activate the guiding function. Beams of light fell on the high-level ultimate gods and guided them over. The Night Demon clan members were guided up by the Senfu and the beams were deflected. There were only 3 high-level ultimate gods left in the Night Demon clan and they secretly sighed in relief. The Senfu is scarier than we thought. Chapter 3245. The Night Devil clan was the first to go up to Senfu, giving the experts of the royal clans a huge blow. While cursing, everyone had to consider whether they should temporarily flatter the brat from the barbarian tribe. Otherwise, they would really be driven out of the 7th level of the tomb of the god of sin. Brat from the barbarian tribe is mighty. Brat from the barbarian tribe is mighty. In the face of benefits, lowering one's head was nothing. After the Night Demon clan, the royal high-level ultimate gods from the Inferno clan, Demon Eye clan, Wood Men clan and Three-Eyed clan all went up to Senfu. They were finally relieved when the light beams were gone. They had never felt that standing in Senfu was such an enjoyable thing. Looking at the wounds on each other's bodies, they became quite afraid of the 7th level of the tomb of the god of sin. Who knew that there would be life on this level? Our tiger tribe also wants to go up. The Tiger Man tribe's high-level ultimate god was anxious. Even if he looked down on the brat from the barbarian tribe, he had no choice but to lower his head at this moment, unless he was willing to leave the tomb of the god of origin. Sorry, I'm not interested in your royal family. Lin Fei smiled. So, you're not qualified to come up here. The Tiger Man tribe's high-level ultimate god almost vomited blood. He had finally shouted but was not allowed to enter? He did not intend to disqualify them from the 7th level of the tomb of the god of sin. Now let us go up. 5 members of the royal family came up. Lin Fei ordered Huofeng to leave this area. Lin Fei chose to ignore the Tiger Man tribe's high-level ultimate god's words. The Senfu tribe opened up a line of defense and fired the super infinity cannon to tear open a path. Watching Senfu leave, the Tiger Men, the golden battle gods, and the giants were dumbfounded. Murderous intent quickly enveloped his body. At this moment he was filled with hatred. Why didn't that brat let them go to Senfu? In the face of the ferocious attacks from afar, they really couldn't hold on any longer. Originally they had pinned their hopes on the Senfu. As a dignified member of the royal family, the brat from the barbarian tribe would have to give them some face. But now, it seemed that the brat from the barbarian tribe was like a stone in a latrine pit, smelly and hard. When I get out, I'll definitely kill that brat from the barbarian race. The Tiger Man tribe's high-level ultimate god's killing intent surged. Meanwhile, in a place connected by forts on the mountain, the densely packed cannons, one after the other, were all aimed at that place. That Senfu has left. We can't stop him. Among all the fortresses, there was a huge fortress that stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens. On a platform in the castle stood a powerhouse with a powerful aura. This person's gaze was so sharp that it seemed as if the void was about to be torn apart. I can't believe there's still a Senfu that can move in the tomb of the god of Jianghu. The expert watched as the Senfu left. Men, immediately mobilize all the experts to besiege that Senfu. We must take it down. Understood. The dozens of experts standing behind this expert disappeared in an instant. The chance to leave has come. Divinity Yuanju, you didn't expect this, right? There's actually someone who can break through your law suppression. This expert took a step forward and disappeared with a swoosh. Senfu charged out of the range of the artillery fire. Outside of this area, the sporadic attacks were still coming, but they had no effect on the immortal mansion. At that moment, the scene on that level could finally be seen clearly. There was nothing but desolate mountains that stretched as far as the eye could see. These mountains were all bare without anything growing on them. Instead, there was a hint of a strange luster in the bare areas. The 7th and 6th levels were completely different. The 7th level is interesting. Lin Fei glanced outside and walked forward to the Senfu's hall. The 5 royal clan high-level ultimate gods were there. There were a total of 18 high-level ultimate gods. Everyone, do you know the situation on the 7th level? Lin Fei asked as soon as he came up. The 18 high-level ultimate gods looked at the barbarian kid with an unnatural expression on their faces. It was shameful for a high-level ultimate god to be sheltering a barbarian kid in the Senfu. However, several of the high-level ultimate gods were quite dissatisfied with the way the other party spoke to them in a condescending tone. In the Beast Divine continent, high-level ultimate gods were like God. I'm Yi Shursan from the Night Demon clan. I should know a little about the situation on the 7th level. The Night Demon clan was almost all shrouded in black robes. Lin Fei could see that the Night Demon clan did not hate him much and nodded slightly. You can call me Lin Fei and tell me about the situation on this level. Lin Fei. They finally knew the barbarian kid's name. However, the name sounded quite strange. They searched in their minds and could not find anyone with that surname in the barbarian tribe. They had never heard of any powerful geniuses appearing in the barbarian tribe. Brother Lin, don't be angry if I say it's not right. I only know this from ancient books. Yi Shursan revealed a pair of eyes. It said that after Ultimate God Yuanju became a top-level Ultimate God, he broke into other continents in order to break through to a higher realm and got a lot of good stuff. Later on, experts from other continents crossed continents and fought. Sporadic news came out saying that Ultimate God Yuanju had captured some people, but I don't know the specifics. If I'm not wrong, there are probably experts locked up on the 7th level and above. Realization dawned on Lin Fei. So that was the case. Everything made sense then. Ultimate God Yuanju had captured some people and probably wanted to know something. However, he died before he could ask anything. Those people controlled this level, and after a long time, their population had also multiplied. If the 7th level was already like this, would there be top-level ultimate gods locked up on the 8th and 9th levels? A strange thought came to Lin Fei's mind. Master, something is catching up. Panjian came over to report the situation. Something? Lin Fei looked out and saw warships suddenly rushing out of the mountains. Yes, they were warships. The warships were full of cannons and were bombarding the moving Senfu. Such warships rushed out from all directions, some in front, some behind, and some at the front, fighting their way over. The light beams also came with various attributes. For a moment, colorful light beams appeared in the sky above Senfu. The various attributes could combine with each other to form a more terrifying attack. The Senfu was pinned down. Are they targeting my Senfu? Lin Fei touched his chin and secretly admired those guys for being able to create so many warships. Each of them looked extremely high quality with great offensive and defensive capabilities. The high-level ultimate gods who had boarded the Senfu looked even worse. There were at least 100,000 warships, and they would not be able to withstand such an attack. They could vaguely feel that some of those light beams could threaten them. That was terrifying. Chapter 3246. The warships in the sky were densely packed together, and the scene was quite shocking. The light beams fired by the warships also converged together to form a colorful blockade. The royal clans that were initially targeted, such as the Tiger Men tribe, Golden War God tribe, and the Giant clan, had their eyes lit up. Our chance is here. Let's break out of the encirclement immediately. The barbarian kid is in trouble. They were originally in despair but were now excited. The barbarian kid was a good man. He had helped them attract the firepower. With less than half of the ferocious attacks, the 3 royal clans' high-level ultimate gods worked together to break out of the encirclement and forcefully carved out a bloody path. Barbarian Kid, thank you for helping us attract the firepower. The 3 royal clans laughed when they separated. That's what you get for pretending to be powerful. Now enjoy the feast from the original 7th level natives. In Senfu, more than a dozen high-level ultimate god experts looked at each other. They finally got out of danger but immediately became the target of attack. What should they say? They wanted to do that too. Unfortunately, they could not do it. Senfu was very mysterious. Even they could not figure out the origin of Senfu, let alone crack the secrets of Senfu. Don't be nervous. The natives are no threat. Lin Fei was very calm. Of course you can leave if you want. I won't stop you since I've always been a good person. Good person? The high-level ultimate god expert sneered. No one was willing to leave under such circumstances. No matter how stupid they were, they knew the natives on that level were very cruel and even more terrifying than they imagined. If they left now, they would definitely die. Brother Lin, you must be joking. Why would we leave? Yishir-san was the first to speak. He knew the situation outside was terrible. Leaving would only mean death. Same goes for us. The high-level ultimate gods dared not leave Senfu. Those warships alone were a terrible threat. What about the natives hidden in the depths? Who knew if they had other abilities? They dared not take the risk. They could only wait quietly. Lin Fei looked at the light outside and smiled happily. My Senfu's defense is very good. Don't worry, if anyone wants to go out, just tell me and I'll let you go. Lin Fei disappeared with a whoosh. Everyone can walk around freely. Don't worry about running into danger. Amidst the mountains, the densely packed battleships were constantly activating their cannons and firing out a series of light beams. The huge Senfu was completely surrounded. Colorful colors covered Senfu. No one knew that Senfu was continuously absorbing the energy from the light beam attacks. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 10 days, half a month, 1 month, 2 months. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. It's been 3 months. I've underestimated the power of Senfu. On top of the huge castle, that person said leisurely. The subordinates behind him all knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe loudly. Their king was angry. We're attacking with all our strength and will probably break through Senfu soon. Senfu will soon reach its limit after absorbing the light beam attacks. We'll definitely break through Senfu. The subordinates were helpless. For an immortal abode to have such a strong defense was truly beyond imagination. No one knew how many ultimate god experts had been killed in 3 months. Even if they were high-level ultimate gods, no matter how many of them came, they would all die. However, they really met their match this time. They could not break through Senfu even though they had gathered 300,000 warships to attack it. Father, leave this to me. A wave of fluctuation came from the void as a purple whirlwind appeared and condensed into a beautiful figure. It turned out to be a woman in a purple palace dress. She had purple hair and purple eyes. From head to toe there was nothing else but purple. Little Z doesn't need to do such a small thing. It's a waste. The woman in the purple palace dress smiled faintly. It's not easy for outsiders to come. It'll be a pity if we don't go and take a look. Besides, we can ignore the rules set by the ultimate god Yuanju. I'm more interested in the people in Senfu. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep at night if I don't go and take a look. Alright, go ahead then. Thank you, father. The woman in the purple palace dress disappeared without a trace. The warship's attack on the immortal mansion never stopped. Senfu was like a sky-devouring beast, constantly absorbing the energy of the attacks. It had accumulated a huge amount of energy in 3 months. It's time to go out and take a look. Although it seemed like they had affected the immortal mansion, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with them. The attacks of the immortal mansion weren't limited to the infinite super cannons. We've absorbed enough energy. We can go out now. Let's see who those natives are. Lin Fei ordered Huofeng to ram her way through. Master, enemies have sneaked into your Senfu. Just as Lin Fei was about to order Huofeng to make a move, the little devil suddenly reminded Jianghu Shuang. Enemies have sneaked in? Lin Fei was very surprised that someone could sneak into Senfu with tens of billions of reputation. What a joke. Lin Fei did not believe it. In the next second, there was an attack energy fluctuation coming from Senfu. What the hell? Lin Fei did not think those high-level ultimate gods were bored enough to make a move. They did not have the guts to make a move in his Senfu. When they arrived at the place where the energy fluctuation occurred, Lin Fei really saw a purple figure toying with more than a dozen high-level ultimate gods in the palm of his hand. You're too weak. I'm standing here. Hurry up and hit me. A purple figure stood on top of a rockery and allowed more than a dozen high-level ultimate gods to attack. They could not gain any advantage as all their attacks seemed to have been diverted. A human girl. Lin Fei was very surprised that the other party was not a meta beast. More than a dozen high-level ultimate gods could not break the purple-clothed woman's defense at that moment. She seemed to be too strong. Lin Fei did not stop her. It was Lin Fei's first time encountering someone who could pass through Senfu and come in. Little devil, didn't you say that Senfu is very powerful? Why did someone sneak in? Who can stop them if they want to assassinate me? Lin Fei complained. Master, this is an accident. There are many experts in this world. For example, this person in front of you is actually a special life form. That's why he can enter Senfu. While Lin Fei and the little devil were talking, the purple-clothed woman shouted softly and stretched out a fair palm to grab them. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen high-level ultimate gods' bodies were blasted with bloody holes under their strong defense. Balls of energy flew out of their bodies and constantly reassembled before floating in front of the purple-clothed woman. Thump thump. The dozen high-level ultimate gods collapsed to the ground with no energy left in their bodies. You're a special life form. Chapter 3247. Special life form. Those 4 words seemed to have magical powers. The dozen or so high-level ultimate gods were horrified. No one knew better than them how special life forms were born. No one knew how they were born, but every special life form was ridiculously powerful. Countless experts had died in the hands of special life forms. There was no special life form in the Beast Divine continent and they had almost forgotten about this ancient existence. However, the scene in front of them told them that special life forms did exist and were much more terrifying than they had imagined. The dozen of high-level ultimate gods could not even withstand a single blow from the opponent. They really had to admit defeat this time. Looks like you're not stupid after all. You know about special life forms. The lady in purple smiled and opened her mouth to swallow the huge energy ball that contained the energy of more than a dozen high-level ultimate gods. She swallowed it in one gulp and refined it completely. I'm not here for you today. The lady in purple looked in one direction. Master of Senfu, why don't you come out since you're here? Don't you want to have a good chat? Lin Fei did not deliberately hide anything. The lady in purple was not a simple person to be able to discover him. You're very powerful to be able to enter my Senfu. Lin Fei revealed himself and looked at the lady in purple. Can you tell me who you are? Lin Fei was very calm even if the other party was a special life form. The lady in purple frowned slightly when she saw him. You're actually a lowly barbarian. That's unbelievable. If the tomb of the god of Yuanju knew about this, he would probably die of anger. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Looks like you know ultimate god Yuanju. You should be quite familiar with the tomb of the god of Yuanju. How about this, you be my guide? The 7th floor is just the beginning. My goal is the 10th floor. Let's see what that person left behind. The purple-clothed woman giggled. I heard that the barbarians are very arrogant. It's true. You want me to be your guide? I don't know if you have the strength to do so. I've been to the 8th and 9th floors. As long as you have the ability, I'll satisfy you. But if you don't have the strength, then I'll torture you. I guarantee that you'll want to die. The dozen high-level ultimate gods on the ground could not produce any energy in their bodies, as if their strength was sealed there. Listening to the conversation between the two, one could not help but admire the barbarians' courage. That was a special life form. Although they were high-level ultimate god experts who could dominate a region, and even human experts had to bow their heads in front of them, they were nothing in front of the special life forms. He was defeated in one move. Killing them was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. If they knew that there were special life forms on the 7th floor, they would not have dared to come here. After all, any special life form was extremely terrifying and was said to be unkillable. 500,000 years ago, a special life form appeared in the Beast Divine Continent. The Beast Divine Continent's experts were dispatched to capture the special life form, but suffered a huge loss in front of the special life form. In the end, the top ultimate gods took action to capture the special life form at a great cost. Even if the special life form in front of him looked delicate and had the strength to easily kill a high-level ultimate god, the barbarian kid might have acted tough in front of the Protoss, but he would definitely be defeated in front of the special life form. In the eyes of a high-level ultimate god, Lin Fei's barbarian brat was merely relying on Senfu. Without Senfu, he was nothing and could be easily killed. You make the first move. Let me see how powerful the special life form is. Lin Fei did not know the origin of the special life form. He was naturally not a simple person, since he was already at the peak of the perfect physical body and had a lot of prestige. He did not care about a special life form. Lest I bully you and don't give you a chance to attack. Lin Fei smiled. Yishur-san and the others shook their heads in disappointment. This barbarian kid was really good at pretending. The special life form was really arrogant. Newborn calves were not afraid of tigers. The woman in purple was very clear about the power of the tomb of the god of Yuanju. It had trapped them and prevented them from leaving. An immortal's abode had undoubtedly given them hope, but in the end, it was a brat from the barbarian tribe who had the immortal's abode. She almost suspected that there was a mistake. Even if she did not leave, she knew about the barbarians back then. They were the lowliest existence that anyone could bully. If she was not a part of the Beast Divine Continent, she would have been killed and enslaved. The woman in purple was ready to teach a barbarian a lesson for being so arrogant in front of her. She wanted to spare his life in order to let Senfu in. Not bad. The woman in purple chuckled with a flash of disdain. She completely looked down on that guy. No one had ever dared to say such words in front of a special life form. Even a peak ultimate god would not dare. You're the first person to say such words. I've decided to let you see the real art of killing. The woman in purple smiled as she stretched out her jade-like hand and grabbed in Lin Fei's direction. Come here. Lin Fei suddenly felt an endless power shrouding him, as if an invisible big hand was grabbing him and dragging him in front of the woman in purple. Is this a special life form that controls energy? So, it's really terrifying. Lin Fei saw a high-level ultimate god being defeated in one move. That kind of attack became overbearing after losing the energy in his body. How many people could withstand that kind of attack? Any expert who lost the energy in his body would become a fish on the chopping board and could be killed at will. Unfortunately, this is useless against me. Lin Fei just stood there as the invisible big hand could not move Lin Fei's body. He was as still as a rock. You want me to go over? I'll lose face. I won't go over even if you beat me to death. Lin Fei said seriously, why don't you come over and see what you want to see? I promise you'll see it clearly. A strange look flashed in the woman's purple eyes. You're really a special existence. No wonder you can come here and control a Senfu. You're really getting more and more interesting. The woman in purple's grab was not very strong as she looked down on the barbarian kid. How about this? The invisible energy suddenly increased in power. Lin Fei's skin also slightly sunk as the force of the grab increased. Come out. The woman in purple shouted again. The energy in Lin Fei's body was about to rush out but was finally suppressed by a force and could not break through. You're really capable. The woman in purple's interest was piqued as he managed to block several attacks from the woman in purple with his not very strong body. Burst? Chapter 3248. That explosion caused a huge wave to spread out from Lin Fei's body. The expressions of those high-level ultimate gods changed as it was too terrifying. His body was the size of a rubber ball and the second explosion happened before he could withstand it. Boom, boom, boom. More than 10 explosions continued to explode in Lin Fei's body. His body kept changing from big to small. The purple-clothed woman smiled brightly. How is it? Does it feel good? It's just starting and all the energy in your body will be drained. No matter how strong your body is, you won't be able to resist after losing your source of power. The explosion was extremely powerful. However, he was unable to tear apart Lin Fei's physical body. Not just anyone could tear apart a perfect physical body at its peak. There were more than 20 energy explosions and each one was stronger than the one before. Lin Fei could not control those energies and had witnessed how powerful special life forms were. It was really bad luck for anyone to encounter them. Unfortunately, he was not an ordinary expert. If you bow your head and beg for mercy now, I can spare you the pain. Let me remind you that these explosions will get stronger and stronger until you can't bear it anymore. The purple-clothed woman was a special life form and was born to control energy. She could perfectly control any energy flowing between heaven and earth. As for her strength, it could be described as a top-level ultimate god. Special life forms were born to be that powerful. The purple-clothed woman could easily take down a barbarian kid. Special life forms are indeed powerful as they can even control the energy in my body. However, it's not enough. Lin Fei let the system absorb all the energy in his body. The explosions immediately stopped. Lin Fei wanted to suppress it at first but found out that the other party was very good at controlling energy. He could only let the system absorb it as there was not a bit of energy left in his body. Your body is quite strong to be able to seal the energy. You do have some tricks up your sleeve. The purple-clothed woman was not surprised at all. No wonder there's such a senfu. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Rays of cold light instantly flew out from around Lin Fei. Each ray of cold light was composed of energy and was aimed at his body. I'll break your body. I'll see what other trump cards you have. The energy formed blades, densely packed, covering the sky and earth. The high-level ultimate gods who slumped to the ground struggled and ran to the side one by one. The special life form was too terrifying as it could manipulate energy all the time. They who had swaggered around in the divine beast continent had completely lost their temper. The 7th level of the Tomb of the God of Sin was simply a place to die. They finally understood why someone who had entered the 7th level disappeared in the end. With the existence of such a special life form, no matter how many of them entered, they would never be able to leave. By draining their energy they would completely lose their combat strength. Now that the purple-robed woman had taken control of the battlefield, no matter who fought this special life form, they would fight immediately. It can even increase the power of energy. My perfect physical body is at its peak, yet it can leave white marks on my body. This is much more powerful than those high-level ultimate gods. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to make a move. It wasn't easy for him to encounter a powerful special life form. It would be a pity if he didn't witness its abilities. This special life form can easily kill a high-level ultimate god. I'm guessing only a top-level ultimate god or a pure physique cultivator can fight him. The purple-robed woman was an invincible existence ever since she was born. No matter who it was, as long as they lost their powers, they would be like fish on the chopping board. She could kill them as she pleased. Such an invincible life was really boring for the purple-robed woman. She had finally found an interesting toy. No matter how strong your physique is, you can't withstand my energy attack. Let's see how long you can last. 30 minutes or half an hour. The purple-robed woman had seen many strong physiques but none of them could withstand such an attack. It's quite powerful but it's just like tickling me. Lin Fei smiled at the purple-robed woman while being shrouded by the blades. This is just the beginning. The energy turned into blades and shrouded the area around Senfu. Lin Fei, who could still be seen, was nowhere to be seen at that moment. All that was left were the blades that converged into a huge storm. Quick, control the Senfu and kill that special life form. It was not easy for Huofeng to gain some prestige after following her new master. In the blink of an eye, she encountered a terrifying special life form. Huofeng was terrified but still knew to use Senfu to attack that special life form. The Fire Phoenix had always looked down on Lin Fei of the barbarian tribe. She thought that he only relied on his immortal mansion to show off his strength. He didn't have much strength himself, but now she knew that she had underestimated him. Lin Fei from the barbarian tribe was far more terrifying than she had imagined. As the human clan's saintess, she more or less knew about the situation, especially about special life forms. Those special life forms were born from heaven and earth and were extremely powerful. They were born as peak ultimate god experts and that was only the starting line. The dozen or so high-level ultimate gods were defeated in a single move. Although Lin Fei had been under attack, he did not seem to be in a difficult situation. Wait, he hasn't said anything yet. If we make a move, won't we ruin Master's interest? Panjian said without much resistance when she mentioned the word, Master. At the very least, Lin Fei had allowed her to control the Senfu and kill many meta-beast experts. But what if? Huofeng seemed to have thought of something halfway through her sentence. Let's just wait a little longer. The time it took to burn a stick of incense quickly passed. Can you use more strength? It's so comfortable to scratch. In the invisible storm, Lin Fei's voice was very calm without a trace of panic. He's not dead yet. The purple-clothed woman came into the storm and the energy seemed to have become one with her. She clearly saw the current situation in the storm. That barbarian actually revealed a comfortable expression. Under such an attack, apart from leaving a mark, there was no other change. This is just level 1 energy control. It's not surprising that you can withstand it. Although the purple-clothed woman was a little surprised, she did not show much of an expression. As a special life form, she had mastered more than 1 or 2 killer moves. As soon as she finished speaking, the power of the storm suddenly increased. I'll let you experience a level 2 energy attack. The color of the storm did not change, but the power inside it soared. Originally, it could only leave a mark on Lin Fei's skin, but now it cut open a line of blood. Yes, it was a line of blood. Ever since he reached the peak of the perfect body, Lin Fei's body had become unbelievably strong. However, at this time, the opponent's energy attack had cut open a line of blood. However, the level 2 energy attack stopped there. Other than a line of blood, it could not go any further. There's always someone better out there. A special life form is so strong. What the hell? If I didn't have a perfect body, wouldn't I have been killed? At this moment, Lin Fei felt a chill run down his spine. Level 2 energy is already like this. I wonder if this chick has mastered level 3 energy. If she does, will my perfect body be able to withstand it? The opponent had already said that there was a level 2 energy attack. What about a level 3 energy attack? Lin Fei had to think about it. Although he believed that his body could withstand the opponent's level 3 energy attack, it was better not to come into contact with it unless it was a special situation. While Lin Fei was shocked by the power of the level 2 energy attack, the lady in purple's calm face could not hide the shock in her heart. My level 2 energy attack can only leave a line of blood. This is completely impossible. No one has ever been able to withstand it so easily. A level 2 energy attack was a superposition of energy to produce a stronger power. It sounded easy, but only special life forms could do it. Usually, ordinary energy attacks could make a level 1 ultimate god unable to withstand it. Even a peak level 9 ultimate god would not be able to withstand a level 2 energy attack unless it was a level 10 ultimate god, which was also a peak ultimate god. However, was this guy a peak ultimate god? The lady in purple knew that she had underestimated the barbarian's power. He was indeed extremely strong. Such a strong body was indeed very terrifying. Is there anyone more powerful? If there's no me, I'm going to fight. Lin Fei chuckled. In the past, everyone didn't recognize the barbarians. However, I've finally seen a powerful barbarian expert today. It's fate that we met, so I'll show you what I've got. Whoosh. The lady in purple blended into the storm. Her previous aura also disappeared without a trace. Whoosh. A purple shadow flashed by. A wound was left on Lin Fei's back with blood flowing out. He was finally injured at that moment. This must be a level 3 energy attack. Another purple attack came. Lin Fei slapped his palm and left a wound on his arm with blood flowing out again. I missed. Lin Fei looked at the wound on his arm and could not help but be shocked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The purple attacks came one after another. Lin Fei kept punching to destroy the energy attacks. However, he was a step too late each time and the purple attacks landed on his body. Arrogant and ignorant barbarian brat, in front of a special life form, your body refinement cannot block my attack. Barbarian brat, just accept your fate. The lady in purple was in a good mood. You can be proud that you can make me use a level 3 energy attack. It's been a long time since I used it. The purple attacks kept landing on his body. Lin Fei was unable to land any of his attacks on his opponent. Every punch he threw missed. This was unprecedented. There are so many heroes in the world. I'm still too arrogant. A special life form is enough to make me flustered. Lin Fei decided to increase his strength. A special life form was already like this. If 2 or 3 special life forms came, wouldn't he be finished? Lin Fei gave up on attacking. He could not hit his opponent anyway. As for the wounds on his body, they could not heal under the energy attacks. Blood flowed like a fountain and he looked pathetic. I'm going to buy a skill. Lin Fei knew very well that his physical strength was great. However, he could not catch his opponent. No matter what he did, it was all for naught. Barbarian brat, do you want to surrender? Chapter 3249. The purple-clad woman looked as if she had her opponent in her grasp. A level 3 energy attack was actually her limit. Fortunately, she was able to successfully tear open his body and cause damage to him. Coupled with the energy seal, it was only a matter of time before she could defeat or even kill him. It was indeed something to be proud of for a lowly barbarian boy to force her to use a level 3 energy attack. The purple-clad woman was even more curious about what kind of physical cultivation technique her opponent had cultivated to have such a strong physical body. She would have been helpless against her opponent if she had not mastered a level 3 energy attack. Moreover, her opponent's physical strength was so great that he could easily destroy energy with a punch. She really wanted to find out the barbarian boy's background. A senfu that ignored the ultimate god Yuanju's divine tune's rules. A barbarian expert with a lowly bloodline but a strong physical body. He was very interested in either one. Surrender? No, no, no. You should be the one to surrender, not me. Lin Fei suddenly became serious. Open. Lin Fei redeemed a skill. Pay 3 billion energy points. Redeem damage transfer. That was the skill Lin Fei asked the little devil to choose. It was specially designed to deal with special life forms. You're really good at joking. The purple-clad woman continued to attack and dozens of shadows fell on Lin Fei. Under normal circumstances, the opponent's damage would increase a little, but in the next second, dozens of attacks were all transferred to him. Bang bang bang. The purple-clad woman's figure was also forced out. Her clothes were a little messy. Ah, not bad, right? Lin Fei laughed and threw a punch with the full power of his perfect physical body. The punch set off a storm. The surrounding energy was instantly annihilated and the storm around them disappeared without a trace. After the first punch came the second punch with monstrous and endless fist momentum. The space in the senfu completely collapsed. The dozen or so high-level ultimate gods hiding at the side had their mouths wide open with beads of cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. Their faces had also turned pale. He has the combat power of a peak ultimate god. They could not imagine how the lowly barbarian bloodline could have such an expert. It should not have been possible. He should at least be a royal family. No one knew better than them the impact of a barbarian expert who could withstand a special lifeform's attack in the beast divine continent. The barbarians were rising. Even if there was only one barbarian expert, his combat power was real. Master is fighting back. He's so strong and domineering. Woofing took a deep breath and became excited. Even from a certain distance away, the fire phoenix could feel the aura of death from the attack. For example, if he was hit by it, he would definitely die. There was no way he could survive. Saintess Feng Yan's expression was also constantly changing. All kinds of thoughts kept popping up in her mind. That Lin Fei from the barbarian race was actually this powerful. What do you think? Master is powerful, isn't he? You're lucky to have such a master. Fire Phoenix said, if you serve Master well, you can have whatever you want. Panjian's gaze fell on Lin Fei. A thought that had been suppressed suddenly popped up and he could no longer suppress it. The purple-clothed woman was also shocked. He was hit by his own attack and that kind of pain was not easy to bear. It must be a coincidence. The purple-clothed woman changed her position and attacked again. With the lesson from last time, she did not dare to attack so quickly again. She split her attacks into multiple attacks, but the result was the same. The attacks had clearly landed on Zhao Fu's body, but in the end they were all transferred to her. Hee, how is it? Does it feel good to hit yourself? Lin Fei smiled smugly. It was good to be able to make a special life form suffer. With 3 billion reputation he could at least be happy for a while and not be in such a sorry state. I still underestimated him. He actually has such a treasure on him. The purple-robed woman did not attack again. Every time she was injured it was not a good feeling. However, I don't know how long a treasure like yours can last. The purple-robed woman wasn't stupid. She had been in such a sorry state earlier, and now that she had used this treasure, she no longer had the upper hand. She was smart enough to not believe that this was a treasure that could last for a long time. This barbarian fellow must have used a one-time use treasure. The fact that he had such a treasure made the purple-robed woman even more curious. Even she was wary of the effects of such a treasure. It was not a good feeling to hit oneself. Before Lin Fei could have his fill, the purple-robed woman had already guessed it. Damage transfer was indeed a one-time use treasure. Pay 1 billion reputation. Exchange God's lock. A single damage transfer wasn't enough at all. It could only force the other party to retreat. Only by truly defeating the other party would it be a true victory. Aha, you are very smart. However, it's a pity that even if you know, so what? It's still a piece of cake for me to deal with a woman like you. Lin Fei randomly punched out, causing a stretch of the void to collapse. The energy was also destroyed. This did not affect the purple-robed woman much. After all, she was a special life form and could move around constantly. As for being discovered by the barbarian, that was impossible. She was the energy and the energy was her. Unless all the energy was destroyed in an instant, she would have to seal it. It would be very difficult. I found your position. Lin Fei destroyed the void and stretched out a hand, punching toward the position. A large amount of energy was destroyed, and the purple-robed woman was caught off guard. She changed directions, but before she could reach the purple-robed woman, another attack came, instantly destroying all the energy. Does this feel good? Lin Fei chased after her and punched left and right, each time landing on the purple-robed woman's position. I found it again. Eat my punch. Special life forms are really powerful. I'm impressed. Every time she spoke, Lin Fei would attack. Inside the immortal abode, the left side collapsed, the right side collapsed, and there were holes everywhere. The purple-robed woman was even more battered and exhausted, hiding here and there. In this immortal abode, where could she hide? The purple-robed woman was forced out. Her exquisite face was filled with unwillingness and shock. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and her aura was completely different from before. How about it? Do you still want to try? Lin Fei stood there and did not make a move. He just smiled and looked at his opponent. Barbarian brat, you won this time, but who knows who will win next time? The purple-robed woman also knew that she could forget about defeating her opponent today. I'm leaving now. The purple-robed woman's figure faded. Lin Fei had a smile on his face. You think you can leave? He had spent billions of prestige points on her, so how could Lin Fei let her leave so easily? That would be a huge loss. How is this possible? I can't get out. The purple-robed woman's figure appeared again, but her face was filled with shock. Just now, she tried 20 times but she couldn't leave the Senfu. The energy inside and outside was cut off. This was completely inconceivable, but it just had to happen in the immortal mansion. Yes, you can't get out. Lin Fei said with a smile. Do you want to come down and stay here obediently, or do you want me to tie you up? I can restrict you from leaving, so naturally I can tie you up too. What do you think? The purple-robed woman knew that she had suffered a great loss. This barbarian brat had silently cut off her path. You really can't judge a book by its cover. The most terrifying thing was that she could not see how the other party had arranged it. Barbarian brat, you win. Since you want me to stay so badly, then I'll reluctantly stay. The purple-robed woman said with a faint smile. She did not change her expression at all because she couldn't get out. She still had a calm look on her face. However, you have to be prepared. My father has a very bad temper. If he knows that you've imprisoned me, his anger is not something that anyone can bear. Lin Fei said indifferently. Actually, even if you don't say it, I'm prepared to go to your castle as a guest. The purple-robed woman revealed a look of shock. You're really brave. I've always been brave. The purple-robed woman behaved very obediently after she couldn't leave Senfu. However, to the dozen or so high-level ultimate gods, they could not afford to offend the special life form or the barbarian Lin Fei. Fortunately, they were secretly glad that they did not offend Lin Fei. The Beaming Royal clan and the Lionmen clan would probably be in big trouble. Master, I admire you so much. You've even subdued the special life form. Huofeng said flatteringly as soon as she came out. After all, it was a special life form. Lin Fei felt quite honored. No wonder everyone liked having a lackey around them. He could make them feel more satisfied. However, Lin Fei knew very well that he would not be able to do anything to that special life form if it was not for the skill in the support shop. It could really come and go as it pleased. Even though it was subduing the special life form, it still cost him billions of prestige points. It was not easy to earn prestige points these days. Who knew when he would get his money back? Master, you've really decided to be a guest? Isn't it too dangerous? Panjian also came over. Lin Fei said, You finally know how to call me master. Panjian did not say anything too provocative this time. Actually, I feel quite good to have a powerful master. At least you've fulfilled some of my wishes. Lin Fei snorted in his heart. At least you know something good. I didn't let you master Senfu's attacks in vain. That's right. Your master is the best. He served me well. Maybe I can fulfill some of your wishes. Lin Fei winked at Panjian. Senfu was still under attack. Those battleships were constantly attacking. Stop. Don't attack. A purple-robed woman appeared in the sky above Senfu. Her voice spread across the sky. As expected, the battleships stopped attacking. That's more like it, Lin Fei said with a smile. Lead the way. The purple-robed woman glanced at the barbarian lad. I hope you won't tremble when you see my father later. The battleships in front move aside. The densely packed battleships moved aside and a path appeared. Chapter 3250. The battleships stopped and made way for them. The scene was witnessed by the people in the huge fortress on the mountain. Miss Z has successfully taken down the people in Senfu. Miss Z is still the best. No one can withstand Miss Z's attacks. I wonder who owns this Senfu. It's best not to be killed or we'll really miss an opportunity. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Since they were born and grew up, they had been thinking about leaving this place day and night. Unfortunately, they had given up on that thought after being hit by so many setbacks. However, they saw hope this time. Who was the ultimate god? He was a veteran among the peak ultimate gods. The godly tomb was equipped with a large number of spell formations, and there were even some rules in it, all to restrict them as well as to restrict outsiders. Day after day, year after year. This time, a Senfu ignored all the rules and came in a mighty manner. If that was not hope, then what was it? They were even closer to that step now. The people on the fortress were beaming with joy. The person sitting on the throne had a faint smile on his face. He was extremely satisfied with this little daughter of his. She was an invincible existence on the 7th level. A mere immortal abode couldn't be solved without a little daughter. He might not be his youngest daughter's opponent after tens of thousands of years. The Senfu flew toward the huge fortress. The attacks also stopped. In everyone's opinion, the person controlling the Senfu must be Miss Z. No one was Miss Z's opponent and everyone was full of admiration for her. In the past, all the foreign experts had died in the hands of Miss Z. Unsurprisingly, it was the same this time. Everything was a piece of cake for Miss Z. Look, that's Miss Z. Miss Z is still the best. We can't break through from the outside, so Miss Z directly solved everything from the inside. The people on the castle all burst into laughter. No matter how powerful the Senfu was and how good its defense was, the result was still the same. Just as they were about to approach the fortress, the Senfu suddenly stopped and no longer moved forward. Boom. Without any warning, the Senfu fired a terrifying cannon. A huge ball of light whizzed over and enveloped the castle. The force was so powerful that even high-level ultimate gods had to step aside because Lin Fei had used up 30% of his energy to test the opponent. The people on the castle were startled. In front of this ball of light, they all felt threatened. Interesting. The man sitting on the throne laughed. That huge power was easily disintegrated by these few words. It was like ice meeting the blazing sun, instantly melting away, and everything returned to its original state. What do you think? There's no hope, right? Zilong chuckled. Your attack is really not worth mentioning. Lin Fei used 30% of his Senfu's strength to probe. The result wasn't too good. This person seemed to be ridiculously strong. He didn't even have to do anything to block the attack. Your Miss Z is in my hands. You'd better not mess around. I don't know when I'll kill her with one slap. Lin Fei said loudly. Zilong was the name of the purple-clothed woman. It was very domineering. Zilong really wanted to slap that guy to death after listening to his words. He really dared to say anything. As soon as Lin Fei said that, the people on the fortress all changed their expressions as if they had heard it wrong. Their Miss Z was captured? How could that be possible? Miss Z was a special life form and an invincible existence. However, the current situation didn't seem right. Kid, let go of our miss or you'll die a horrible death. Let her go. If you don't let her go, I'll break your Senfu immediately and you'll have nowhere to hide. The eyes of the people on the fortress became sharp. The cannons were all aimed at the Senfu and would immediately attack as soon as the order was given. Young man, you've got guts. The person on the throne suddenly stood up and came to the sky above the Senfu. His determined face carried a terrifying pressure as heavy as a mountain. Everyone felt a terrible suffocating feeling even though they were separated by the Senfu and desperately resisted. Lin Fei did not move an inch. Your daughter is in my hands. Please don't use your pressure to scare people. Believe it or I won't be happy and strip your daughter naked for everyone to admire. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. The originally mighty pressure suddenly disappeared without a trace. More than a dozen high-level ultimate gods slumped to the ground again. They had experienced it twice in a row. What was going on? They were originally arrogant but now all lost their temper. They really didn't want to experience it again if they could. The determined man shot out a jingguang from between his eyebrows. Lin Fei could not move as soon as the jingguang appeared. A breath of death shrouded his body. At that moment he felt like he was really going to die. A jingguang appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and brighter until everything was golden. I've already said that my father has a very bad temper and is also very violent. Even if you have an immortal mansion, you won't be able to withstand a single blow from my father. Zilong's leisurely voice sounded in Yang Kai's ears. Pay 5 billion prestige points. Exchange for damage transfer. Little Devil helped Lin Fei exchange for a skill at the critical moment. The jingguang passed through Lin Fei's body. The aura that erupted from the jingguang made Lin Fei feel suffocated. The feeling quickly disappeared. The determined man's expression suddenly changed. His burly body slightly trembled as a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Damage transfer, 100% transfer. Zilong rejoiced in his misfortune, but she quickly shut her mouth. She saw her father bleeding. Although she knew that this guy had some special technique or treasure, she didn't believe that he could withstand her father's attack. However, the current scene told her that this barbarian kid was more terrifying than she had imagined. Because of your attack this time, I've decided to give your daughter a punishment. Lin Fei wanted to curse. First, a special life form came in. Then the other party's attack passed through the Senfu. He was filled with anger. Without saying anything, he pulled Zilong over and kissed her on the lips. As an almost invincible existence on this level, Zilong's mind went blank the moment he was kissed. He lost the ability to resist. I've been kissed by this kid. This was the only thought left in Zilong's mind. The determined man outside the Senfa didn't continue to attack when he saw this scene. Not bad. You're really brave. Lin Fei wasn't indifferent either. The guy outside was very dangerous but he didn't want to appear weak. I've always been brave. Otherwise, I wouldn't have captured your daughter. Your killing move won't be able to kill me. If you want to kill me, you can continue. Just use all your killing moves on me. I won't even bat an eyelid. Lin Fei patted his chest. You're really shameless. With the damage transfer, Lin Fei was really confident. This was exchanged with 5 billion reputation points. Really? I don't think so. Lin Fei laughed. Zilong stood at the side and rolled her eyes. Daughter, what do you think of him? The man suddenly asked Zilong. He's barely okay but he's too shameless. Zilong said. Then bring him to the next level. The man disappeared. He disappeared right in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei looked at this scene and felt that it was inexplicable. Especially the look in that guy's eyes when he left. No matter how he looked at it, it felt strange. He had a vague feeling that he had gotten into big trouble. Why did your father run away? I haven't had a good talk with him. Lin Fei was unhappy. Zilong glanced at the other party. You're really in big trouble. You can do anything you want, but why did you kiss this young lady just now? Lin Fei knew that things were going to go south. Don't scare me. I'm a very brave person. What trouble can there be if you kiss me? Even your father can't kill me. Lin Fei braced herself and said. Lin Fei didn't think that a special life form was a small matter. A special life form appeared on this level. Who knew if there would be one on the 8th level, 9th level, or even the final level? Zilong suddenly chuckled and said, let me tell you. As a special life form, I only look for special life forms as a partner. My partner is a special life form on the 8th level. Since you kissed me, I formed a connection with you. Unless you kill that special life form, you'll be in endless danger. Before Lin Fei could say anything, Zilong's back faced Lin Fei. She revealed her shoulders slightly, and an illusory figure appeared on her shoulder. This figure was none other than Lin Fei. Did you see that? This is the change brought about by your kiss. Zilong turned around again. Lin Fei vomited blood. It's your father's fault for wanting to kill me. If I had known, I wouldn't have kissed you. Lin Fei really wished that he could turn back time. Although Zilong was convinced now, he knew in his heart that this girl still looked down on him. In fact, if they were to fight head-on, Lin Fei really wasn't a match for Zilong. Anyway, since you kissed me, the special life form on the 8th level will probably find out soon. Zilong laughed and said, it won't be that easy to become my man. Lin Fei really didn't want to become Zilong's man. This guy's temper was a bit bad. With such powerful strength, whoever encountered him would be unlucky. In that case, there are also special life forms on the 8th level. That person was originally your partner. Now that I've destroyed it, he's coming to kill me. I'm not interested in that special life form. With your shameless methods you might be able to kill him. Zilong laughed and said, "Oh right, there's something good on the 8th level. As long as you kill the special life form you might have a chance to get it." Right now Lin Fei wasn't interested in anything. One special life form was already so difficult to deal with. Now that there was another, wouldn't it be equivalent to wasting his prestige? "Little devil, how much prestige do I have to pay to kill a special life form?" Lin Fei asked. Soon the little devil had an answer. "At least 200 billion prestige. 200 billion prestige." Chapter 3251. The 7th floor of the divine tomb of Jianghu had brought Lin Fei a big surprise. Unfortunately that surprise was not a good thing. First, it was a special life form. Then, it was an existence more powerful than a special life form. The total number of reputation points he gained was about 10 billion. That was not the end but just the beginning. Lin Fei kept vomiting blood. Sometimes he really wanted to slap himself in the face. Of all the things he could have done, he had to kiss the other party. Now, there was another big problem before the matter here was over. Although he knew special life forms were not easy to kill and required a huge price, the price of 200 billion reputation points was no less than cutting a piece of flesh off Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to go to the 8th floor. He had to take a breather in Senfu for the time being. He had to make some preparations. Zilong, the special life form, left first. Lin Fei did not stop him since it would not attack him again. "You can go now." Zilong could travel in to deal with special life forms again, but what about the other special life forms? The dozen or so high-level ultimate gods from the 5 royal clans shook their heads. Who would dare to look down on Lin Fei now? He was clearly a peak 9th class ultimate god. Even the special life form was suppressed. Those high-level ultimate gods panicked after witnessing the danger outside. That floor was too scary. They would definitely die if they went out like that. "We're willing to work for Senior Lin. Please don't let us go out. Senior Lin, just tell us if you need us to do anything. We'll be fine as long as you don't let us leave." The high-level ultimate gods were thick-skinned. In Senfu there was Senfu and Lin Fei. They felt confident. Once they left, they could not guarantee that the special life form would not attack them. They might die if they went out. However, in Senfu they could at least survive. As long as they were not fools, they would know how to choose. Moreover, if he fawned on Lin Fei now, the barbarians would rise after he left. If he didn't fawn on Lin Fei now, when would he? Soon, one of the top 10 royal families would be eliminated. The barbarian tribe was bound to become a part of the royal family. Only a fool would leave the Senfu now. Lin Fei was going to let the 5 royal high-level ultimate gods leave as he had no obligation to protect them. However, after some thought, it did not seem to be beneficial. With the appearance of a special life form, Lin Fei's original plan to slowly accumulate prestige changed. If his prestige did not keep up, he would be beaten up. Lin Fei now deeply understood the power of prestige. Those high-level ultimate gods were very useful as Lin Fei still needed them to contribute to his prestige. "You guys can stay in Senfu for the time being. Once we leave, I do have something to trouble you guys with." Lin Fei informed them in advance. "No problem. Senior Lin, feel free to let me know if there's anything you need. We agree to everything." No one dared to say anything since he was going to become a peak ultimate god in the future. They also understood that the Beeman royal family, the Lionmen tribe, and the Tigermen tribe would soon be out of luck. If the barbarians got the meat, they might get the soup. For that reason, they were 100% willing to listen to Lin Fei. In the huge castle. "Little Z, what do you think of that barbarian kid?" The determined man was called Z Tianjun. It was a very domineering name with unfathomable strength. He was sitting on the throne and smiling at his daughter, Zilong. "He's very mysterious." Zilong said, "No one has ever been able to stop my attack, but he did it. He even mastered a special technique that even father can't kill. I'm quite satisfied with such a person." "It's good that you've decided." Z Tianjuan's eyes became deep. He can ignore that bastard ultimate god's rules. Maybe he can really turn the 8th and 9th floor upside down. "Father, aren't you going to the 8th floor?" "No, once I go to the 8th floor it'll be a different story." Z Tianjun shook his head. "It won't be a problem if you go with that barbarian kid. Those old guys won't do anything, so you don't have to worry." Zilong also knew how powerful those old guys on the 8th and 9th floor were. Even she was extremely fearful of those fellows. Lin Fei did not know the changes that his appearance had brought to the divine tomb. "Little devil, help me find a technique to strengthen my physical body." Before going to the 8th floor, Lin Fei really needed to make some preparations such as improving his strength. If he went to the 8th floor blindly he might suffer a big loss. Zilong did not say anything and was obviously waiting to see him make a fool of himself. I think Master shouldn't practice physical body techniques for the time being, Little Devil suggested. The 8th and 9th floor should be very dangerous. If you use it to practice a powerful physical body technique, you will temporarily improve your strength. However, for Master, your prestige will become insufficient and you won't be able to face all kinds of dangers. I think Master should keep his prestige for the time being. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Looking at his remaining prestige, it was indeed a headache. Take one step at a time? Lin Fei did not want to experience the helplessness of facing special life forms again. Actually, Master, you can think about it in another way. Little Devil said, for example, if you encounter an expert or a special life form, you can directly kill them. Regardless of whether they are old or young, you can suppress them. Lin Fei had always wanted to improve his strength. Suddenly hearing Little Devil's words, his expression changed slightly, and he slapped his forehead. Why did I walk into a dead end? Give them a head-on blow and they will dare to mess around. Just as Little Devil said, using a portion of his prestige now would reduce it. If he encountered danger, his prestige would become very precious. Let's do it this way. Lin Fei thought it through. Before going to the 8th floor, I have to get some benefits from Zilong. You want me to kill special life forms and I will kill them? Aren't you giving me too much face? With this thought, Lin Fei was no longer in a hurry to go to the 8th floor. As for whether the special life forms on the 8th floor would come down, he did not care. It was better if they came, saving him a wasted trip. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to go to the 8th floor. He let Huofeng control the Senfu and toured the 7th floor. Since he was here, he had to properly understand what was different about the 7th floor. It was very different from the 6th floor. There were mountains everywhere as far as the eye could see. It looked very calm. However, Lin Fei knew that the 7th floor was more dangerous than the 6th floor. There were flying warships everywhere and every time they appeared there would be tens of thousands of them and they were very powerful. Other than mountains, is there nothing good here? After touring the 7th floor, Lin Fei really did not find anything good. He suspected that Zilong's father had taken away the treasures here. Master, it is not that there are no treasures on this floor but you just did not notice them. Little Devil said. Did not notice? Lin Fei frowned. What could there be that he did not notice? Master, did you forget about the ores under the mountains? Ores? Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he immediately came to a realization. With a regretful expression, he said, how could I forget about this? Ever since he came to the Divine Beast continent, he put aside the matter of the Sacred Body Mountain, and temporarily put aside the matter of ore extraction and composition. After entering the original Divine Tomb, he really did not think about it. Lin Fei laughed dryly. Oh right, are the quality of the ores here good? Although there was nothing on the 7th floor, the ores under the mountains were good stuff for Lin Fei. They were not inferior to any treasures. Although he did not stay in the Divine Beast continent for long, Lin Fei already had a way to deal with the essence beasts of the Divine Beast continent. The human race was inferior to the essence beasts because they could not break through their defenses. If they had a set of powerful enchanted equipment, they could definitely reverse the gap between the human race and the essence beast. As a member of the human race, Lin Fei more or less had some ideas. The quality of the ores here is very good. For example, Master has always wanted to expand the damage immunity material. There's a large piece of it here. In addition to this, there are also several types of ores that Master needs. Lin Fei smiled. That's great. Enchanted equipment was also a way to gain a lot of prestige. Since he found a large number of ores here, he could combine them into the required enchanted materials. Lin Fei was overjoyed and immediately started working. Mining ores. Lin Fei did not bring anyone with him on this trip. A dozen high-level ultimate gods immediately became miners. The dozen high-level ultimate gods did not have any objection to helping Lin Fei dig ores. Each of them worked hard to dig ores. With their strength they could destroy and mine with brute force. Thus, under the loud rumbling of the 7th layer, the mining work began. The mountains were flattened one by one as sinkholes appeared one after another. The originally endless mountains were quickly replaced by sinkholes. One here, one there, and one there quickly connected into a piece. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. More than a dozen high-level ultimate gods worked day and night. Lin Fei did not stay idle either as he kept collecting ores. If he knew there were so many good ores on the 7th floor, he would have brought people with him. Now he could only be a miner. Who could he complain to? 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 3 years. 3 years had passed. Lin Fei and a dozen high-level ultimate gods were still immersed in mining. Lin Fei, who mined every day, had a smile on his face as if he had picked up a treasure. Zilong, who had been keeping an eye on Lin Fei, could not help but show up. "What are you trying to do?" Zilong had been studying Lin Fei since the first day. No matter how hard he studied, he could not find anything, especially after mining. God knew how much Zilong's brain cells had been drained from his completely unfathomable behavior. The quality of the ores there was average. Why did that guy keep digging and smiling every day? Zilong did not think there were any treasures in there. "Of course I'm digging for treasures." Lin Fei smiled. "If you're willing to help, I can give you a gift. I believe you'll like it. Just these ores." Chapter 32:52. Zilong was there to understand the situation. After listening to Lin Fei's words, he could not help but become curious. What good things could be produced from those ores that were considered to be of poor quality? It would be better to use the time to study how to improve one's strength. "Since you've put it so nicely, I'll reluctantly help you." Zilong left after saying that. Soon a large number of battleships arrived. As soon as those battleships arrived, they received orders to attack the ground. Those mountains were flattened one after another. After the ground was blasted open, mineral veins were also revealed. Large amounts of ores were blasted out. With the help of the battleships, Lin Fei's efficiency in harvesting ores increased tremendously. Every day there would be mountains of ores being taken away. Those high-level ultimate gods from the royal clan who had previously escaped from the attacks. The past 3 years had not been a good time. There were battleships constantly targeting them and attacking them. Although the number was not as high as before, they could not take it anymore after a long time. Originally they had been hiding everywhere. In the end they had hidden underground. Unfortunately, after Lin Fei went crazy mining, their good days came to an end, and they were forced to come out. What is that barbarian kid trying to do? When they came out of the underground, they did not know what that kid was trying to do after seeing the sinkholes everywhere. Only he could think of mining on the 7th level. Those ores were worthless, but they seemed to have become 100 times more valuable. Should we go find that barbarian kid? We'll have to leave if this continues. The one who spoke was a high-level ultimate god from the Tigermen clan. Recently, they all knew that the barbarian kid had discussed something with the natives on that level. They seemed to be in harmony. That made them very envious. After all, they had suffered every day for the past 3 years and had yet to get any treasures. Previously, they were gloating over the fact that the other party's immortal abode had been blocked, but now they really couldn't laugh anymore. "I don't want to go." The high-level ultimate god from the giant clan shook his head. "We have to go. Those damn battleships are here again." The high-level ultimate god from the Golden War God clan said. Tens of thousands of battleships arrived not far away and attacked. The 3 royal clans' high-level ultimate gods immediately fled. They did not have any confidence in fighting with those battleships. They had tried many times before, and the strength that they could show off in the Divine Beast continent was not enough here. Lin Fei was very relaxed now. In another half a year at most, we should be able to dig it out. Ever since he had Zilong's help, his efficiency had skyrocketed. Lin Fei didn't have to be so busy anymore. All he had to do was collect them. The 7th layer's ores were almost completely dug out. "Master, someone is coming this way. It seems to be a royal clan ultimate god expert," Wolfing reported. "It should be the Giant Clan, Golden Battle God Clan, and Tigermen Clan." Ever since the 3 royal families ran away, Lin Fei didn't pay attention to them anymore. They are really tenacious to be able to persist until now, Lin Fei said with a smile. "Master, that's because you drove them out from the underground and now they have nowhere to hide." Wolfing laughed. Lin Fei was not interested in the 3 royal families. However, he needed prestige now. He still had to count on them when the time came. Lin Fei pondered. "Xiaofeng, come here." Lin Fei called Panjian. "Master, you're looking for me?" Compared to 3 years ago, Panjian had also changed, especially when she called him master. She had become very smooth. "The 3 royal clan ultimate gods are here. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll leave them to you," Lin Fei said, "but don't kill them." Panjian's beautiful eyes lit up. "Thank you, master." She kissed Lin Fei on the cheek. Wolfing said, "Master, I'm actually the best at this kind of thing. You can leave it to me." The 3 royal families fled to the vicinity of Senfu under the pursuit of the battleships. The battleships' attacks were not easy to deal with. "Barbarian boy, let us go up." Barbarian boy. They planned to go up to Senfu but still did not take the barbarian boy seriously and called him contemptuously. "You can't just call me master." Super Unlimited Run started. Boom. Boom. 3 royal families and 8 high-level ultimate gods were immediately hit in the head. Following that, a beautiful figure appeared in the sky above Senfu. It was Panjian. The high-level ultimate gods were about to kill under the sudden attack. They were actually attacked by the human clan's holy maiden. It was like a blow to the head for them who had never taken the human clan seriously. They hastily blocked the attack and suffered a small loss. Stop now. If you don't stop, we'll kill you. The high-level ultimate gods were in a sorry state and kept threatening them. What awaited them was another attack from Immortal Abode. Those high-level ultimate gods cursed for a long time but to no avail. Coupled with the arrival of the battleships, they could only flee again. This time, Senfu also followed suit. Panjian controlled the super unlimited cannon and attacked all the way from the east to the west, then from the west to the south. The dignified high-level ultimate gods were chased all the way. It was something they had never thought of. Especially the high-level ultimate gods from the giant clan. They knew the human clan's Saintess was auctioned off by them. In the end, the Saintess appeared right above their heads and they could not do anything to her. The chase lasted for half a month. The high-level ultimate gods from the royal families were tortured to the point of losing their temper. No one could withstand being surrounded from the front and back, especially under Senfu's precise attacks. Stop fighting. We can talk things over. The high-level ultimate gods from the giant clan begged for mercy. They had strong defenses but after half a month of attacks, they could not take it anymore. They did not want to run anymore when they were forced into a sinkhole. It was not a good feeling to be chased and attacked. A Senfu stopped above the sinkhole. The attacks did not stop. At the same time, the battleships had locked onto the area and began carpet bombing. The scene was a complete mess. Panjian had really vented her anger this time. The dignified high-level ultimate gods from the royal families had become so fragile in front of Senfu. My master has said that as long as you admit your mistakes, he'll allow you to go to Senfu and protect you. After half a month, Saintess Feng Yin could finally hold her head high. She had vented most of her anger. Although she couldn't kill them, she believed that she would have a chance to kill the experts of the royal family sooner or later. Bow their heads and admit their mistakes? The high-level ultimate gods from the royal families were very aggrieved. However, they knew very well that they would probably be chased out if they did not apologize and seek shelter from Senfu. Barbarian kid, it's impossible for us to apologize. We'll be waiting for you outside. The high-level ultimate gods from the giant clan gritted their teeth, tore the scroll and left the 7th floor. The Golden War God clan and Tiger Men clan were the same. It was impossible for them to apologize to the lowly barbarians. The royal family still cared about their reputation, not to mention they were high-level ultimate gods. Therefore they left en masse. It was fine if they did not get any treasures. As long as the barbarian kid left the divine tomb, he would definitely regret it. The high-level ultimate gods and Senfu shook their heads. It was such a waste of an opportunity. They had seen with their own eyes that the barbarian Lin Fei was an existence that could defeat special life forms. It would only take him a blink of an eye to kill them. He was a strong enemy that they could not afford to offend. They could not wait for the giant clan to not come up. If they knew how powerful Lin Fei was, they would definitely kneel down and worship him. They would not have a chance to perform then. Master, I'm sorry. Panjian bowed her head as soon as she returned. She did not do her job well. Lin Fei chuckled. It's okay. It's fine if they don't cherish the opportunity. Half a year later, the 7th floor's ores were almost emptied. Lin Fei did not refuse anyone and dug as much as he could. He did not need to worry about refining the remaining ores. When are you going to the 8th floor? Zilong passed through Senfu and came in. Ever since the first time, Lin Fei did not set up a barrier to stop Zilong as it was purely a waste of his prestige. It was not worth it as only Zilong could enter anyway. Lin Fei simply let Zilong enter and exit Senfu as he was not afraid that Zilong would harm him. His system was not to be trifled with and he also believed that Zilong was a smart person. As long as he was smart, he would not mess around, especially when it came to damage transfer. You know how to get to the 8th floor. Besides, I've been looking for the passage to the 8th floor. Lin Fei said seriously. Zilong really wanted to give Lin Fei a slap. Keep pretending, keep pretending. The 3 major clans have gone up. Lin Fei was a little surprised. No way they went up. How did they go up? I was wondering why I didn't find any traces of them. The 3 major clans still have a strong foundation. Zilong did not say much. Go to the 8th floor, I will accompany you. The 8th floor is not as simple as it is here. Can you tell me about it so I can make some preparations? Zilong said indifferently. You only need to know that the 8th floor is a continent with a population of hundreds of billions. There is only one force there. There are special life forms and all kinds of old undying beings. It is 100 times more dangerous than this floor. Lin Fei thought that the 8th floor was similar to the 7th floor. This unexpected sentence shook Lin Fei's heart. A population of hundreds of billions. I can farm prestige. What followed was a crazy idea. Lin Fei was worried about where to farm prestige. When he suddenly heard that the 8th floor had a population of hundreds of billions, he was completely excited. This was a good place to farm prestige. Why is the 8th floor a continent? Lin Fei was very curious and wanted to know more. I'm not sure about this. I only know that the hierarch Jianghu is very powerful. The 8th floor's continent has been passed down for hundreds of billions of years. Zilong said. Are you afraid? Chapter 3253. The 8th level was a continent. This news was quite surprising to Lin Fei. A population of hundreds of billions could provide a lot of prestige. For Lin Fei, who was currently accumulating prestige, this was the best thing. As long as he could replenish his prestige, he would not have to worry about any experts coming. After agreeing to enter the 8th level a month later, Lin Fei quickly started to wrap things up. He collected all the ores that could be collected. As for the small portion that was left, he did not need to worry. Time passed quickly. A month had passed. Zilong came again. I just received a piece of bad news. You have to be mentally prepared. Zilong, who was dressed in purple, came to the Senfu. To her, this place was no different from going in and out of her home. What news? Lin Fei frowned slightly. For the past month, he had been thinking about how to increase his prestige. In the end, he decided to use violent means to increase his prestige. The 8th level was a continent controlled by a force. It would be best to directly attack them. As long as he had enough prestige in the 8th level, there was nothing to be afraid of in the 9th level. Zilong glanced at Lin Fei. According to the information sent back by the spies in the 8th level, the 3 major Protoss clans have joined that force in the 8th level. They know that you have a Senfu that can ignore the rules left by the divinity Jianghu. At the entrance, they have mobilized experts and laid a trap to capture you. Lin Fei touched his nose and laughed. Ha ha, trap. This is good. I like it. Zilong was also confused by Lin Fei's words. Why are you laughing? Aren't you afraid? Zilong was very clear about the force that was waiting for him. It was terrifying. Or do you think you can break through? Lin Fei was worried about how to increase his prestige. The 3 major Protoss clans were really good people. They actually did a good deed. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm not afraid even if your father wants to kill me, let alone those people. Lin Fei laughed. Get ready. We can go. The 8th floor. This place was completely different from the boundless mountains on the 7th floor. It was truly a world of its own. High mountains, flowing rivers, azure blue sky, everywhere was full of exuberant vitality. At this time, at the entrance of a valley, there were countless experts. A large array formation surrounded a small array formation, sealing the valley. Within a range of hundreds of millions of miles, there were formations set up everywhere. Anyone who barged in would be killed on the spot in the blink of an eye without any chance to struggle. At this moment, there was a group of people standing on a mountain in the distance. There were a few dozen of them, and on the opposite side of the mountain was an inconspicuous valley. As long as what you say is true and there really is a Senfu that can ignore the old man's rules, then whatever you want won't be a problem. The one who spoke was a black-armored divine venerable. His entire body was wrapped in black armor and exuded a cold aura. Only a pair of eyes could be seen. The 3 god races no longer had the arrogance they had before. It was as though they had been suppressed by something. What we said is true. That Senfu has a very special origin. We don't know how that barbarian kid got it. Anyway, even an ultimate god can't break it. If Senfu doesn't exist, you can kill us. That boy really has an immortal's mansion. When he appears, you'll know. However, we don't know how much the immortal's mansion can bear, and we don't know what other trump cards it has. If he runs away, don't blame me. The high-level ultimate gods from the 3 god races could not speak fluently with a hint of uneasiness in their eyes. It had always been their world, but they had suffered setbacks after coming to the tomb of the god of Jianghu. It was all that barbarian kid's fault. If the barbarian kid had given up the Senfu, then there would have been no problems. The 3 god races would not have been suppressed by the aborigines on the 8th floor. They also cursed the ultimate god Jianghu 10,000 times. Of all the things he could have done, why did he have to come up with a mainland? There were aborigines on the 7th floor and they were beaten to a pulp. It was not easy for them to reach the 8th floor, but they were chased by the aborigines on that floor. Some were killed while others were injured. In the end they could not even leave. In order to survive, they used the senfu to attract the enemy's attention. Keep a close eye on the senfu. Attack immediately as soon as it appears. It's best to enter the senfu and capture the barbarian kid inside. Don't kill him. Keep him alive. The black-armored ultimate god ordered in an irresistible tone. They followed Zilong's directions. The group of people arrived at a valley. The valley was very inconspicuous. It was even more inconspicuous among the mountains. There were hundreds of similar places. Even if the mountains were destroyed, many small valleys could still be found. The entrance is here? Lin Fei was a little surprised that the entrance was in such a place. It would have been difficult to find it without Zilong leading the way. Surprised, aren't you? Zilong chuckled. I was also surprised at first. I had the same expression as you. The exit is surrounded by the 8th floor. Are you ready? They're just a bunch of ants. They're not worth caring about. The high-level ultimate gods in the senfu wiped their sweat. Only the barbarians dared to say that. I also want to see how you're going to deal with the experts on the 8th floor. By the way, let me remind you that the special life form is guarding over there. Lin Fei laughed. It's just a special life form. I'll show you how powerful I am today. When that time comes, you should be glad that I showed you mercy. Zilong rolled his eyes. Keep bragging. You're not the one who killed the special life form. It was hard to believe that someone could kill a special life form. At least no one could do it there. Even those old farts could not do it. They did not have that kind of strength. Lin Fei looked at the small valley. You'll know in a while. I'm going to start a massacre. Lin Fei had automatically listed the continent as a place to build his reputation after knowing that the 8th floor was a place with hundreds of billions of people to make up for his recent losses. Who would want to miss such a good opportunity? I'll wait and see. The senfu plunged into the small valley. The small valley looked like a small valley, but when they got closer, they realized that it was an illusory small valley that could deceive everyone's eyes. However, the small valley looked too ordinary from above. At that moment, the senfu rushed into the small valley and everything in front of them changed as a passage appeared. Xiaofeng, activate the defense. Our enemies are coming. Xiaohua, when you see the enemy later, activate the super infinite cannon and blast them all the way. Lin Fei stood straight and looked ahead through the senfu. The passage was not very long and only took a while to complete. Boom, boom. Endless attacks poured down like a mountain torrent. The huge immortal abode began to shake violently. Do you see that? Those outside are your enemies. The moment the senfu arrived at the 8th floor, it was immediately attacked fiercely. As soon as the celestial palace was attacked, the fire phoenix immediately retaliated. The super limitless cannon madly shot outwards, and the celestial palace's defenses were activated, forming a black belt around the celestial palace, easily blocking the attacks from the outside. The attacks on the 8th floor are really fierce. They are even stronger than the ones on the 7th floor. Lin Fei checked the situation. Fortunately, the attacks were still within acceptable range. It would be impossible for them to break through the defensive line outside for now. That's for sure. The 8th floor is a world with countless experts and a population of hundreds of billions. It's not as simple as you think. Zilong smiled. He was already used to the attacks outside. Although the attacks were fierce and domineering, they posed no threat to her, a special life form. The moment the senfu came out, it was immediately attacked. Just like the previous layer, the sky was filled with warships. One attack after another came crashing down, only to be blocked by something that looked like a black bag. Master Black Emperor, what we said is true. This is the senfu. It has an incredibly strong defense. We tried to take it down last time, but unfortunately, we couldn't break its defense. This must be a top-notch senfu. The high-level ultimate gods from the 3 celestial clans kept talking. If the senfu was real, then they would have a chance to leave the 8th floor without having to be careful and be afraid of losing their lives. You're good. A strange look flashed across the black-armored ultimate god's cold eyes. In the world of the 8th level, there was a massive empire that had been established. There was nothing that they had not seen before. However, this was the first time that they had seen such an immortal residence. All right, you can go now. They felt relieved as if they had been pardoned. Just as they were about to turn around and leave, 3 crisp sounds were heard. 3 high-level ultimate gods exploded as blood mist flowed into the black-armored ultimate god's body. Why leave now that you're here? It's so refreshing. The black-armored ultimate god said, let them enter the senfu and catch that barbarian kid. The high-level ultimate gods from the 3 celestial clans died in a humiliating manner. They were killed in one blow. The attack continued. The Senfu's super infinity cannon was also very powerful. The warships in the sky were shot down in waves. However, there were too many warships and they kept coming back. "They're here," Zilong suddenly said. Lin Fei saw more than a dozen figures turning illusory and heading toward the Senfu. The Senfu, which could have withstood the attacks, could not stop them from sneaking in. "What are they?" Lin Fei was used to it and was not as helpless as he was before. If special life forms could come in, it was not surprising that others could come in as well. "Scan them. How much prestige do we need to kill them?" Lin Fei contacted Little Devil. "They're semi-special life forms. Another name is energy elves. Such existences only exist in the 8th floor." Chapter 3254. Energy Sprites. They were the special existences on the 8th floor. No one knew how they came to be there for the time being. No one dared to ignore these energy sprites. In an instant, the energy sprites rushed into the Senfu. The name might sound interesting, but one would curse when they saw them for real. They looked too ferocious and terrifying. To put it bluntly, they were ugly. F***ck, they're going to scare us to death. Lin Fei almost raised his middle finger when he saw the short, ugly, and ferocious faces. "You're so ugly and yet you come out to scare people. I have no choice but to kill you." Zilong giggled. "Have you lost your appetite after seeing them?" "That's for sure." The energy sprites rushed in and the high-level ultimate god experts were the first to bear the brunt. The power in their bodies was once again out of control, as if it was about to break free. They could only look at Lin Fei for help. They wanted to show off at first, but now they realized that the things on the 8th floor were not something they could fight against. It was a painful blow to them. 80 billion reputation points was something Lin Fei could still afford. With Zilong as a special life form, it was not easy to kill those related to special life forms. He might as well use the system's skills. "It's just reputation points, I can afford it." Lin Fei still had some confidence. "Do you need my help?" Zilong, who was dressed in purple, said arrogantly. "No need." Zilong knew the energy sprites were not easy to deal with. She wanted to see how Lin Fei would kill them. Moreover, he said it so confidently as if the energy sprites were very fragile. The 8th floor was where Lin Fei could farm his reputation points. It was best to end the battle quickly. "I'll pay 80 billion reputation points. I'll exchange for 100 kills." The name of the skill was 100 kills. As for why there was such a name, Lin Fei had no idea. He guessed that it was given by the person who set it up. It was a bit of a chinibyu. After the energy sprites entered the Senfu, even the high-level ultimate gods were affected and immediately locked onto Lin Fei. More than a dozen energy sprites swarmed toward Lin Fei. Lin Fei waved his hand in a very pretentious manner, and a piece of Jingguang flew out from his hand. This Jingguang shrouded the energy sprite. Jingguang's color shone on the elves' bodies, and the originally ferocious elves revealed expressions of fear. They screamed, and the terrifying screams seemed to pierce through space. Only Zilong and Lin Fei were able to ignore the screams of the energy sprites. As for the others, they were suffering. Fortunately, Lin Fei had created a barrier to block the sound wave attack. The screaming energy spirit's body began to melt. It was like the melting of winter snow. Under the golden light, they were unable to escape and were quickly melted away. Even if they were turned into energy, it was still the same. They were truly wiped out completely. Not even a little bit of energy escaped. "How is it? Is my technique acceptable?" Lin Fei looked at the shocked Zilong. Zilong subconsciously shivered. Although she did not think that the other party was much stronger than her, the scene at that moment was no less than a big blow to her. This guy had mastered the technique to kill the energy sprites. The most terrifying thing was that she could not tell what kind of technique it was. She only knew that it could kill the energy sprites on a deeper level. "Good technique," Zilong said calmly. "That Black Emperor will probably hate you to death. This is an energy sprite. Let's kill him later. Let's see what else he can hate," Lin Fei said calmly. He took a step forward and arrived in the sky above Senfu. Although the Senfu was very strong and the super infinity cannon could kill a large number of them, it could not keep up with the speed of their replenishment. "I have to do it myself." Lin Fei did not have time to waste. "Black Emperor, if you don't want to die, get over here immediately. If I make a move, you will definitely die. Regardless of whether you are a special life form or not, you will still end up the same." Lin Fei's voice rumbled in the sky above Senfu. When the subordinates controlling the battleships heard this, they all suspected that there was something wrong with this guy's brain. Was he threatening Lord Black Emperor? On the 8th level, everyone knew about Lord Black Emperor. He was a special life form and was extremely powerful. Even Miss Zilong from the 7th level was not a match for him. Now, there was actually someone who dared to say such words? What an ignorant fool. Black Emperor was a special life form from the 8th level. He was also the only true special life form. In this level and even the 9th level he had great influence. This was the first time Black Emperor had heard such impudent words. Outsider, you sure are arrogant. No one has ever dared to speak to me like this. Black Emperor came near Senfu and all the battleships stopped attacking. If you hand over Senfu, I can spare your life. I haven't done something like this for a long time. You are the first. Seeing Senfu in front of him, Black Emperor knew that this was a chance to leave the divine tomb. If it was not for Senfu, Black Emperor would have already killed the other party. He would not have spoken to the other party. Be it on the 7th, 8th, or 9th level, there were not many people who were qualified to speak to him. This was because he was a special life form and had truly mastered special mystiques. Master, killing this special life form requires a total of 180 billion reputation. Little Devil came to a conclusion. Then I'll pay 180 billion reputation points to kill this guy. Lin Fei did not wish to fight with a special life form. Who knew what kind of special abilities it had? He would kill it first. Pay 180 billion reputation points. Exchange for a sure kill. Lin Fei suddenly stretched out his hand. I'm sorry, but I don't like to be threatened even if you are a special life form. He pointed with his finger. A ray of light struck Black Emperor's body. 180 billion reputation turned into a terrifying skill. One hit sure kill. There were no signs. There was no danger. Black Emperor's eyes widened, and his body began to tremble. I don't want to die. No one had expected an outsider to make a move at this moment. No one had noticed anything and he had struck so casually. As a special life form, Black Emperor was used to being arrogant. He had never imagined that there would be a day when someone could kill him. At most, he would be severely injured. But at this moment, Black Emperor felt that everything had become illusory. Everything in front of him had disappeared. He had sunk into endless darkness. That body also disappeared without a trace, leaving nothing behind. A dignified special life form was gone just like that. I've already said it. Why don't you believe me? Lin Fei shook his head. All of Black Emperor's subordinates were dumbfounded. Looks of disbelief could be seen on their faces. Lord Black Emperor is dead. Run. Retreat, retreat immediately. Chapter 3255. In the sky above Senfu. In that instant, Lin Fei seemed to have transformed into a terrifying and invincible existence. The densely packed warships outside the small valley had retreated with the death of Lord Black Sovereign. They did not even have the confidence to attack again. The sky returned to normal. The area outside the small valley became quiet. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fei suddenly laughed out loud. In such a short time, a large amount of reputation had been contributed. It was more than 30 million and the number was still increasing. Betrayal means death by talking too much. Lin Fei was elated. He had spent 180 billion reputation in one go, and it was actually very painful. Fortunately, the warships had retreated, and there was no need for him to attack again. You actually killed a special life form. Zilong's beautiful eyes blinked, and she found it hard to accept this scene. That Black Sovereign special life form was killed just like that. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, Zilong would not have believed that Lin Fei from the barbarian race could kill a special life form just like that. Before this, Zilong did not believe it at all. Killing special life forms? It was not an easy task. Unless it was those special life forms that had just been born, there was still hope of doing it at that time. However, Black Sovereign was not an ordinary special life form. He had cultivated for a very long time, and he was not someone that could be killed just like that. Are you surprised? I've said it before, killing special life forms is actually just that. Lin Fei said casually. Are you glad that I didn't kill you back then? Zilong had never thought that Lin Fei could kill special life forms, but the scene before her had shattered her previous belief. This Lin Fei from the barbarian race had really mastered killing special life forms. Zilong quickly chuckled. Don't scare me. Although I don't know what method you used to kill special life forms, I believe that you paid a great price and it was a very painful price. You probably won't be able to use this method many times, am I right? Lin Fei had to admit that this Zilong was really good at talking. He actually said almost everything. A special life form had spent 180 billion prestige points. The previous 80 billion prestige points added up to a total of 260 billion prestige points. This was definitely a huge sum. Then, are you willing to give it a try? Lin Fei laughed. I guarantee that you will experience despair. Zilong had been observing Lin Fei. She knew that she had guessed correctly, but she would definitely not be willing to give it a try. You only know how to bully others. Boring. Zilong rolled his eyes at Lin Fei. You killed the Black Emperor, and the Empire will soon know about it. How are you going to face it? Moreover, the Black Emperor you killed was not only a special life form, but also the future heir of the Empire. Lin Fei snapped his fingers. Isn't that simple? Just charge over and have a good talk with them. Tianyuan Empire. That was the name of the 8th mainland world empire. The imperial capital of the Tianyuan Empire was located on a large plain with cities of various sizes all along the way. It was very prosperous and built a huge empire's imperial capital. The most eye-catching thing in the imperial capital was the 4 black towers that almost pierced the sky. They occupied 4 positions and 4 directions in the imperial capital. The imperial capital palace. The current emperor was called Ultimate God Gu Quan. He was a peak high-level Ultimate God expert. Although his cultivation level was not very high, he could transform into a peak Ultimate God's combat power in the imperial capital with the help of a formation. That was not the main point. The most important thing was that the Tianyuan Empire had a special life form, the Black Emperor. He was the future heir of the empire. What was a peak Ultimate God? It would not be a problem for him to become a universe expert in the future. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Young Master Black Emperor is dead. Ultimate God Gu Quan was enjoying singing and dancing in the palace. Usually, Ultimate God Gu Quan liked to watch singing and dancing when he had nothing to do. There was no need to worry about the current Tianyuan Empire as all opposition forces had been swept away. While everyone was talking and laughing, a figure ran in awkwardly and knelt in the palace hall as if his parents had died. Revered divinity Gu Quan was lying on a large antique bed. Both sides of him were beautiful women waiting on him. Who let you in? Drag him out and behead him. Ultimate God Gu Quan was engrossed in listening and did not listen carefully. Your Majesty, don't kill me. Something bad has happened. Young Master Black Emperor has been killed. The man shouted loudly. At that moment, everyone finally heard it clearly. Young Master Black Emperor had been killed? The experts present did not believe it. Who was it? Who was young Master Black Emperor? He was a special life form. Even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for him. Killing young Master Black Emperor must be a joke. This joke was not funny at all. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Young Master Black Emperor's soul ball has just broken. Another person hurriedly ran in from outside, holding a crystal ball-like object that was split in half in his hand. That was the soul ball unique to the Tianyuan Empire. As long as the soul ball did not crack, it meant that the person was not dead. However, once the person was dead, the soul ball would break in half. The person who came in was the watchman who guarded the soul ball every day. Just now, when young Master Black Emperor's soul ball broke, he was so scared that his limbs went soft and immediately came to report. This time, Ultimate God Gu Quan could not sit still anymore. He pushed away the people around him and stood up. My son. Ultimate God Gu Quan grabbed the soul ball and the soul aura belonging to Black Emperor disappeared without a trace. His face turned gloomy. Investigate immediately. Who killed young Master Black Emperor? This emperor will exterminate his 10 clans. Ultimate God Gu Quan was completely enraged. He was the hope of the Tianyuan Empire. Now he was gone just like that. He had hoped that Black Emperor could break through to the Ultimate God level. At that time, he could break out of the encirclement and the Tianyuan Empire could usher in another round of development and expansion. However, everything had come to a premature end. Could it be those old things? Impossible, they don't have the guts. But if it wasn't them, then who could it be? Ultimate God Gu Quan could not think of anyone who would dare to kill him. From the 7th floor to the 8th and even the 9th floor, everyone minded their own business. No one dared to cross the line. Your Majesty, I've found out. It was an outsider who controlled the Senfu. He's with Miss Zilong from the 7th floor. They're heading this way. The results were soon out. Ultimate God Gu Quan's face turned even gloomier. How could an outsider kill young Master Black Emperor? Immediately mobilize experts for this emperor. After killing Black Emperor, a special life form, Lin Fei did not stay idle. He let Hufeng control the Senfu and charged toward the Tianyuan Empire's imperial capital. Yes, attack the landmark. At least we have to prove that we're here. Lin Fei smiled. Also, spread the word that young Master Black Emperor has been killed by me. If you don't want to die, you better stay put. Chapter 3256. Tianyuan Empire. The people on this level had been reproducing for generations and were used to living under the rule of the Tianyuan Empire. However, with the appearance of the Senfu, many people became restless. This was because the Senfu came too mysteriously. It appeared so openly like a treasure, and anyone who saw it would be tempted. Boom. Boom. At first, some people thought that it was a treasure and wanted to fish for it. As a result, he was bombarded as soon as he went up. His body was smashed to pieces and he was killed in one shot. This did not stop those people from going crazy. Whether it was a treasure or something else, it was worth it for them to go crazy. However, they were killed every time. When the voice from the immortal abode rang out, everyone was shocked as if it was a joke. Young Master Heidi is dead? Impossible. Who can kill young Master Heidi? What a joke. Heidi killed them all. Everyone, let's attack together and take down that Senfu. We have more people and strength. There's nothing to be afraid of. There were hundreds of billions of people in the Tianyuan continent. The appearance of the Senfu naturally caused a huge commotion. Many people wanted to take down the Senfu. As the Senfu's announcement spread again and again, it was hard for people not to understand. Young Master Heidi is dead? Everyone was in disbelief. Countless people surrounded the Senfu, and all the forces came out. However, they were unable to stop the Senfu from advancing. Under the attack of the super cannon, people kept falling and their corpses were destroyed. On the other hand, their attacks were unable to break through the black belt of the Senfu. If you don't want to die, scram. My cannon is blind. Lin Fei stood in the sky above the Senfu. As the Senfu moved, people were constantly being bombarded. Basically, no matter how many people came, they would be killed. Nothing could stop the Senfu. After a long time, everyone was afraid when they saw the Senfu. The defense of this immortal abode was too strong. Their attacks couldn't even land on the immortal abode. That fellow who looked like a human was acting all high and mighty. They wanted nothing more than to rush up and kill him. However, the Senfu was an obstacle, so they could only follow along. Humph, we don't believe that you can continue to strut around like this. This was the common thought of the people behind him. They couldn't deal with Senfu, but that didn't mean others couldn't. This was the Tianyuan Empire, a place filled with experts. The Li family is here, haha. The Wang clan is here too. I think Senfu won't be able to hold on for long. The arrival of a single Senfu drew the attention of all the major and minor powers in the Tianyuan Empire. Everyone rushed over. Everyone wanted to take down Senfu, especially when there was an outsider in Senfu. The organizations of the Tianyuan Empire brought a large number of experts to surround Senfu. They used various treasures, but in the end, none of them could stop Senfu. Senfu headed straight for the capital. They originally thought that the Senfu would not be able to withstand the attacks of so many forces, but now, everyone began to wonder where the Senfu was produced. Its quality was too high. Lin Fei, who had been attracting hatred all this while, was feeling elated. Make as much trouble as you can. The bigger the trouble, the more prestige I'll gain. Lin Fei could clearly see his prestige increasing. As the news spread, his contribution points began to increase. This was the benefit of having a large population. Prestige was constantly being contributed. And this was just the beginning. You're really bored? Zilong couldn't figure out what the barbarian Lin Fei was thinking. You killed a special life form, so you should at least have the appearance of a peerless expert. Look at you now, you're like a villain intoxicated by success. Lin Fei thought, if I don't go out and attract hatred, how will people know me? I'm not bored. I think it's quite interesting. Lin Fei smiled. There are indeed many experts in the Tianyuan Empire. Why doesn't the 7th level integrate with the 8th level? It's all empty there. Look at this place. The environment is beautiful and the scenery is pleasant. It's much better than the 7th level. Zilong rolled his eyes. Hierarch Gu Quan is here. Lin Fei knew who Hierarch Gu Quan was. He was the emperor of the Tianyuan Empire. The royal family is finally here. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. I've been waiting for them for a long time. I thought they would stay in the capital forever. Hierarch Gu Quan was indeed here. He had brought a bunch of experts with him. Apart from that, there was also a large army behind him. It was the infamous Tianyuan army. They were all dressed in black armor. The armor was covered in patterns and emitted a cold luster. Your Majesty, that's the outsider's Senfu. Hierarch Gu Quan's face was filled with killing intent. The most outstanding successor of the Tianyuan Empire was dead. Hierarch Gu Quan wanted to cut the other party into pieces and exterminate his entire clan. Destroy that immortal abode for me. Hierarch Gu Quan ordered. Those forces that had been surrounding the Senfu immediately stood aside when they saw Hierarch Gu Quan, the emperor of the Tianyuan Empire. A thought popped up in their minds. Could young Master Black Emperor really be dead? This emperor had not appeared for a long time. Ever since the unification of the Tianyuan Empire, all the forces had been well behaved. No one dared to go against them. The Tianyuan Empire's royal family's rule had been deepening. Up until now, the Tianyuan Empire had been very stable. Ever since the royal family produced the Black Emperor, Hierarch Gu Quan had relinquished his power and handed over almost all matters to the Black Emperor. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to meet Hierarch Gu Quan. But now Hierarch Gu Quan had appeared. The killing intent on his face was so monstrous that they could feel it even from afar. At that moment they could no longer remain calm. The Black Emperor was a special life form who could easily break through to the ultimate god realm in the future. However, he had been killed by someone. Furthermore, His Majesty had personally brought the most powerful and ferocious Tianyuan army. The Tianyuan army was the most powerful existence in the Tianyuan Empire. It had always been an elite army controlled by the royal family. The Tianyuan army was rarely deployed unless it was to suppress a powerful enemy. However, the Tianyuan army was deployed this time. This was inconceivable. They've made their move. The Tianyuan army has been deployed. What the hell? They've deployed 100,000 Tianyuan army this time. That's terrifying. What kind of enemy is worth deploying the Tianyuan army? Oh yes, there's also the royal family's high officials. There are more than 30 grade 8 ultimate gods. Could it be a grade 9 ultimate god in that Senfu? Even if it's a grade 9 ultimate god, it's not worth deploying 100,000 Tianyuan army. Those people could no longer remain calm. Such a situation had not happened for a very long time. However, it had happened today. 100,000 Tianyuan army and more than 30 grade 8 ultimate gods. Even the top forces in the Tianyuan Empire could not withstand such a lineup. You're in trouble. Chapter 3257. Ultimate God Gu Quan led the Tianyuan army to attack. It was unknown how many people were shocked by this scene. The news that came from the Immortal Mansion seemed to have come true. If the young master of the Black Emperor had really been killed, it would definitely be a major matter for the Tianyuan Empire. No matter who was involved in this matter, the outcome was predetermined. None of them would have a good ending. Even if they were outsiders, they would not be able to withstand the wrath of the Tianyuan imperial family. The Tianyuan army had sent 100,000 troops. They were the best of the best. As soon as they made their move, everyone felt a terrifying and dangerous aura. They couldn't even muster the slightest bit of resistance. Those who had witnessed the might of the Heaven's Origin army believed that Immortal Mansion could stop them. Tianyuan army? They're really strong. They're all mid-level ultimate gods with the lowest being a 4th-class ultimate god. This army would be able to wipe out anyone outside. Lin Fei smiled. Tianyuan Empire's emperor, don't be so angry. I've only killed your Black Emperor. You can have another one in the future anyway. Don't put on a long face, okay? Lin Fei laughed loudly. It's not good for your health. You might even die faster. As soon as he said that, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The special life form Black Emperor was really dead. It was a piece of news they did not want to accept. Ultimate God Gu Quan was furious. I'll definitely kill you and wipe out your 10 clans. I'll let you know what regret is. Everyone attack. Whoever breaks through Senfu first, kills Senfu first, and captures this kid will be rewarded handsomely. Ultimate God Gu Quan said angrily. Tianyuan Empire's hope was gone. Ultimate God Gu Quan was filled with murderous intent. Kill for His Majesty. Kill that kid. The various forces in the distance began to move. Whoever did not take action today would be offending His Majesty. Their entire clan would be doomed tomorrow. In an instant, more than 300,000 experts attacked crazily. It was a shocking scene. It was not the first time Lin Fei's Senfu was attacked by hundreds of thousands of people. The scene was terrifying, but to Lin Fei it was nothing. After all, it couldn't be broken. His prestige is rising really fast. With over 300,000 attacks from experts, Lin Fei was happy that his reputation was rising quickly. The more he was stimulated, the faster it would rise. In addition, his reputation had already broken past 15 million. Emperor of Tianyuan, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you have the cheek to bring out such a small number of people? It's far from enough to defeat my Senfu. You'll need at least 1 million experts. Lin Fei shouted again, looking down on these people. Revered divinity Gu Quan's face twitched. It had been many years since he had encountered such a situation, and no one had ever dared to say such a thing to him. Among the 300,000 experts, 100,000 of them were from the Tianyuan army. They were elites, but now he was being called useless? Order them to attack this emperor with all their might. Venerable divinity Gu Quan thought that the other party was provoking them. No spatial treasure could withstand such an attack. Why did you provoke Supreme Divinity Gu Quan? Zilong really didn't understand what Lin Fei was trying to do. Was he purposely provoking Supreme Divinity Gu Quan? That's right, I'm purposely provoking them. Lin Fei smiled. If I don't provoke them, how boring would it be? Otherwise, they'll think that I'm the king. Zilong really didn't know what to say. Charge out and let them go. Lin Fei had just started grinding his reputation, but he couldn't bear to kill them. I'll let them go. Huofeng was still prepared to go on a killing spree and was stunned when she heard Lin Fei's words. Yes, let's charge out immediately. Control the speed and let them keep following us. Circle the entire Tianyuan Empire. Do you understand? Yes, I'll do it immediately. Huofeng didn't dare to anger her master. He was an existence that could easily kill special lifeforms. The Senfu's super infinity cannon opened up a path, and they successfully charged out. A sneer finally appeared on Supreme Divinity Gu Quan's gloomy face. They can't hold on any longer, right? Chase after them and exhaust all of their Senfu's energy. Use the enchantment treasures as well. We must break through Senfu. Senfu had opened up a bloody path. In Supreme Divinity Gu Quan's opinion, the other party's Senfu was about to reach its limit. In the Tianyuan Empire, there was nothing that a Senfu couldn't be destroyed by an army. This was the source of Supreme Divinity Gu Quan's confidence. Back then there were also outsiders who barged in, but they were all captured alive in the end. As a result, the Immortal Mansion fled unsteadily in the front while more than 300,000 experts besieged them from behind. Emperor of Tianyuan, as long as you kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake, I might spare your life. Think about it carefully. I'm giving you a chance. In the sky above Senfu, Lin Fei provoked Supreme Divinity Gu Quan again and again. This emperor was able to control his temper, but the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Originally, more than 300,000 people besieged Senfu. As Senfu began to move in the Tianyuan Empire, the news spread continuously. More and more forces joined in the siege. Everyone wanted to be the first to break through Senfu. His Majesty had a great reward. No matter what it was something that couldn't be obtained normally. Master, my performance was not bad, right? Huofeng executed Lin Fei's orders perfectly. Not only did she control her speed, but she also acted as if Senfu couldn't hold on any longer. From time to time she would accelerate and attack with the super limitless cannon. In the eyes of everyone, it was a struggle before death. Everyone fought even harder. Very good. Continue. Lin Fei smiled. All right, I'm going to rest. You just need to control Senfu and keep circling around the Tianyuan Empire. I want everyone to know of my existence. Master, rest assured. There won't be any problems. Huofeng was now his #1 lackey. Are you really going to do that? Zilong originally thought that coming to the 8th level would be an extremely dangerous thing. However, the outcome was completely beyond his imagination. That Black Emperor usually flaunted his strength in front of him, but he was killed by Lin Fei from the barbarian race with a single strike. He didn't even encounter any danger. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zilong would have found it hard to believe that it was true. Now, he had actually started circling around Divine Venerable Gu Quan and the experts of the Tianyuan Empire. This was incomprehensible. If he could kill special life forms, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to deal with these people? Of course, I have to take a good look at such a good place. Zilong didn't believe Lin Fei's words. What was there to visit in such a place? Subconsciously, she felt that there must be a reason why Lin Fei was doing this. However, she couldn't think of a reason no matter how hard she racked her brains. It was a completely irrelevant matter. The Tianyuan Empire was in an uproar with the death of Senfu. In particular, the death of Black Emperor, a special life form, was like a heavy bomb that spread throughout the entire Tianyuan Empire. Even the Emperor, Divine Venerable Gu Quan, appeared and hunted down the outsiders in Senfu. The hundreds of thousands of experts also broke through 1 million and then to 2, 3 million. Chapter 3258. The 8th floor of the Tomb of God, Tianyuan Empire. Ever since the emergence of the Senfu, the entire Tianyuan Empire was no longer peaceful. The Tianyuan Empire's young master Heidi was killed, and the empire's hope for the future also died. Afterward, the Tianyuan army brought by His Majesty Gu Quan could not break through the moving Senfu. The Immortal's estate carried Divine Gu Quan and the millions of experts of the Tianyuan Empire as they wandered through the Tianyuan Empire. This wander lasted for 3 months. Within 3 months, the entire Tianyuan Empire knew about it. The Tianyuan Empire's army besieging the Senfu had now increased to more than 500 million. The scene was extremely shocking. No matter who it was, they would not be able to calm down after seeing such a scene. However, the 500 million army could not break through the Senfu and allowed the Senfu to break through the encirclement. They wandered here and there as if they were walking a dog. It was a terrible feeling. A bunch of good-for-nothings. It's been 3 months and you still can't break through the Senfu. What's the use of all of you? The emperor of the Tianyuan Empire, Gu Quan, had been livid ever since that month. The people around him did not dare to make a sound. During that period, several ultimate gods who came to report the situation were directly dragged away and beheaded. They really wanted to tell the owner of the immortal abode not to continue tormenting them like this, alright? They were going to die. They gathered 500 million soldiers, yet they still could not break through the Senfu. Instead, millions of experts were killed. What the hell was this? Your Majesty, the Senfu has stopped. Someone came up to report. Just as he had said, the immortal mansion that had been running all over the place stopped. In front of the 500 million soldiers, the sky was densely packed and blocked out the sun. The Senfu seemed extremely small no matter how one looked at it. However, that was not the case. In the beginning, everyone had come for the reward from His Majesty. However, when they really fought, they had gone from excitement to despair and helplessness. Their hearts had been destroyed countless times. That was a moving fortress that could not be breached. Everyone's morale had suffered a heavy blow. There had never been a treasure that could withstand 3 months of attacks. During this period they had suffered millions of casualties. Every time the Senfu bombarded, tens of thousands of experts would die. Now, everyone had lost their confidence and even had thoughts of regret. This was an unbreakable Senfu. If the Emperor of Tianyuan was not present, everyone would have run away. Whoever wanted to go could go, but they didn't want to. It was unknown how many powers had besieged the Senfu, but they had suffered great losses. First-rate families had become second-rate families, and second-rate families had become third-rate families. After the immortal mansion stopped, the 500 million soldiers surrounded them in 3 layers. Their desire to attack Senfu was almost gone. It's been 3 months. You guys are even more useless than I thought. You guys can't even break my Senfu. How disappointing. Lin Fei was extremely satisfied with what he had gained in the past 3 months. The Tianyuan Empire with a population of hundreds of billions had brought Lin Fei a huge amount of prestige. Every time he saw the prestige he gained, he would smile from ear to ear. 300 billion prestige. This was the prestige gained in the past 3 months. It would be strange if Senfu's prestige didn't increase after strolling around. 300 billion prestige not only made up for the previous consumption, but also made a small gain. It would be strange if Lin Fei wasn't happy. After earning 300 billion prestige, Lin Fei had made up for the previous consumption. Calculating the time, he could start farming prestige for the second time. After swaying for 3 months, the immortal abode stopped. Venerable God Gu Quan's murderous gaze shot toward the young figure in Senfu. I won't kill you as long as you surrender. In these 3 months, revered divinity Gu Quan had witnessed the power of the immortal mansion. They had gathered an army of 500 million, but they still could not break through a tiny immortal mansion. As the emperor of the Tianyuan Empire, how could he not see the wonders of the immortal mansion? They alone would not be able to break Senfu even if they had 100 or even 10,000 years. Unless the 2 great ancestors of Tianyuan Empire took action. Venerable God Gu Quan really did not have the guts to inform the great ancestors. In the eyes of the great ancestors, those who could not even take down Senfu were trash. Lin Fei laughed. Haha, you really know how to talk. You obviously can't do anything to my Senfu, but you still have the nerve to ask me to surrender. You're really thick-skinned. Brat, how can you talk to His Majesty like that? We would have killed you 10,000 times if you weren't in Senfu. A high-level ultimate god shouted. Come out if you have the guts. I'll kill you. The Tianyuan Empire's ultimate gods were also fuming with anger. Who would be happy that a high-level ultimate god expert could not take down a brat? They would kill as many people as he was outside. Lin Fei laughed. So this is how you do it when you can't win. However, I'm in a good mood today. As you wish, I'll let you out. I'll fulfill your wish now since you're no match for me inside or outside anyway. Too arrogant. Tianyuan Empire was not a small empire. There were countless experts and high-level ultimate gods. There were even a handful of 9th-class ultimate gods. A brat dared to say such a thing. His arrogance was boundless. That made the high-level ultimate gods very angry. They could not wait to grab him and cut him into pieces so that they could vent their anger. As for Hades' death, they thought it was a shameless sneak attack. No one could defeat or even kill Hades in a one-on-one fight. Apart from using shameless tactics, those high-level ultimate gods were overjoyed. They did not expect that guy to really dare to come out. They believed that as long as he came out, he would not be able to return to Senfu. Lin Fei flew out of Senfu and stood outside Senfu in a swaggering manner. He faced the 500 million strong army alone, but Lin Fei could not be shaken by their imposing manner. This guy is really strange. In Senfu, Zilong once again felt he could not see through Lin Fei. Not only her, but Panjian also felt the same. He had been wandering around for 3 months only to go out and fight? It did not seem right no matter how he looked at it. Did Lin Fei have nothing better to do? Do it. The Tianyuan Empire's high-level ultimate gods immediately took action the moment Lin Fei left Senfu. A black divine pagoda descended from the sky, pressing down heavily. The surrounding void was also sealed, and the space around it was undergoing a transformation. It looked like Lin Fei was still in Tianyuan Empire, but in reality he was not. He was in another space on the same plane. Brat, you're finished this time. You'll meet a terrible end for going against Tianyuan Empire. Chapter 3259. The Divine Pagoda was a powerful treasure used to trap people. It could seal an area of space and was extremely powerful. Ordinary ultimate gods could not withstand its power and could only be taken away by the Divine Pagoda. Lin Fei chuckled. That little bit of pressure was really nothing to him. He casually punched the Divine Pagoda, and as he moved, the sealed space shattered into pieces. The black Divine Pagoda flew out with a cracking sound, and cracks spread across its surface. He destroyed the Divine Pagoda with one punch. Come. Let me see the power of the Tianyuan Empire. Lin Fei walked toward Ultimate God Gu Quan. 3 figures appeared in the void. All of them were assassins. They came and went without a trace. Only clanging sounds could be heard as Lin Fei was attacked dozens of times. Lin Fei's perfect physical body was at its peak. His physical body's defense was so strong that it only left a white mark on his body. The assassins could not stop Lin Fei's footsteps either. Is there any more? This little bit of power is too weak. Lin Fei shook his head. Everyone, let's attack together. A foreign barbarian kid dares to be so presumptuous here. The imperial gods were furious. He was completely looking down on them. Needless to say, the ultimate gods from the imperial gods attacked one by one. The sky suddenly became colorful with all kinds of treasures attacking. Lin Fei did not move very fast. No matter what attack landed on him, it was all reflected back to the ultimate gods. Skill, damage transfer. The ultimate gods who attacked were all dumbfounded. They looked at the wounds on their bodies in disbelief. They did not believe it and attacked again. However, they were still injured. It was useless even if they had armor. The injuries came from inside the body. The stronger the attack, the greater the injury. For a moment, those high-level ultimate gods kept vomiting blood. Stop attacking. This is damage transfer. Ultimate God Gu Quan was also secretly shocked. He could even master such a technique. What was this guy's background? Judging from this technique, he must have mastered it to a very deep level. 7th and 8th level ultimate gods' attacks were easily transferred to them. One could imagine how powerful it was. Venerable divinity Gu Chuan had underestimated this young man. You have good eyesight. Lin Fei chuckled as he stepped forward. Wherever he passed, no one dared to attack. Those injured ultimate gods had never felt so aggrieved before. First, they besieged Senfu, but Senfu was unscathed. Now they finally managed to lure them out, but they were still in the same state. They felt powerless as if their fists were punching cotton. What the hell was going on? With just this wave, Lin Fei once again gained several 100 million reputation points. His reputation points quickly broke through 1 billion and continued to rise. Although there were only 500 million soldiers present, that was not all. The entire Tianyuan Empire was paying attention to the Senfu. It was only natural for their prestige to skyrocket once again. Revered divinity Gu Chuan did not order his subordinates to make a move. With damage redirection, all attacks were useless. In the end, the casualties would be the Tianyuan Empire. To be able to grasp such a technique at such a young age, you are indeed amazing. Venerable divinity Gu Chuan said, but you shouldn't have killed the enemy Onyx Emperor, the hope of the Tianyuan Empire. Lin Fei stopped not far from the emperor. He could clearly feel the murderous intent from the other party. He did not hide it at all. Dead geniuses can only be blamed for their lack of strength. Lin Fei laughed. For example, if you die now, You will no longer be the emperor of the Tianyuan Empire. Venerable divinity Guchuan sneered and said in a sarcastic tone, "You're very powerful, but you're not strong enough to kill me. You should know that if a special life form like Onyx Emperor can appear in the Tianyuan Empire, there must be someone stronger. As long as you hand over damage redirection and Senfu, I can let you go. Everything that happened before can be treated as if nothing happened. Think about it, I rarely say such things to people." Lin Fei knew that the other party was afraid of him. With the help of damage redirection, he had become a special existence. Coupled with his own strength, it would be easy for him to kill someone. However, he was here to build his prestige. He did not care about any threats. As for the two old men in the imperial capital, they knew about it from the beginning. Would Lin Fei care? Of course not. He had to get rid of them sooner or later. Otherwise, how could he develop this place into a base to build his prestige? You're wrong. I won't hand over damage redirection and neither will Senfu. Lin Fei smiled. Now, I want to say something. If you don't want to die, kneel down and beg for mercy. This is your only chance. Those high-level ultimate gods standing behind venerable divinity Guchuan glared at him. They would take action as soon as His Majesty gave the order. And you guys, if you don't want to die, you can also kneel down. Once I make a move, you guys will really die. Think about it, it wasn't easy to cultivate to this realm. If you die, wouldn't it be too much of a pity? Lin Fei said again. I can kill the Black Emperor, let alone you guys. Those high-level ultimate gods were in an uproar again. Onyx Emperor was a special life form. If Jian Wushuang used the same method to kill Onyx Emperor to kill them, everyone suddenly felt a chill down their spine and could no longer remain calm. Young man, I really don't know what you're thinking if you want to kill me. This is just one of my clones. You won't even blink even if you kill 10,000 of them. Venerable divinity Guchuan said scornfully, but you're different. I can order the entire Tianyuan Empire to attack you. Even if you have damage redirection, do you think you can survive? The young man's words were so ridiculous that venerable divinity Guchuan did not care at all. Even those top-level ultimate gods could not kill both their bodies and clones at the same time. That kind of ability could only be achieved by universe-level experts, but not every universe-level expert. It was even harder to break through from ultimate god to universe level. Listen to me and hand over the damage redirection technique. Senfu will spare your life. Venerable divinity Guchuan said in a confident tone, in the Tianyuan Empire, no one can ignore my words. You should be glad that there's something worthy of my attention. Back then many people weren't as lucky as you. You should cherish this opportunity. Lin Fei shook his head. Forget it then. Since you don't believe me, I have nothing else to say. It's a pity that you're already the emperor. I hereby announce that the next emperor of the Tianyuan Empire will be me. Attack, kill him. Venerable divinity Guchuan frowned and his figure became illusory. As soon as the order was given, all the Tianyuan Empire experts attacked Lin Fei. You don't have the ability to kill me. I'll be watching you from the imperial capital. Venerable divinity Guchuan disappeared in front of Lin Fei. Then an overwhelming barrage of attacks came.